Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eli Grant. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch so they don't strip me of my rights and tear me away from the only family I have left. I just want to stay out of trouble, keep my younger brother in school, and hopefully earn enough to put food on the table. But all that goes out the window when a vampire strolls into my life with a killer smile and an offer I can't refuse. One impossible heist for a lifetime of stability and comfort. Chapter 1. It was 3 a.m. when the vampire walked in. Witching hour for San Francisco. Rush hour around here, or as close as Harvey's gas station bodega ever got. I was restocking the freezers when the bell above the door rang. Yeah, okay. I wasn't so much restocking as standing near the freezers, rearranging energy drink cans when I wanted to look busy, but you know what I mean. I tended to spend most of my shift restocking. The humming noise the freezers made halfway drowned out the shitty 80s pop music Harvey kept on heavy rotation. At the time, it was some overwrought synth ballad right off the Dirty Dancing soundtrack. And the store's speakers probably predated the last war, so they made everything shrill and tinny as hell. There was a saxophone solo that routinely set off dogs howling all down the street. I'd heard it probably 4 times since my shift started. One more, and I think it would have legally counted as torture. I was trying so hard not to use my ears that I probably wouldn't have noticed the bell above the door ringing if I hadn't seen Tony flinch. Tony was a regular, in for milk and cigarettes like he was every night. I saw his broad, craggy face contort at the jangling sound, bearing his 2-inch tusks at nothing. I kept telling Harvey we should replace that bell with an electronic chime, but Harvey didn't think we got enough trollish customers to bother. I gave Tony a sympathetic look, but he waved it off, like the migraine he was probably getting was no big deal. Tony was good people. I looked back down at my phone. I'm not one of those people who stays on their phone the whole time they're supposed to be working, honestly, but I got a text from my brother, and I needed to reply. Got home safe, it read. You left the door unlocked again. Bring home pizza? I could have kicked myself for forgetting that stupid door again. We couldn't be taking chances like that. Not with the neighborhood we lived in. At least since Aaron got accepted into the scholarship program at that fancy magnet school, we had the same schedule. One upside to vampires running everything is the kids could be on the night shift, too. Sven, finish your homework before I get off and I'll think about it, I wrote back. Send photo evidence. Someone cleared their throat, and I made about the same face Tony did when he heard that bell. The store manager, Dwayne, was Harvey's nephew and a grade-A shitheel. He spent more time out back taking smoke breaks than he did in the store. Didn't stop him from finding something to nag me about every time he decided to actually do his job, though. If I see that phone out again, I'm writing you up, Dwayne threatened, wagging a finger at me like he was my mom and not a greasy creep with the skin of a particularly shower-averse teenager and the beer gut of a 40-year-old alcoholic. Come on, man, I complained. It's just my kid brother letting me know he got home from school all right. No phones during work hours, Dwayne replied with a dismissive sniff. You know the rules. He can text your parents if it matters so much. My parents are dead, I replied flatly, resisting the urge to add asshole to the end of that statement. Dwayne only looked flustered for a second. I don't care, he said. No phones during work hours, and you're lucky I don't write you up for insubordination on top of it. He turned and hurried off to another smoke break, hassling me, apparently being all the work he could take at once. Yeah, write me up, ugly son of a bitch, I muttered under my breath as I shoved my phone in my pocket. If I get fired, you might actually have to do some damn work around here. Tony, who had been pretending to study the nutritional info on the back of a milk carton, watched Dwayne go with his roomy red eyes, then leaned closer to me. Want me to eat him? He asked in a conspiratorial whisper that sounded like tires on gravel. I snorted. Not this time, big guy, I replied, You ready to check out? There were 3 other customers in the store as I rang up Tony's milk and got him his cigarettes. One was another regular, an old witch called Mrs. Beatty. Her raggedy old familiar was the only reason she was still remotely functional. The big black hound shepherded her through the aisles, nudging her on when she got distracted. The second was a tired-looking older man I'd seen in there once or twice. Judging by the quiet growls he exchanged with Mrs. Beatty's familiar, he was probably a wolf, and the last was a vampire. Tall, 6'3" maybe, with short, sleek black hair and dark, wicked eyes, browsing postcards. He wore jeans and a black blazer that looked casual until you noticed the subtle brand names and custom tailoring. He could have been anywhere from 16 to 60. His face had that timeless thing going on that all vampires do. It's the fastest way to recognize them. Even the young ones just have something around the eyes that makes it impossible to pin down how old they are. It's unsettling as hell sometimes, especially when they're staring at you the way this guy was staring at me. Anything I can help you with? I asked him in my best customer service voice as I handed Tony his receipt. The vampire smiled at me. I swear all bloodsuckers practice that same creepy-ass smile. The hello food smile. He sidled up to the counter, taking his time. He had plenty to spare, unlike the rest of us. We'd had vampires in the store before, of course. This wasn't exactly their side of town, not enough money and neon for their sophisticated uptown tastes, but we got all kinds in there sooner or later. No matter the species, everybody needed gas and cheap junk food. Tony lingered near the magazines. Like me, he could smell trouble. I shook my head and waved him on, despite my better judgment. I could handle this. Tony looked unsure, but shrugged and made his exit. The vampire leaned on the counter across from me. I could smell his cologne, understated and expensive, like I could feel his eyes raking over me. Vampires were experts at making you feel self-conscious and inadequate. I did my best impression of a troll and pretended to be made of stone. His roving eyes finally landed on the name tag pinned to my shirt. "Evie," he said, his voice a low purr. "I've been looking all over for you." I tried to look more unimpressed than worried. "I'm sorry, sir," I said, tacking the sir on because only people with a death wish were rude to vampires. "I don't think we know each other." "Not yet," he replied, smiling at me with white, too sharp teeth. "But I'm hoping we'll become very close." "Not fucking likely." "All right, so maybe I have a death wish." "Unless there's something store-related I can help you with, sir, I have other customers to assist." The vampire blinked slowly, then turned with exaggerated care to look behind him at the non-existent line. Mrs. Beatty was still futzing around in canned goods. The older man was pondering the drinks case in between casting dirty looks at Mrs. Beatty's familiar. The vampire turned back, smiled at the sour look on my face, and leaned on the counter again, as though settling in. "I have a business proposal for you." I licked my lips and leaned in to speak to him in a lowered voice. "Look, buddy," I hissed. "I'm not a fangbanger. I don't know what your problem with me is, but if you're looking for an easy feed and fuck, try the club up the road. We don't sell your kind of convenience food here, okay?" His smile just widened further. "Domino sent me," he said, and my heart briefly stopped beating. He could probably hear it. "And as much as I would enjoy trying your convenience food," he paused to let his eyes wander over me again for a second. "When I said business proposal, I was being literal. Domino recommended you for a little adventure I have in the works. Dante, of House Belial." He held out his hand to shake, which I ignored. He pulled out a card instead, sliding it across the counter towards me with a finger. His first name, house affiliation, and a number. No title, which didn't necessarily mean he didn't have one. "I don't do that anymore," I said when I could speak. "And you can remind Domino to stop giving people my name." He gave me a bit more than your name." A chill ran down my spine. "He told me about how you lost your parents," the vampire continued, while I gripped the cash register so hard I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. "Freak accident, I think he said. He also told me about your brother and that expensive school he's attending." "If you touch him," I said in a low snarl, anger boiling in my chest. "If you so much as breathe in his direction—" "Evie, please," the vampire chuckled, light and easy like tea time by the seaside. "I'm not threatening you. I'm making you an offer. I understand your situation. I know this is only one of 3 jobs you're working, and that you gave up your chance at college and a career in order to raise your brother. I know you're putting every penny you earn towards his tuition at that charter school. I know that you're falling more into debt every month, and that even if you get him through grade school, you won't have anything left to get him to college." My mouth tasted like ash, and there was a ringing in my ears, playing in key with the 80s music. Listening to him calmly describing the way my life was falling apart made me want to lunge across the counter and strangle him. If you even could strangle a vampire. At the same time, it made me want to curl up behind the counter and hide until someone else, someone more responsible, came and fixed everything. "I'm offering you a way out," the vampire continued. "One job, one night, that will set you and your brother up, not just adequately, but comfortably, for the rest of your lives. Sometimes temptation can be so intense it's almost tangible. You can see it, dangling in front of you, glittering. You can taste it in the back of your throat, the impossible made possible, the only magic that matters." "No," I said, and almost choked on it. "I told you, I don't do that anymore. It's not worth the risk of Aaron ending up alone. Nothing is." He frowned, almost puzzled, a curious expression on that too perfect face. The bell over the door rang again before he could say anything more. 3 young men entered the store, moving in an arrow formation that would have given them away as wolves even if I hadn't recognized their pasty faces past their lanky, matted hair. I didn't know their names, but they were infamous in the area, products of the local trailer park. Uncharitable locals called it the Pound or the Dog Park for how many wolves lived there. Mondays on the news called it a white trash ghetto and a blight on the city's good name. Whatever you called it, it hadn't done these 3 any favors. They all had a record as long as my arm, mostly for vandalism and petty theft, stealing bikes and breaking windows. But they'd been escalating recently. People in the neighborhood were pretty sure it was them who'd mugged a guy around the corner last week. They looked ready for trouble tonight, whispering to each other and throwing glances in my direction as they slunk towards the candy aisle. I bit the inside of my cheek and stayed behind the register, giving them the benefit of the doubt. They were only a little older than Aaron, barely out of school. The shit I'd been getting into when I was that age made them look like Boy Scouts in comparison. If shoplifting candy was the worst they got up to tonight, they might still have a chance to pull their shit together. "Miss, could you tell me if this is the right can?" Mrs. Beatty asked, toddling up to the register, her dog beside her. The vampire stepped graciously out of the way, though she hardly seemed to notice him. "Of course, Mrs. Beatty," I said, accepting the can she was waving at me. "Is it crushed tomatoes or diced tomatoes? I can't read the packaging. They make the letters so small these days. My recipe needs crushed tomatoes. Crushed. If I use diced, it'll be all wrong." "This is tomato sauce, Mrs. Beatty." "Oh, damn." Her familiar gave me the most exhausted look I'd ever seen on a dog. I helped the old woman find her tomatoes and checked her out, taking my time. Half so, I could keep an eye on the wolf pack still milling around in the candy aisle, half to delay dealing with the vampire. He was still leaning one elbow on the counter, ankles crossed, idly watching me work. I looked at the door to the back, and for probably the first time longed for Dwayne to return from his smoke break. I saw Mrs. Beatty out and hadn't made it back to the register before I heard canines snarling. I turned around in time to see the older man hurrying out of the store with his tail literally between his legs, half-shifted from stress. I could guess by the laughter coming from the candy aisle that the wolf pack had driven him out. It was just me and them and the vampire now. The vampire, apparently getting bored waiting for me, was flipping through a magazine. Luckily for me, the wolves started heading for the register at the same time I did. "You guys actually planning to pay for all that?" I asked, eyeing the candy and snacks bulging from their pockets. The largest of the three, whose bent, repeatedly broken nose and cigarette burn-scarred arms pretty much told his whole life story for him, pulled a gun out of the back of his pants. "Empty the register," he said in a controlled voice he'd probably practiced. "Now." My nostrils flared, anger almost greater than my fear as I put my hands up. I fought the urge to tell them how stupid they were being and just stepped back to open the register. Dwayne would probably fire me, but this job, as much as I needed it, wasn't worth getting shot over. The vampire apparently disagreed. With an expression like this was all just too tedious for words, he rolled the magazine he was holding up into a tube and smacked the nearest wolf in the head with it. "Bad dog, down boy." The confused astonishment on the young men's faces quickly became rage. One of them threw a punch, which the vampire easily caught, twisting the wolf's arm until he went down to his knees with a shout of pain. "I said down, Fido." He twisted harder as the wolf struggled until I thought I heard the creak of bone. Snapping his arm would be beyond easy for a vampire. It was probably more effort not to. Honestly, I'm trying to help you here. What exactly are you inbred mongrels hoping to accomplish? Other than jail time, obviously. A few candy bars and maybe $100? You didn't even wear masks. "Shut the fuck up, Dick Leech!" the leader snapped, turning his gun on the vampire. He was angry enough to have half-shifted, fangs bared and fur standing on his neck. "Do you really think that pea shooter is going to do anything to me?" the vampire asked, lip curling in disdain. "You might as well use your teeth like the animal you are." The wolf considered it for a moment, then pointed the gun at me again. "Bet it'll do something to her. Want to find out?" I almost laughed, like he gave a shit about me. But the vampire, to my surprise, let go of the wolf he was holding, who stumbled away, whining. The humor had vanished from his face, leaving it oddly blank. Later, I'd probably be terrified imagining what he was getting ready to do, but at the time I was too busy being pissed off. The werewolf with the gun had come behind the counter, the better to hold me hostage, and made the mistake of grabbing me by the hair. He demanded something that I didn't hear over the blood boiling in my ears. Maybe it all would have turned out differently if he'd just grabbed my arm. But you don't drag a girl around by her hair. Before I could stop myself, I'd grabbed the barrel of the gun with one hand and the wolf's head with the other, fisting my hand in his greasy hair. Faster than he could react, I slammed his face into the counter with enough strength to crack the tile. He slumped to the floor, nose broken again and gushing blood. I let him go and straightened up, turning just in time to catch his packmate's fist with my jaw. I've been punched before, plenty of times. There's an art to relaxing your jaw and letting your neck roll to absorb the impact, which are hard details to remember when you're being sucker punched. But I barely felt the fist that slammed into my face. It was like being slapped by a child. I saw the werewolf's eyes widen in confusion for a second before I decked him. He reeled back, dazed, then charged at me, claws outstretched as he became more wolf than man. The anger in me was like a furnace, filling up my thoughts, whiting out my better senses. I caught the wolf by his belt and the collar of his shirt, heaved him over my head half on the momentum of his own charge, and hurled him into a snack display. He didn't get back up. I had a heartbeat to breathe, to realize what I'd done. I looked at the vampire, who was staring at me with an expression of surprise and definite interest that made worry coil in my stomach. I started to say something, explain myself. Then the leader of the werewolves, apparently having recovered from having his head put through a tile counter, staggered to his feet and fired 3 rounds. I heard the freezer doors shatter behind me as time seemed to stop, panic gripping my heart like a squeezing fist. The vampire was there a second later, striking a precise blow to the werewolf's temple that knocked him out cold. As the vampire pried the gun from his hand, I searched myself for bullet holes with shaking hands and found nothing. He missed. He must have missed. The back door creaked as it opened, and Dwayne wandered in. His cigarette fell from his mouth as he took in the destruction before him. The vampire cleared his throat and smiled at me again. "Are you still absolutely certain you don't want that job?" Chapter 2. The biggest indignity of it was that the cop was cute. The sun was coming up. I felt and looked like hell, and fate had decided the police detective that was going to go over my statement for the 3rd consecutive time would be the one with the chiseled jawline and the big brown eyes, and the warm, easy smile like he just stepped out of a Hallmark movie about a cowboy who raises golden retrievers. Son of a bitch belonged in an ad about the good old days, wearing flannel against a backdrop of gently waving cornstalks. He hadn't called me darlin' yet, but I was so ready for it that when it finally happened, I'd probably punch him out of sheer reflex and spend the next 24 hours in lockup. At least staring at his ass kept me from falling asleep at his desk while he was across the room, talking to the beat cop who had been the first on the scene. The precinct was noisy and bustling, their day just getting started, but I have a gift for sleeping absolutely anywhere. My eyes slid closed for all of a second before the sound of a clipboard dropping onto the desk brought me abruptly back to alertness. The guy had the grace to at least look apologetic about that, as I blinked and squinted at him like a stunned owl. And he'd brought me coffee, which almost made me forgive him. "I'm sorry to make you go over this again," he said, sitting down while I sipped the coffee and tried to will my Hida key away. "There's just a couple of inconsistencies I want to make sure are ironed out so we don't have to bother you again after this." "Officer Porn Statue over there didn't see any vampire then, I'm guessing?" I asked. My eyes itched, but rubbing them just made it harder to keep them open. The detective tried to hide a smile, but I spotted it. "Officer Green," he said, emphasizing the beat cop with the bad facial hair's name like I had any intention of remembering it. Actually admitted that he did see the vampire you described in your statement. "Who told him it would be better for his health if he pretended to be blind for 5 minutes while the bloodsucker ducked out, I assume?" Officer Green did not believe the vampire was involved, the detective said with admirable diplomacy, considering even I could tell that he didn't really buy that, and that mentioning him wasn't relevant to his report. Yeah, I'm sure the $50 the leech slip at him wasn't relevant either. Rolling my eyes required more energy than I had to spare, but rest assured my soul was broadcasting max sarcasm anyway. It doesn't matter anyway. Like I told you, the guy wasn't involved in the robbery. He just stopped the assholes and left. Can I leave now? "You seem pretty hostile towards the guy you're claiming saved your life," the detective pointed out, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, I'm super racist against vampires," I replied. "Just a huge bigot. Can I go?" He gave me a long look, probably trying to guess if I really was a vampire racist. If he was one of those people who genuinely thought you could be racist against vampires, then no amount of hotness was going to make up for that, or convince me to sit here trying to explain privilege for another hour. He dragged the clipboard with my written statement on it towards him again. God damn it. "So, in your statement..." He ignored me, dropping my head onto his desk and groaning. "You said when the men approached the register you were behind it and the vampire was standing between the wolves and the door, at the magazine rack." Yes, for the 500th time. I didn't even lift my head from his desk. It was too comfortable. One of the wolves pulled a gun. The vampire took them out, Then he left me behind to clean up the mess. Right. And when did the vampire move around to the other side of the register? I looked up finally, nose scrunched in confusion. What? When he slammed one of the assailant's heads into the front counter hard enough to break the tile, the detective said casually. He tapped the crime scene photos on his desk, including one of the head-shaped dent in the counter. Unless there's a really tall werewolf still wandering around with a concussion somewhere, the guy I have in lockup could not have made that impression in the tile with his face, unless he and the person slamming him into it were standing behind the register. Not to mention the bullets we pulled out of the freezer section. Either that wolf was a phenomenally bad shot, or he was aiming at someone behind the counter, not on the other side of the room by the magazine rack. Shit. So I forgot where he was standing. You forgot he was standing behind the register next to you? I bit the inside of my cheek and leaned both elbows on his desk. Listen, detective, I said. Carpenter, he provided. Ryan Carpenter. Ryan is fine. Of course, his name would be something like that. Detective Carpenter, I said very deliberately. On a good day, I get maybe 4 hours of sleep after a closing shift at Harvey's. I get off around 4 a.m. I eat while I'm walking home, and I collapse as soon as I get in the door until maybe 8, if I'm lucky. I then have all of maybe half an hour to inhale a pizza, shower, remind my brother I exist as more than text messages telling him to brush his teeth, before I'm expected at that shitty burger place on Mission Street where my shift started. I paused to check the time. About 2 hours ago, I finished. They won't let me work a shift there longer than 7.5 hours, or they might have to give me full-time benefits. So after that, I pick up shifts washing dishes and bussing tables at the restaurant around the corner until 9 or 10, when I'm expected for the night shift at Harvey's, and I get to do the whole thing over again. Which is a lot of words to say, basically. I am very, very tired. So, I'm sorry if I forgot precisely where the goddamn vampire was standing, but you have wasted literally all the time I had to sleep, and you're now actually cutting into my paycheck, which, in case you couldn't tell by the 3 jobs, I really need. So, I will ask you again, Detective Carpenter. Can I go? Carpenter took it all with a surprisingly straight face. I half expected him to slap handcuffs on me just for mouthing off. Whatever, I'd sleep in the cell. As long as there was a horizontal surface and nobody asking me questions, I'd be satisfied. But instead, Detective Wholesome Boy Next Door set the clipboard down with a sigh. All right, Miss Barr, he said. You can go. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. If you need a ride home, I can... I'm fine, I said before he could finish, already standing up. Just do me a favor, and if you have any other questions, don't call me. He nodded, but as I started to turn away, he spoke again. Oh, wait, one last thing, he said, grabbing the clipboard. Sorry, just a paperwork formality. You forgot to fill in your race on the form. I turned back to look at him, sitting there with the form and pen in hand. Just tell me and I'll write it down for you, he said helpfully. What do I look like? I asked, putting the last energy I had into my most offended, scornful expression. A fucking goblin? I left before he could respond to that, shaking my head as though the question had been too stupid to answer, which is a great way to get people to fill in their own assumptions when you don't have a real answer to give them. I almost tripped going down the steps from the precinct. The sun felt like someone was rooting around in my head with an ice pick, even through the magical UV filtering that tinted the air faintly lavender. I bumped into a surly-looking troll in construction gear, who just growled at me and kept walking, even after I flipped him off. I stepped back for a minute while my eyes adjusted, leaning against the wall of the police station, which blazed with the shifting, glittering color of a witch graffiti mural. Some innocuous, multicultural abstract. I preferred the one across the street, which depicted a cartoon Dracula flanked by werewolf bodyguards. drinking the earth like a Capri Sun. Someone had balls, splashing that up right across from the precinct. It wouldn't be there long, though. A uniformed wolf was already barking at a group of sour-looking goblins in juvenile corrections vests and handing out the bristle brushes and whitewash. A group of pre-teen witch girls, on their way to the occult day school around the corner, judging by the uniforms, turned to cross the street and avoid the community service brigade. One of the goblins flicked whitewash after them. They shrieked and ran while the wolf cop smacked the goblin in question over the head, and the others laughed. The girls dodged the flow of early morning traffic, though there wasn't much to dodge. Mostly just the ghostly after images of cars and pedestrians passing through shared space in the mundane world, unaware. The flickers that bled through the borders between this little pocket of magical space and its mundane counterpart were harmless, as insubstantial as fog. The girls ignored them, focused on the handful of vehicles capable of actually running them over. They darted around a big black car with tinted windows, which presumably belonged to a vampire with bad sleeping habits, and stepped out in front of an old junker. The driver, a goblin in a booster seat, slammed on the brakes and leaned out the window to shout obscenities at them in Trollish. They made rude gestures back and, distracted, were nearly flattened by a huge, pearly pumpkin carriage pulled by a skeletal horse. It went shrieking up the road at frankly unsafe speeds as the girls dived for the safety of the sidewalk. I scowled after it as it barreled around a far corner. Probably Fae. You'd think with how uptight they are about the law they'd be better drivers, but apparently traffic law doesn't count. A couple of witches shot by overhead, one on a carpet, another hanging on to an umbrella and floating like a dandelion seed, a third just taking impossibly long steps between the roofs of the buildings. The wolf cop with the goblins shouted at them. Enchanted objects used for transportation are still technically vehicles, and they're supposed to use the roads and obey the lights and signs or whatever, but no one enforces that shit unless they're being a dick. The witches pretended not to hear him and kept flying, the one with the umbrella grabbing the tassels of his friend's carpet as it sped up. It was all too much color and noise for me at the moment, making my headache worse. I needed to get home. When I could see without squinting, I crossed the road and headed down Valencia. Where a conspicuous crack in the pavement split the road, I glanced up at the power lines and the much less conspicuous black boxes that sat humming like fat, glossy insects on the wire. Any time I crossed out of Fae space and back into the mundane world, part of me worried the Transformers wouldn't let me back in again. That the other side, the magical world, would realize I wasn't one of them and spit me out, like a bit of eggshell in an omelet. It was a stupid, irrational fear. People like me went in and out of Fae space 100 times a day all over the city, but it gnawed at me anyway. As I stepped over the crack in the street, the air shimmered and the world shifted imperceptibly to the left. Beyond the boundary, the world was flatter. The structures and streets were the same, but the murals and graffiti no longer danced or sparkled. The shops sold souvenirs and cell phones instead of alchemical reagents and Fae magitech. The crowds were weirdly one-note. All mundane humans with relatively little variation in shape or size or color. I spotted one or two people on their way towards the boundary who were probably glamoured. Even under careful magical disguises, they stood out, like they were in slightly more saturated color than the rest of the world. Even those that looked more or less human, like witches, had a shine to them that set them apart. I wondered if anyone saw that shine when they looked at me. I fucking hoped not. I might worry about not belonging on the other side, but I'd have to be an idiot to think I belonged in the mundane world either. I caught a cable car on Mission Street and tried not to doze off among the morning crowds as it rattled through the Mission District on Pasno Valley and Bernal Heights. The dense downtown architecture and high population of wolves and trolls gave way to picturesque middle-class residential neighborhoods packed with witches raising families and the occasional down-on-their-luck vampire. Most of the vampires lived up around Presidio or west of Twin Peaks. The Fae that bothered to keep homes in the mundane realm kept them around Potrero Hill. Then we crossed 280, and property values started dropping again. At Francis Street, I got off and shuffled like a zombie the rest of the way into Excelsior. The narrow, colorful buildings closed around me like the growing heat of the day, familiar as it was uncomfortable. The graffiti that splashed across the dilapidated storefronts of my street was significantly less polished than that in the Mission, and less tourist-friendly. One of my mundane human neighbors sat on his curb smoking, looking as tired as I felt, while his wife gave a statement to the police. Another break-in, judging by the fucked-up state of his front door. He waved listlessly at me as I passed, and I waved back, feeling more guilty than ever for leaving my door unlocked last night. That could have been me. Easy. "You're alive!" Aaron met me at the door with a hug, and then punched me in the shoulder. He was scrawny for a kid his age, and I'd taken harder punches already today, but I pretended it hurt anyway. You know, for the sake of his ego and shit. Not that he generally had much of one. He had the same wild, curly brown hair I did, and tended to look like he'd just stuck a fork in an electrical socket. But where I was known for my tragically incurable case of resting bitch face, Aaron was almost cartoonishly expressive, with big eyes and a bigger mouth. He never seemed to stop moving either, which was currently making me feel slightly nauseous. "Why didn't you answer my texts?" he demanded. "Phone died," I lied, squeezing past him into the apartment. "You should be asleep." The ad had called this place cozy, and to be honest, I hadn't cared about shit, but the price and that it was in range of Aaron's school. I suppose cozy was a word you could use to describe it. Closet-like would also work. Possibly claustrophobic. The front door opened onto a tiled entryway about a foot across with the wall on one side and the counter of the galley kitchen on the other. The narrow tunnel funneled me along like sheep in a pen into the living room, where the coffee table pulled double duty as a dining table, currently stacked with the remains of several nights of fast food dinners that were starting to stink. The only windows were a small one over the sink on the front of the house, and a larger one in the far wall over the couch. Its view was of the side of the neighbor's house, letting in a negligible amount of sunlight, which was great for the AC bill in the summer, honestly, but not exactly cheerful, especially considering the dust-colored walls, orange carpet, and the general mess strewn over everything. I was fairly numb by now to the state of cleanliness. A 17-year-old boy lived there practically by himself, and I sure as hell didn't have time to clean up. So the stacks of takeout boxes and scattered laundry were just the accepted background static of home. All I cared about was the sweet embrace of the lumpy brown sofa. "How was I supposed to sleep when you were missing and not answering your phone?" Aaron asked. He shut the door behind me as I stumbled towards the couch, shedding my shoes and unhooking my bra at the same time. I left both where they fell, and flopped into the cushions with a sigh of relief as their softness, generally dubious, but today, like the gossamer bosoms of an angel, gently enfolded me. "I told you I was working late," I said, my eyes already closing. "Bullshit," Aaron countered. "Language," I replied, half-heartedly throwing a sock at him. "I saw that your store got robbed on the news, you dumbass. Did you think I wouldn't find out?" I grimaced and turned my head to hide my face in the cushions. "I didn't want to worry you," I grumbled. "Then maybe you should have answered your phone and told me you weren't dead," Aaron countered, throwing my own sock back at me. It flopped across my face and I flailed to be rid of it, sitting up. "I was about to start calling hospitals, Evangelina." I caught myself before I told him he sounded like Mom. That wouldn't have taken the conversation anywhere either of us wanted to go. "I'm fine, Aaron," I said, exasperated. "Jesus, I would have told you if something happened, all right? It was just some stupid wolves and the cops caught them and everything. I'm fine. Aaron crossed his arms, unconvinced, but let it go as I flopped back onto the couch and closed my eyes. How was school? I asked, because this was probably the only chance I'd get to talk to him today, and I didn't want to end it on that sour note. Sucked, as usual, Aaron muttered, sitting down on the end of the couch near my feet. I don't know why I have to go to some bullshit Monday school anyway. It has the best magical after-school program in the city, I recited from memory. We'd had this argument a couple 100 times. And it'll look really good on your mundane record when you apply to college. I wouldn't have to go to Monday College if you'd just let me attend an occult school, Aaron reminded me. You know, like every other witch I know and all my friends. Then I could apply to the High Circle University and actually do something important. I swallowed a guilty lump in my throat. Most magical kids, regardless of race, attended mundane public school, followed by an after-school program that taught us magic history and law and how not to reveal ourselves. Witches got a basic grounding in spell work, mostly just enough to avoid doing it unintentionally. But around high school, witch kids usually transferred to an occult school exclusively for witches that trained them in the more advanced applications of magic. At graduation, they'd be given a magical aptitude grade, 1 to 10, and be registered formally as witches. Only the ones graded primary, secondary, tertiary, or quaternary could apply to the university. Everyone below quinary was out of luck. And me and Aaron, well, let's just say the chances of either of us getting into the university were about on par with the chances of snow falling on South Beach this afternoon. I dragged my hand over my eyes tiredly. Aaron, just because you're non-airy doesn't mean I am, he pushed. Maybe if I got some actual classes. He cut himself off because he knew as well as I did that it wouldn't happen. Neither of us was ever going to be able to cast spells. But I knew that was because, despite what the paperwork might say, I wasn't a witch and never had been. Aaron just thought he wasn't good enough, wasn't trying hard enough, and I didn't know how to tell him he was wrong, because I couldn't answer the question that was certain to follow. If we weren't witches, what were we? Got any homework? I asked instead. Aaron groaned. Too much, he said. Somebody told the teachers they have to assign an hour of homework every night. All of them? I asked, too tired to put together why that seemed wrong. Yeah, Aaron confirmed. Apparently, someone on the school board failed math. 6 class periods for 6 subjects and 6 teachers assigning me a frickin' hour of homework. I've got 6 hours of homework in my bag. When do they expect me to sleep? And that's before the inane bullshit Mr. Rodeo gave me for magic studies. Maybe I can at least help with the last one, I said, rolling onto my side in order to reach for the open binder he'd left among the debris on the coffee table. What does he want? Essay on the difference between practical immortality and true immortality, he replied, taking the binder from me. Fuck, I muttered, giving up immediately. No idea. Immortality is immortality? Just means the blood-sucking bastards don't die. Language, Aaron said, jabbing me with the binder. And technically vampires can die. That's what makes it practical immortality instead of true immortality. They don't age or die of natural causes, but they can be killed. Only Fae are truly immortal. Try to kill them and they just change shape or jump bodies or get reborn fully formed from sea foam or some shit. Well, there you go, I said with a yawn. There's your essay. I helped. Aaron sighed, and I could practically hear him rolling his eyes. Landlord was here when I got home from school, he said after a beat. No, I moaned, rolling over and curling into a ball with my face to the back of the couch, which smelled like stale pizza. I should have pushed for the 2-bedroom apartment. Sure, I couldn't afford this one, and I was never home long enough to use a bedroom, but it would have been really nice to have a door to shut right now. He was pissed you weren't here. He says you owe him for like 2 months of rent. I thought you said you talked to him about moving the day rent is due to later in the month, so it lines up with when you get paid. I did talk to him, I said defensively. I just didn't say he agreed to it. Are we gonna get evicted? No. I flopped onto my back, a hand over my weary, burning eyes. Jesus, Aaron, no. I get paid in a couple of days. If I can get the restaurant to pay me cash for a couple of shifts, we'll be fine. As long as we eat ramen for the rest of the month, right? Aaron crossed his arms over his chest. He really did look just like Mom when he made that disapproving face. I could stand to see that look less for a couple of reasons. Hell no, I scoffed. A 48-count box of ramen is like $20. I've seen you finish one of those things by yourself in a week. I can sneak out the burgers they throw away at the end of the day at work for free. Gross. You'll live. Now go to bed. You've got school tonight. Aaron rolled his eyes, but let it drop, heading for the door to his bedroom. I closed my eyes, just glad the argument was over and I could sleep. But Aaron stopped with his hand on the doorknob. Seriously, he said. Call me next time, okay? I already spend too much time worrying about you never coming home. I winced. The bedroom door clicked shut while guilt reached up to strangle me. I dragged the faded serape blanket off the back of the couch and over my face. Great. Now, instead of sleeping, I could just lay here feeling like shit for a few hours. Perfect. Chapter 3. I did eventually doze off for a few hours, but unsurprisingly, I didn't sleep well. I woke around 4 with the smell of smoke in my nose and panicked for a half a second before I realized the scent wasn't really there. Just a lingering fragment of the same shitty dream I'd been having for years. If I tried to go back to sleep now, it would just replay again, like it always did. Whatever. I was used to going with less sleep. I rolled off the couch, rubbing at my nose to chase away the charred smell, and stumbled into the shower. I'd already called the burger place this morning to let them know I was going to be in late because of the police bullshit, so of course they'd told me not to come in at all. And it was the middle of the week, so the restaurant wouldn't have any work for me. I might be able to snag a couple of hours cleaning up at a local theater where I knew the owner, but at this time of day, I wouldn't make enough to pay for the trip up there. I was better off just saving my energy for Harvey's, assuming I still had a job there. I hadn't heard anything yet, but I wouldn't put it past Dwayne to wait until I showed up tonight to fire me. Or, more likely, just change the schedule so I was only working 10 hours a week, spread out as inconveniently as possible. I double-checked that I'd locked the door before I left and sent a message to Aaron for when he woke up, reminding him to eat before he left for school. In the boiling afternoon heat, I scrolled through job listings on my phone and trudged east towards Bayview, into wolf territory. You always knew when you were entering Packland. It wasn't just the way any attempt by the city to maintain anything evaporated all at once, or the big, ugly, brutalist facades of the vampire-funded housing projects. It was the way everyone you saw moved in groups. You never saw anyone alone. Humans loved the lone wolf thing, but anyone who'd met a werewolf could tell you it was bullshit. Just walking down the street at 3 p.m. on a weekday, I could see at least 3 clusters of wolves, staying close, moving together instinctively. A group of middle-aged women, lingering in the doorway of a tenement block. Boys passing a battered Game Boy back and forth. 3 old men, gray muzzles with sharp eyes, sitting outside a bodega, talking shit about whoever passed in broken lupine. You only ever heard the old ones speaking lupine anymore. Egalitarian lobbying from the witches had put an end to the vampires openly forbidding the wolves from speaking their own language, but after so long the damage was pretty much done. According to news on the other net, lupine was expected to be extinct as a language within a generation. The vamps had probably succeeded in killing the wolves' language, but they'd yet to break them of the pack habit, and I doubted they'd ever manage. It was just too much a part of who the wolves were as a people. The vamps could buy up wolf land to break up packs and force them into single-family housing projects, abuse child services to kidnap wolf kids, and raise them in group homes that were basically brainwashing programs, lobby the mundane government to put legal restrictions on multifamily homes. But the wolves always found a way around it. It's not like they had a whole hell of a lot else to cling to. Bayside is pretty much the poorest part of San Francisco. Everybody says the Mission and the Tenderloin are more dangerous, but the Mission gets more gentrified and touristy by the day, and it's already creeping into the Tenderloin too, and the people displaced from those neighborhoods tend to end up in Bayside. It was the same for the non-human community, which meant the majority of the city's wolves lived in the area, plus a handful of goblins that had managed to slip past the troll barricade around Soma, and pretty much every changeling in the state. As I moved north, leaving Packland behind for the more mixed part of the neighborhood, I walked more quickly and purposefully. Despite the incident last night, wolves were generally only dangerous when a vampire was giving them orders. Changelings were a whole different thing, and way less predictable. Dropping Domino's name would stop maybe half of them in their tracks, but the other half? God only knows. There was only one thing all changelings got from being part Fae, and that was being crazy as hell. It had something to do with the way Fae magic reacted to being attached to a mortal body. I didn't understand it. No one really did. But changelings always ended up at least a little bit off, a little too intense, or a bit too aloof. They moved weird and thought weird, and that was the lucky ones, the ones that could more or less pass for normal. The unlucky ones ended up on the street, or beneath it if they also had visible Fae traits and couldn't afford glamours, living in the sewers with the trolls. The really unlucky ones got declared a risk to the secrecy of the magical community, and were disappeared to some offshore facility the vampires supposedly had. A lot of people thought the facility was a lie, and the vampires just killed them. Based on what I'd heard about the facility, I wasn't sure which was worse. I started spotting Domino's tag among the graffiti soon enough, and waved to the tweaker on the corner with the cheap glamour looking like a clunky black bracelet on his skinny, blemished wrist. I had a vague idea of where Domino was hanging out these days, but I didn't need a precise location. Once his people let him know I was in the area, he'd come to me. He was waiting for me on the first good corner with a view of Potrero Hill in the distance, under the shadow of an overpass that kept the sun from baking him the way it was baking the pavement around us, sending up shimmering mirages. Domino was half lucky for a changeling. If he'd been really lucky, he'd have been swapped for the child of some rich human or witch family that would have been willing to keep him. Half lucky meant he'd been dropped on a bunch of dirt-poor wolves who had dumped him the minute they realized he didn't smell right. Most changeling kids ended up in the system once their families realized something was wrong. Some of the families blamed the changeling for snatching their real kid. Others just didn't want to have to deal with a crazy half-Fae crossbreed who would never hold down a job. But Domino's host family being wolves meant he could pass as mostly human from a distance. Changelings tended to stay looking mostly like their adoptive families. Mostly. Something Fae always bled through no matter how lucky you were. Domino was human-shaped, and his Fae traits weren't too extreme, so the glamour he needed to pass in the mundane world was cheap at least. But then you get what you pay for with a glamour. As he looked my way, it flickered just for a second. I had a brief impression of skin like ink spilled on canvas, and eyes that burned like molten gold. He just grinned at me, teeth sharp. Not like he was stressed about me seeing under his disguise. I'd seen a lot more than glimpses, not that long ago. We'd grown up together, attending the same mundane public elementary school and the same magical after-school program. He'd stopped attending both by 6th grade. When his glamour settled, he was only a little taller than me, built stout and solid, eyes sharp among the blunt angles of his brown face. In a simple white t-shirt and jeans, skin conspicuously absent of tattoos, he didn't look like the leader of the biggest gang in Otherside, But then, changelings practically invented the saying that looks could be deceiving. At the moment, the sight of him just pissed me off. "Was wondering when I'd see you around here again," he said as I approached. He was smoking a bent cigarette and offered me one from the battered pack. I waved it off, and he shoved the pack back into his jeans with a shrug. "I'm not here because I want to be, Dom," I said, trying to rein in my anger. It wouldn't do me any good to start a fight, as much as I wished I could smack that smug grin, cigarette and all, off of Domino's face. "Shame," Domino said with a shrug. "Here I was hoping you'd finally come to your senses." Getting clear of you and your bullshit was coming to my senses. The bitter note in my voice only made him laugh. "It was a vampire, Eva," he said, the affectionate nickname stinging like the sweat in my eyes. I couldn't exactly say no. "You could have given him someone else," I pressed. "Someone still in the game. That leech showed up at my work trying to get me in on some job, talking about my bills, my brother. Shit he said you told him." I expected more excuses or apathy, a shrug and a stupid grin, not the confused expression that crossed Domino's face. "Evie, I didn't give him your name," he said. "I sure as hell didn't tell him anything about your brother. You know I wouldn't put Aaron in danger, vampire or not." I pulled back, caught off guard and not liking the ripple of worry that sent through my guts. An insect singing in the heat resonated with the ringing in my ears. A car swept past us, casting a temporary hot breeze into our faces and a little tide of litter around our ankles. "The leech, Dante. He showed up at my place the other night, talking about a job. Some big-ass heist. But I didn't suggest you. He did, requested you by name. When I said you weren't about that anymore, he said he'd talk you into it. Wanted to know where to find you." It was simultaneously a relief to know Domino hadn't been handing my name out, and a much bigger worry. How the fuck did that bloodsucker find out about me? I scoffed, trying to convince myself it didn't matter now anyway. "So you figured if a vampire asked me to work with you again, I couldn't say no," I summarized. This time he did grin. "A win-win. I get you back on the crew, and you get enough money to stop working at that shit bodega." "Well, you figured wrong." I leaned against the concrete support of the overpass, the stone hot through the back of my shirt. "I told the leech to fuck off. I'd rather deal with a pissed-off vampire than risk Aaron ending up alone." "Sounds like the same thing to me," Domino replied, watching another car shoot past. "This Dante guy means business. I tried to sell him on someone else, but he won't do the job without you. I don't think he's going to take no for an answer." That thought settled like an ugly downtown fog around my shoulders. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, deliberating my options. Domino stared out towards the city proper, and I followed his gaze towards Potrero Hill. In the mundane world, it was just an upper-middle-class family neighborhood, albeit one with a weirdly high rate of disappearances and kidnappings. But on the other side, the whole damn thing was a fairy mound. The only semi-permanent portal to the Fae realm was there, and the earthly residences of the summer and winter courts. But one thing you'd never find on the hill was a changeling. It turned out the Fae weren't terribly fond of their abandoned bastard children. Changelings weren't treated as Fae or bound by Fae law, or even mentioned in it. The general policy was to pretend changelings didn't exist at all. A changeling could stand right in front of a Fae, shout and wave their arms, and the Fae would look right through them and act like there was nothing there. There was only one law the Fae followed when it came to changelings, unwritten but zealously enforced. No changeling could enter the Fae realm, ever, under any circumstances. For a changeling, even getting too close to a portal was an instant death sentence. "Why do you hang around here?" I asked Domino, looking away. Even looking at the hill left a bitter taste in my mouth. "You could move down towards Hunter's Point at least, so you didn't have that place over your shoulder all the time." "No, Why didn't you move out of the city when your folks died? The blunt question stung like a slap, and I clenched my teeth on nothing. He knew the answer. Domino dropped his cigarette and stepped on it, breathing out smoke. His powers caught it, raising the hair on my arms, and pulled it into a serpentine shape. A dragon, twisting away into the sky like a ribbon caught in the wind. We all got things we hold on to, he said, as we watched it fly towards the hill, only to be scattered by a crosswind before it was even out of sight. He took a deep breath before he looked towards me again. Want to get a drink? He asked. I shook my head. I got work in a few hours. When don't you? You could take 15, catch up. The guys have been asking about you. I shook my head again, more reluctantly this time. How's Trip? I asked. I heard he got picked up. He's fine. Made bail. It was just a drunken disorderly. Mariposa said it was during a job? Yeah, it was during a job, but when he saw it going south, he downed 2 shots of tequila and started kicking over garbage cans. Once the Mundy cops were in range, boom. These aren't the thieves you're looking for. Only drunk people here. Lunatic. He's lucky it was human cops and not wolves. His Jedi mind trick would have got his ass beat before it got him arrested. Domino nodded, and silence lingered between us for a moment, interrupted only by the insects screaming in the grass of the median, getting louder as the afternoon wore on. Oh, Anton thinks he's found the spot for that tattoo parlor he keeps talking about, Domino said, corner of his mouth turning up. He says he's saving a chair for you if you want the job. Right. I rolled my eyes, trying not to smile. Where's this spot, right next to the world's first vampire tanning salon? Yeah, and it's right off the city's new flying pig-based transit line, Domino confirmed, and I couldn't keep myself from laughing. You sure you don't want that drink? Domino asked after a beat. You got at least an hour. I can't, I answered. You know it isn't about the time. He sighed. At least let me give you a ride, he said. It's too goddamn hot to be walking. I couldn't argue with that, though I was tempted. Domino's car was old, but well taken care of. He wasn't the type to waste money on something flashy that would only get him pulled over every 5 minutes. We rolled through Bayview at a leisurely pace, windows down, traffic slowing as we drove through an area dense with construction. The Fae transformers on the power lines and the tingle of magic on my skin marked this area as Fae space. Probably a temporary zone set up for construction, which the mundane construction was only a cover for. What are they building? I asked, curious. You didn't hear? Domino asked. Arena for the tournament. Oh shit, that's soon, isn't it? I squinted, trying to find the outline of the real project under the distraction. I completely forgot. Othernet hasn't been talking about anything else since New Year's, Domino said, looking at me critically. I don't follow the news, I said with a shrug. This is the Wolf Arena? Why didn't they use the old one in Dogpatch? I assume they would have if it had been up to them. Domino hung an arm out the window as the traffic crept slowly around the construction. But you know the vampires. They'd rather build something new than fix up the old one after they've been ignoring it for 30 years. And the wolves sure as shit don't have money for that. If it weren't for the vampires, they wouldn't have an arena at all. That's debatable, I muttered. Domino made an ambiguous gesture of his head that suggested he agreed, but that conversation was too heavy to get into right now. My parents took me to see the vampire arena when I was a kid, I said, trying to remember more than just fragmented images of stained glass and statuary. Last tournament was before I was born, obviously. I've never seen any of them, Domino said with a shrug. Tournament don't mean shit to me. I can't even attend the damn finale, and it's not like anyone but the vampires ever win anyway. When they let changelings compete, then maybe I'll care. That'll never happen, I said with a dry laugh. Fae would have to admit you exist for that. Not under the Fae, then, Domino said, scowling, and I realized he was taking this more seriously than me. As our own race. Fuck the Fae. I thought about him staring up at Potrero Hill, where the Fae held court on Earth, and where the entrance to the Fae realm would stand open on the final day of the Tournament of 5 Races. The entire magical community would be welcome in Fae for that one day, all except changelings, as usual. Nah, I said, looking away. They'd have to change the treaty, make it the Tournament of 6 Races. That'd be way too much of a pain in the ass. Besides, it's all bullshit anyway. The vamps will just win like they always do. Pretending the tournament actually decides who's in charge is just pageantry at this point. Bread and circuses or whatever. Right, Domino muttered, shrugging it off. He was quiet for a moment. We edged a little further along the street until I could actually see the harried construction worker waving people around the obstruction. Walking would be faster at this point, but the air conditioning made the wait worth it. Domino was still staring ahead, frowning in thought. What if the Fae did win, though? What? I asked, scrunching my nose. What if the Fae won this year? He said. Internet says their champion is really impressive, decked out with some kind of crazy magitech never seen outside of Fae. There are pretty decent odds they could do it this time. I raised an eyebrow. I thought you didn't give a shit? I asked sarcastically. Fuck you, he replied. I rolled my eyes. If anyone could do it, it's the Fae, I admitted with a shrug. It's not like the wolves or the trolls stand a chance. Even the witches are a long shot. But it still wouldn't make a difference. Fae aren't any different than the vamps. Fuck, I mean, at least the vampires understand how the economy works and shit. What do the Fae know about the stock market or international trade or whatever? Maybe it'd be better, Domino insisted. You don't know. That queen, the summer one, she seems chill? She seems Fae, I countered. Who knows what they're thinking? And if you think the vampire ancients are out of touch, the Fae have all been around since the beginning. At least some vampires were born this century. There's not a single Fae that isn't older than any vampire in the triumvirate. I'm just saying. Domino gripped the steering wheel tighter. Maybe if the Fae were on top, changelings would get a little more respect. I doubt it. Domino didn't answer, but I knew that stubborn scowl on his face meant he knew I was right and wasn't ready to admit it. I used to like how stubborn he was. Now, it just made me tired. I sighed and looked away out the window. Like I said, it's all bullshit anyway. Bread and circuses, and nothing ever changes. The car crept past the construction worker, and the traffic began moving again. Silence rode with us into the hot red afternoon. Dante was on my mind the rest of the day. I couldn't shake the question of where he'd found my name, and how he knew that I used to run with Domino. I'd never been caught for anything more serious than pickpocketing, and that was all sealed with my juvenile record. And I couldn't imagine someone like Dante poking around Bayside asking about a high school kid who used to boost shit for the local gang, even if I had been pretty damn good at it. I was more worried by why he knew than how. I didn't want to know what kind of reasons a vampire might have for digging into my past. And if Domino was right, and he wasn't going to stop. Dwayne didn't fire me as soon as I walked into work that night. No, he decided to wait until the end of my shift to drop that particular bomb, and it came from Harvey himself. You know how much I need this job, I pleaded, gripping my apron like I could keep him from taking it by force. I know, Harvey said, and fuck him for looking genuinely upset to be doing this to me. But after last night, that wasn't my fault. Nothing was even stolen. Yes, but with the repairs, the damaged stock, I just can't afford to keep everyone. I could reduce your hours, but... No, I said, swallowing the hot coal of anger in my throat. Don't bother. I dropped the apron and swiped a bag of jerky on my way out the door. If Harvey noticed, he didn't bother to stop me. Son of a bitch owed me more than a bag of jerky. Dwayne, his useless ass ever covered by the shield of nepotism, waved at me as I left. A bitter pit opened in my stomach as I walked home in the dark. It spilled out black, pungent smoke that made my chest tight and my eyes burn. How was I going to pay the fucking rent? Even if I got a new job tonight, I wouldn't get paid in time. If we lost the apartment, I didn't have shit for savings. Aaron would lose his scholarship if they found out he was living in a shelter, and I'd be fucked for finding another job without an address. I felt a flash of useless, terrible anger at my parents for their estrangement from the extended family I assumed was out there somewhere, and for not having better life insurance, and for leaving us. It was immediately drowned in an ocean of guilt. It was my fault they were gone. Probably my fault we didn't know the rest of our family. Deciding to raise a changeling couldn't have been a popular decision. Since they aren't classified as a race, they have no rights and aren't formally acknowledged, which is why our parents forged our documents. On paper, at least, my brother and I were low-level witches. The only difference between us was I knew the truth, and he didn't. I stopped under the darkness of a broken streetlight as the pit within me yawned and the smoke boiled in my lungs. Changeling. I wanted to avoid even thinking the word, but I saw it whenever I looked in the mirror, heard it every time I claimed to be a witch, the lie clumsy and wrong-shaped on my tongue. I wrapped my arms around myself like I could hold myself together, like I'd fly apart if I let go. I grit my teeth, smoke slipping out past my lips and curling up past my eyes. The sight made my heart rate spike, and I held myself tighter, pressing the anger and helpless frustration down before it could flare up out of control. All changelings are a little crazy, a little dangerous. I was no exception. I took a deep breath and held it. I let my thoughts drift out of focus, spreading myself out across the night, letting my sense of what was me get fuzzy at the edges. As my detachment grew, I felt the ripple of magic against my skin as I melted into the night. Nearly invisible unless I moved under direct light for as long as I could hold my breath, I shuffled towards home in a willful daze. The eyes of passerby slid over me without recognition, dismissing me as a heat mirage when they noticed me at all. The camouflage skill was the most useful ability I had, and not just because I had a lot of reasons to need to hide. The mild dissociative state that using it triggered was also damn useful for stopping myself when I started tasting smoke. Drifting, untethered from myself, the anger was still there. The fear and panic was still twisting in my guts. But it was distant and alien, like I was looking at it through clouded glass, feeling it through thick layers of heavy fabric. Everything was slow and numb, like moving underwater, and my thoughts were skittish animals wandering in a fog, fleeing the moment I tried to focus on them, running down paths I couldn't control. Being in that headspace could be terrifying, but anything was better than the alternative. I was 11 the first time I dreamed of fire. In the dream, I was walking through it, calm and unafraid. I could feel it on my skin, warm but not painful, soft as feathers. The sight of it filled me with a sense of pride and power. I spread wings and flew on the updrafts, trailing smoke and flame. I woke feeling reborn, full of a sense of purpose and strength. By the time I was 12, I'd started to put together that I wasn't a witch. But my parents wouldn't say the word changeling, and I was afraid to ask. I realized I was stronger than the other kids at school, faster too, without training or even really trying. I started shorting out spells by accident. During an escapade with Domino, I discovered how to camouflage myself. Every new gift just excited me. I wanted to do more, be more. Then the Pharaoh heist went wrong. We barely escaped with our lives, Lord Pharaoh's mansion burning behind us and the taste of ash on my lips. Domino and the guys were excited, amazed by what I'd done, but all I could think about was the searing heat. the fear. I dreamed of fire again that night, but it was different this time. The fire was so high, so hot. I'd always felt in control of it before, powerful, but this time it just kept getting bigger, wilder. I got scared. And the more scared I was, the bigger the fire became, the more it began to burn me, until I became so panicked that I woke up and found a nightmare waiting. My room was burning. Every inch was engulfed in flames. I ran. I didn't know what was happening, or that I'd caused it. I didn't even process that the flames weren't burning me. My brother's room was next door to mine. I dragged him out of his bed, but he wouldn't wake up. I opened his bedroom window, pulled him out into the grass. I would have gone back in for my parents, but by then the fire department had arrived, and they wouldn't let me. So I stood in the yard and watched everything I'd ever known burn. Later, they would tell me the fire had started in my room. Faulty wiring, probably. No one could explain how I had lived. My 6-year-old brother had to be resuscitated on the lawn by first responders. They told me my parents died of smoke inhalation long before the fire got to their room. They never even woke up. They told me this like it was a good thing. At least they hadn't suffered. But when I dreamed about it later, I heard them screaming anyway. I never conjured fire again after that, not even when I tried. And from then on, whenever I dreamed of fire, it was only ever that fire, again and again. I learned to wait quickly whenever I smelled smoke. When I reached home, I released the breath I'd been holding and stood there for a minute, letting the camouflage dissipate and my scattered thoughts return to me. The anger was all still there, but using my power for so long had tired me out too much to get worked up again. Now I just wanted to sleep and pretend the last 10 years had been a bad dream. The doorknob turned under my hand before I could put my key in, and my heart froze. I forgot my financial worries almost immediately, in favor of the much more present fear of intruders. I was sure I'd locked the door this morning. Had Aaron left it open? Aaron never forgot to lock the door. He was better about that shit than I was. I had a crappy little stun gun in my jacket, a gift from my parents, back when my biggest worry was walking home alone at night. I dug it out and clutched it hard as I carefully pushed the door open. I didn't even need to step through it before I saw who was responsible. Dante was standing in my living room. "Good evening, Evie," he said with his hello food smile. "And welcome home." Chapter 4. He was holding a teacup that I didn't recognize. The rest of the set was on my coffee table. "What the fuck are you doing in my house?" I demanded, holding up the stun gun, patently useless against a vampire. I didn't kid myself that he wouldn't be able to see my hands shaking. "That incident last night interrupted our conversation," he replied with a shrug. "And when you didn't call, I worried you might have lost my card. I just wanted to see if you had reconsidered my offer. Tea?" He gestured to the tea set. Was that fucking Wedgwood? Did he bring a Wedgwood tea set to intimidate me? "No, thank you," I snapped. "How do you know where I live? And don't tell me it was Domino. He already told me that you're full of shit." "I followed you home," Dante replied coolly, and my gut clenched. "Or perhaps I just called your work and asked. Or maybe I visited the police station and asked very nicely to see the police report you wrote, where it was written down along with the rest of your personal information. Take your pick, really. Learning someone's address in this day and age is child's play." Maybe if you're a vampire, I thought sourly, but the anger didn't stop the chills running down my spine. "Would you put that silly thing down and come sit?" the vampire asked with a touch of impatience. "I think you know by now that I'm not a danger to you, and we haven't much time before your brother gets home." He phrased it as a request, not a command. Direct orders from a vampire tended to carry a degree of compulsion with them. If you were expecting it and paying attention, it was pretty easy to shrug off, depending on the age of the vampire. Unless Dante was much, much older than I suspected, I wouldn't have had any trouble dismissing his compulsion. But he'd avoided the command anyway. I squinted at him in suspicion, and he sighed and sat down on the couch, delicately moving the serape blanket out of the way. "My apologies for surprising you, by the way," he said, sipping his tea. "I wasn't sure when you'd be back, and waiting around on your doorstep would have been entirely too tedious, so I made myself at home." "I'm sure you didn't want to be seen hanging around a neighborhood like this either," I said, and he shrugged nonchalantly. But then I paused, realizing something else. He'd broken in. "You weren't invited." "Gauche, I know," he said with a flippant hand gesture. "But I didn't expect you to stand on formality. I'm not courting you after all. This is business." "No, you weren't invited in," I said more firmly. "You crossed the threshold without an invitation. You're powerless." Vampires didn't have a lot of consistent weaknesses. Sunlight, silver, hawthorn. The really old ones tended to develop weird, esoteric flaws like being unable to cross running water. But the one big weakness they all had was also the only one they shared with the Fae. They called it threshold law. If a vampire or one of the Fae entered a home without invitation, their powers were reduced dramatically. For as long as he was under this roof uninvited, Dante was essentially a human. "To be fair," Dante said, looking at me over his teacup, "it wasn't an especially strong threshold." I looked at the stun gun in my hand for a moment, then took several swift steps towards the couch, already holding the trigger. Dante set his tea down quickly and held up his hands, sliding backwards on the couch as I advanced on him. The strength of a home's threshold was dependent on a lot of factors. How long the tenant had lived there, who had built it, and how, the general disposition of the inhabitants. The old family home your great-grandpa built himself probably had a threshold so strong that most vampires wouldn't be able to cross it at all without permission. A shitty rental inhabited for a couple of years at most by orphans who basically just slept there? Not so much. But even so, it was enough to make a vampire significantly weaker. Weak enough to kill, maybe. Definitely weak enough to hurt. "Miss Evie, please," he said, talking quickly and doing a pretty good job of keeping his voice calm, and even despite his body language practically screaming, "Don't tase me." I caught him by the collar before he could slip off the couch and away from me. If you would think for a moment, you may realize that assaulting a vampire, even a temporarily depowered one, is not an intelligent course of action. "What exactly is your plan for after I leave and regain my powers?" "Can't get your powers back if you're dead," I replied, looming over him, mostly just to see the flash of genuine worry in his eyes. I wasn't actually going to kill a vampire. Even threatening one that had broken into my house was a good way to fuck myself over. A vampire didn't need powers to ruin your life. They could just call your bank for that. But I'd had a really bad couple of days, and it would have been incredibly satisfying to zap him a couple of times. But, I thought, staring down into that handsome, insufferable face, my fist clenched tight in his shirt, he hadn't just stumbled through my threshold by accident. Unless he was very, very stupid, which I wasn't going to rule out, he'd depowered himself intentionally. Trying to get my guard down? A show of good faith, maybe? Unless it was trick. If this was a trap, I couldn't see it, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. Either way, taking advantage of him while he was powerless was probably a bad move. I took a deep breath and lowered the stun gun, already regretting it. "Excellent," he said, confident smile returning immediately. "Now we can—" His mouth snapped shut as I raised the stun gun again, just enough to make him flinch. "I've never seen a jumpy vampire," I said idly. Slowly, I unclenched my fist from his shirt and sat down on the other end of the couch, facing him. "Must be a long time since you've been vulnerable." "On the contrary, I enjoy a bit of vulnerability twice a week," he replied, smooth as silk. There's a fantastic little place uptown that employs a lovely red-headed woman who can't be much more than 4 feet tall. She does the most amazing things with leather. Okay, now you're asking me to tase you, I interrupted. Enough. I want to know how you got my name and what you want with me. He started to open his mouth, and I brandished the stun gun at him again. No bullshit, I repeated. I would love an excuse to see what 15 million volts does to a depowered vampire, and my self-control is not exactly great right now. I learned your name through your police record, he said quickly. The other side police keep a file on all of Domino's associates. Despite never having been able to pin anything on you, the list of incidents associated with you is long and decidedly impressive. I'm looking to steal something incredibly valuable. It is very well guarded, and my window of opportunity is quite small, so I will only work with the best. You, Miss Evie, are the best. Bullshit, I declared, firing up the stun gun again. Fine, Dante snapped, leaning away, his voice finally losing some of its impeccable control. You're the best I can get within the time frame. Excuse me for attempting to flatter you. I let go of the stun gun's trigger and leaned back. What about Mulholland? I asked. She's the best? He straightened his clothes, expression bitter. Prison, he replied. Shit, I didn't think she'd ever get caught. She didn't. Felony tax evasion. Oh. What about Nailbiter? I asked, gesturing with the stun gun. He's got that goblin metal trick. No one better at locks or vaults. He rolled his eyes as he fiddled with the strap of an offensively expensive watch. Not in the country at the moment. Somewhere with no extradition treaty, I'd imagine. Did you try Greer? Houndstooth? Yes, he said, exasperated. Even before Domino suggested the exact same list. When I say you are my only option, please believe that I made certain to exhaust all other avenues first. I leaned back against the arm of the couch, biting the inside of my cheek. Dante finished composing himself and turned to face me. What's the score? I asked. Confidential, he replied. I can't risk telling anyone who hasn't committed to the endeavor. And I can't risk taking a job that I don't know the details of, I said. He raised an eyebrow. You're considering it after all, then? I didn't say that. He looked at me for a long moment. I'm normally pretty decent at reading people, but I couldn't read anything in those dark eyes. Finally, he turned away. Are you certain you don't want any tea? He asked, pouring himself a fresh cup. It's a very exclusive blend. I'm more of a coffee person. I should have known. I had a feeling I should be offended by that, but I didn't care enough to do more than scowl. I assume you're aware of the upcoming tournament of the 5 races? He asked. Of course, I said. Why? Don't tell me the vampires plan to win this year by just stealing the trophy. I know you fuckers cheat, but that's taking it a little far, don't you think? I'm going to choose to ignore that, Dante replied, giving me a dark look. I just smiled and waved at him with the stun gun. He cleared his throat. The commencement ceremony is this weekend, to be held in Grace Cathedral Fae space. From the night of the ceremony until the champion's confirmation 3 days later, the cathedral will display some of our civilization's oldest and most valuable artifacts. My target is one of these artifacts. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense now, I said. You're insane. Dante put his teacup down with an exasperated huff. I liked him better like this, annoyed out of his smug, suave persona. He seemed a little more like a person, and less like a carefully constructed stereotype. The cathedral is going to be crawling with cameras, I pointed out, not to mention vampires, and the security system will be the best money can buy. Lord Faro's security was also the best money can buy, Dante pointed out. And yet you still managed to get in and out of his estate. How did you... My blood pressure spiked, and I clenched my jaw as I tried to bring it back down. Who cared how he knew anything? He wouldn't give me a straight answer anyway. I let out the breath I was holding and tried to speak calmly. If you know about that, then you also know we failed. We only made it out of there by the skin of our teeth, with fuck all to show for it. You made it out with your lives, Dante pointed out. I'd say that's something. More than most people who try to rob a vampire lord. Faroux was on his way to becoming an elder. The humiliation of being unable to catch you almost ruined him entirely. Well then, at least one good thing came from that mess, I muttered. I saw enough of that guy while we were planning the heist to know I never want to see him in a position of power. Quite, Dante replied, the corner of his mouth turning up in a small smile. Was that approval in his eyes? Well, you need never worry about him coming to power now. Someone spread a rumor that your heist wasn't a failure after all, but that you'd stolen information on a powerful weakness of his. He'll never gain a footing in the court again, not with that potential blackmail hanging over him. Whatever, I said with a shrug. I didn't spread any rumors. I just botched a job I never should have taken and nearly got myself and my whole crew killed. I'm not about to risk my life on a job that we're even less likely to pull off. Are you certain you have any other option? Dante asked casually. I brandished the taser again. He rolled his eyes. I am not threatening you. For goodness sake, why would I need to? I've seen your bills. And the abominable state of your kitchen. A blind man could see that you're out of options. What happens when you lose this apartment? Or the next time DCF pays a visit and discovers that you can't keep food in the house? Anger and panic flared within me, and I gripped the stun gun so hard it creaked. Get out, I said, my voice low and even. Now. I am trying to offer you a way out. Dante's impatient huff just made my anger more intense. You're going to end up stealing again anyway at this rate. Wouldn't you rather just do this one job and be done with it? I said get out, I snarled, my grip on my temper failing. I swung at him with the taser and he darted off the couch to avoid it. Fine, he said, hands up. Fine, have it your way. Feel free to call me if you change your mind. He straightened his clothes, then pulled a cream-colored business card from his blazer and placed it on the end of the coffee table. When I refused to even look at him, he backed away to the front door. For what it's worth, he said, opening the door. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you find a way to make it work, but I wouldn't bet on it. He shut the door behind him. I almost wished he had slammed it, but he wouldn't even give me that satisfaction. He'd left the fancy tea set behind. I snatched one of the cups and hurled it against the wall, watching it shatter into a million pieces with an ugly kind of pride. I grabbed another, then the stupid tiny plates, then the whole fucking pot, throwing them like the tantrum that had seized me. Broken porcelain glittered, the sound like angry music, the crashing of furious piano keys, a few seconds of glorious cathartic destruction. And then there was nothing else to break, and it was just me, sitting alone and feeling stupid watching the expensive tea run down my walls. That tea set probably would have got me $200 at the pawn shop. Now it was just an embarrassing mess I had to clean up before Aaron got home. I couldn't get the tea stains off the wall no matter how I scrubbed. To my relief, Aaron didn't even ask, just muttered something about homework and went to bed. I told myself I'd tell him about losing my job tomorrow, but it tasted like a lie. I slept badly and spent the next day putting in job applications and poring over the budget and our bills, trying to find a way to make this work. I couldn't let the utilities get shut off. DCF wasn't as hard on me as they had been when I'd first taken custody of Aaron, but I was still on their radar. If I couldn't keep the lights on, they might try to take him again. I could drop the internet plan, maybe? The phone plan would cost more to cancel than the regular monthly bill, so that was out. Half my communication with Aaron was done via text anyway. I didn't have cable or car payments, but rent and Aaron's tuition ate so much of the budget on their own. even with the scholarship covering the bulk of the payments. The worst kind of anger is like hunger. You can feel it like an emptiness in your gut, making you weak and tired, helpless, directionless, gnawing away. It makes you want to scream, or tear your hair out in frustration, or sleep forever. But whatever you do, it won't change anything or make the anger go away. It just stays, hopeless and pointless, eating away at you till it feels like there's nothing left. There's no one to fight, nowhere to run, no way to stop the machine that you're caught in from grinding you under its gears. I keep groping around in this pit that used to be me, wondering when I started digging it, why no one took the fucking shovel out of my hands. But I'm kidding myself. I was born in this hole, and as fast as I dig, someone is shoveling dirt in on top of me. I rubbed my hands over my face. My skin felt too dry, and my arms were heavy. The bills lay spread out on the coffee table in front of me, an insurmountable foe. I'd been scrolling through financial aid options on my phone for the last hour, fretting over eligibility and tax records and waiting lists. What time was it even? I squinted at the darkness outside the window, then at my suddenly too bright phone. Thursday had come and gone, and it was the early hours of Friday. Aaron should have been home from school by now. He usually texted me if he had to stay late. Before I could finish typing out a message to him, the phone rang. Caught off guard, I fumbled to answer the unfamiliar number. "Ms. Barr?" asked the voice on the other end. Older, male, authoritative. "Principal Reagan?" My heart stopped as I recognized the voice. What was the administrator of Aaron's school calling me for? "What's wrong? Is Aaron all right?" "Aaron is fine," the principal said quickly before I could get wound up. "A few scrapes and bruises. The nurse has already checked him over." "What happened?" I demanded, imagining the worst. If this was because of Dante... "Aaron was in a fight with another student." My heart plummeted down through the bottom of my stomach. Principal Reagan kept talking. As I understand it, the boys exchanged insults earlier in the day. The other boy claims Aaron attacked him outside the school building when class was let out. Aaron claims the other boy and two of his friends ambushed him as he was leaving. The situation is still under investigation. I mumbled something in acknowledgement, trying to process. "Now, as you know, the school has a strict zero-tolerance policy," he went on, "which means it's likely that Aaron will lose his scholarship here." "What?" Shell shocked. I nearly dropped the phone. "But that's not fair. His grades are perfect. He qualifies." "Ma'am, with all due respect, zero tolerance is zero tolerance. And this is not the first time Aaron has had disciplinary problems." "The other fights happened off campus," I pointed out quickly. "You said they aren't part of his record." Regardless, perhaps this is a sign that this school is not the right learning environment for him. Aaron might be more successful in a school with students he has more in common with. "No!" I could barely hear him over my pulse in my ears, watching Aaron's future fall apart in front of me. "Aaron needs to be there. He's a good kid, he has trouble controlling himself sometimes." "Ms. Barr, listen, he's staying in that school. I'll pay the rest of his tuition myself." "Ma'am, someone in your position..." "Don't tell me about my position. I'll pay his goddamn tuition and any other stupid hoops you want me to jump through. He's not leaving that school." Principal Reagan sighed. "I suppose we'll see. Aaron is waiting in the nurse's office if you could come and pick him up." I walked Aaron home in silence, not trusting myself to speak. My stomach felt hollow, and I was afraid that if I opened my mouth I would see smoke. Aaron's left eye was swollen shut, his lip bloody. A bandage hid an ugly scrape on the side of his face from when the other boys had ground his face into the pavement. When I'd got to the school, the nurse had still been picking gravel out of it. He walked with his head low. I'd expected indignation, defensiveness, but I could feel his shame. We were on our street before Aaron spoke. "This is a good thing," he said quietly. "We couldn't afford that school anyway." I closed my mouth tighter, saying nothing. "I'm old enough to start working now anyway," he continued. "It's better for both of us if I get a job." "Don't be stupid," I snapped, and saw him flinch, then square his shoulders stubbornly. "Why not?" he demanded. "You were my age when you dropped out." "Because I had to support your ass," I reminded him. "I didn't have a choice. What's your excuse? Some rich Mundy bastards were mean to you?" "That's bullshit, and you know it." "We're not discussing this. You're staying in school." "With what money?" Aaron shouted. "You're the one being stupid." "Stop yelling," I hissed. "We're in the middle of the street." "We're going to end up homeless because you won't give up on this stupid college thing that's never going to happen anyway," Aaron went on shouting. I walked faster, just trying to get us home where it would draw slightly less attention. "How do you think I'm going to get a scholarship when we're living on the street?" "I'll figure it out," I said through clenched teeth. "As long as you keep your grades up." "Yeah, and then what? You bleed yourself dry and get me to some cheap-ass Mundy State College and what? I get a degree and a mundane job and just forget what we are? I'm supposed to just spend the rest of my life pretending to be normal?" "I don't know," I said, frustration making my chest hurt. I stopped in the street, turning to face him. "I don't know, all right. I can't afford to think that far ahead. I'm just trying to give you the best chance I can here, all right? So maybe one day you won't have to deal with all this bullshit." I gestured to the world at large, and all the bills and the prejudiced systems and futile stupidity that implied. If that means living in the mundane world, then yeah, fuck it. It's better to be stable and mundane than be magic and still wondering where your next meal is coming from. Fuck's sake, Aaron! You know I'm doing this for you. Could you try for 1 minute to cooperate? Or at least not actively sabotage me? That shut him up for a minute. The shame rolled back, temporarily defeating his stubbornness, at least long enough for us to reach the house. I felt his eyes on my back as I unlocked the door, and I sent up a prayer to Tiamat, or whatever asshole gods were listening, that he would just let the conversation go. He dropped his bag near the door as I shuffled towards the couch, but he didn't head to his room yet. I sat down and tried to look like I wasn't waiting on his last word. "All I'm saying is..." There it was. "There's no way to make this work, Eva. If you try, you're just going to screw over both of us." I leaned back into the couch, my head tipped back against the wall, and closed my eyes. If he wanted the last word, he could have it. I was done. He stood next to the couch, skinny shoulders tense, waiting for my rebuttal. The longer I stayed silent, the more uncertain his posture became. Finally, he looked away, defeated. He went back to his backpack and returned with a thick, stapled pamphlet. I've been looking at options," he said, setting it on the coffee table. "I know it sounds like giving up for now, but once we're more stable, I can get my GED, and then we can look at community college or something. He paused, twisting his sleeves nervously. "I know how much you've given up for me, okay? I'm not trying to sabotage you or be ungrateful or whatever. I just think that I don't even know what I want to do with my life yet. What if you do all this and I end up in some degree program I hate for a job I can't stand, just because I don't want to waste all the work you did? And whatever I end up wanting to do, I know I'm never going to give up being magic. Not ever. So, He trailed off, probably realizing he was starting to ramble. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "I know you're doing it for me," he said finally. "I just want something different, okay?" "Okay," I said. He waited for me to say more. When I didn't, he squirmed in the awkward silence and finally left, shutting his bedroom door behind him. Being left alone with my thoughts was less of a relief than I'd hoped it would be. Aaron had left the packet of papers on the coffee table, an informational pamphlet on the local GED program. I'd looked into it before for myself, but the time investment had been too much, even before you considered the testing and application fees. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. Maybe it was more realistic. I picked up the packet, though my stomach twisted with guilt at the thought. I knew what it was like to be suddenly pulled out of school and pushed into a minimum wage job. No 16-year-old should have to worry that their part-time paycheck was all that was keeping food on the table. As I lifted the papers, something beneath it slipped off the coffee table and onto the floor. I bent to grab it before I realized what it was, assuming it was a takeout receipt. Instead, my hand closed around creamy cardstock. Dante's name and number stared back at me in fine embossed font. I looked at the papers in my hand, and at Aaron's bedroom door. I put the GED packet down. Clutching Dante's card in my fist, I slipped out of the house and into the pre-dawn dimness, my bare feet cold on the sidewalk pavement. My hands shook as I punched the number into my phone, and I stopped for a moment, steeling myself. I'd tried doing things the way you were supposed to. I'd struggled and settled and still been screwed over. Enough was enough. As I hit call, I heard a cell phone ringing nearby and looked up, startled. The call picked up as Dante stepped out of the shadows beside my house, phone to his ear and a knowing smile on his face. Creepy bastard. Yes, Miss Evie. I stared at him, hungry anger aching in my chest, warring with stubborn fear and uncertainty, and the desire to run away and never stop running. I let my cell phone fall to my side and let go of the breath I was holding. I'm in, I said. Chapter 5. I'm out, Dante growled when I introduced my one condition. I'd already picked up on the fact that Dante was a compulsive liar, but I was starting to think it was just one part of his overarching plan to be the biggest pain in my ass possible. In his defense, watching Mariposa use magic to shoot soda cans at Trip, while he tried and mostly failed to deflect them with his sick ninja moves, wasn't exactly a huge confidence booster. Don't start, I muttered, as Mariposa hit Trip square between the eyes. You want me? You hire my whole team. That's the deal. It was just past dawn, and Domino had drawn blackout curtains over the windows of the run-down old double-wide we were meeting in. The window-mounted AC was already chugging away, dripping condensation as it tried to fight the inexorably growing heat of the day. Dante sat, stiff and unimpressed, on one end of the battered couch, and I leaned against the arm on the opposite side, watching Mariposa and Trip Horse around a few feet away in the open space between the living area and the kitchen. Whisper was perched on the console across from the couch, next to the incongruously nice flat screen, half watching them roughhouse, half watching the smoke from her cigarette, which curled in impossible shapes and shifted through a muted palette of psychedelic colors as it drifted up towards the ceiling. I couldn't completely blame Dante for being moody. It was past his bedtime. A vampire's power rose and fell with the sun. They were weaker during the day, less than half their usual strength by noon, and they got cranky when they were tired. Oh, are we your team now? Domino asked as he emerged from the bedroom with a folding card table. Here I was under the impression you worked for me. Like any changeling has ever answered to anybody, I scoffed. Where's Andre? On his way, Domino said, shooing Mariposa and Trip out of the way while he unfolded the table. You two make yourselves useful and get the chairs. Let's get started anyway, Dante said, checking his watch. We don't have much time to prepare as it is. Well, you know Domino, I said, gesturing to the man, who sketched a mocking bow. He organizes everything. He's usually the one who comes up with the jobs. And you're all changelings, I take it, Dante assumed. Hell nah, Mariposa answered as she and Trip returned from the bedroom with the chairs. I'm a witch. Anton's a wolf. Whisper's a straight-up goddess on Earth. She winked at her girlfriend, who leaned over to steal a kiss as Mariposa passed. She had a chair on each arm and was using her powers to levitate a third. I knew the chair was probably close to the limit of what her powers could lift, but she was showing off. That's what the horseplay had been about as well, showing the vampire he didn't scare them. Mariposa was a year older than me, short and solidly built with black braids and sharp features. Butch and irreverent with expressive hands that darted and fluttered like small brown birds when she talked, even when she wasn't translating for Whisper. Mariposa is septenary grade, I explained while she set down the chairs and turned to sign something to Whisper in rapid-fire ASL. Trip snatched Whisper's cigarette while she was distracted and danced quickly out of her reach when she grabbed for him. She rolled her eyes and let him go. I would have been quaternary at least, Mariposa added, but I didn't kiss enough ass at occult school, so they screwed me over. The whole system is bullshit anyway. And your specialty? Dante asked. Kinesis, Mariposa said with a shrug. Up to about 10 pounds. I can do a couple of objects at a time if they're light. Any witch who's been trained can manage a little kinesis, but I haven't met anyone under tertiary who could lift anything more than a pound. Impressive, Dante said, raising an eyebrow. Can you manage anything molecular? Mariposa made an ambiguous gesture. That shit takes specialist training that I can't get with my grade. I can just about start a fire if I need to, but I'm hungover as shit the next day. She's our safecracker, I explained. She can open mechanical locks easy, keep electronic alarms from tripping, and anything she can't handle, Whisper can. I gestured to Whisper, who waved back casually. She and Mariposa made an odd pair. Whisper was about 6 feet and statuesque, and had dropped her glamour as soon as she was inside. Her skin was pearly and iridescent, her eyes like mirrors, her white hair shaved close to her scalp. A crown of jet-black horns, like teeth or shards of obsidian, circled her brow, and a long tail, tufted like a lion's, curled idly around her leg. I'm assuming you inherited more than just your looks from the Fae, then? Dante asked. Whisper signed back something that made Mariposa snicker. She can influence electrical currents, Trip translated, unfolding one of the chairs and sitting in it backwards, taking a drag from the cigarette he'd stolen from Whisper. Turn off cameras and short out sensors and shit. She also has a really mean right hook, which she wants me to tell you she can demonstrate for you any time. I'll take her word for it, Dante said wisely. And you. Trip said, holding out a hand to shake, which Dante ignored. Trip was thin, wayfish like an underfed supermodel in the right light. In the wrong light, he looked more like a recovering meth addict, face gaunt under a curtain of long, stringy, pale hair. His eyes were just a little too big, the soft heather gray color quietly impossible. He wasn't wearing a glamour, but your eyes tended to skip over him anyway, dismissing him out of hand until he wanted to be seen. Then you couldn't take your eyes off of him. Want to see what I can do? I leaned over to put myself between them quickly. Don't look him in the eye, I told Dante, casting a glare at Trip. He's one of those Tamlin types. He can convince you of just about anything as long as you're looking him in the eyes. He's our face on any cons and runs interference if police or security are around. I can do little illusions and shit too, Trip added, grinning and tucking the cigarette behind his ear. Check this shit out. He shook his hands to loosen up, then slapped them down on the card table. It shuddered and unfolded a horse's head, made of the same aluminum and laminate as the rest of the table, which it threw back and neighed, stomping its legs like hooves. Trip leaned back as it trotted around the room like a weird, angular pony. Dante was stone-faced, but I could tell he was impressed simply because he wasn't talking. The door of the double-wide opening shocked us all out of it. A big bear of a man with dark brown skin and shaggy black hair was shouldering his way into the room, careful not to open the door too wide. When we looked back at the table, it was back where Domino had set it up, as though it had never moved. "Andre!" Domino said, getting up to help the other man in. Where you been? Had to stop by the grocery store, Andre explained, holding up the bags in his hands. He saw Dante, still staring at the table, probably examining it for enchantments, and made a disappointed sound. Aw, man, did I miss Trip doing his horse trick? I love that thing. Are your illusions tangible? Dante asked Trip, who was still catching his breath. Can they be touched and perceived by someone not under your influence? Nah, man. Trip shook his head and nearly lost his cigarette. It's all in your head. Won't show up on camera or anything. I'm just like projecting an image into your brain and tricking it into thinking it's real. If it was tangible, you think I'd be here hanging out with these losers? I'd be in Vegas with, like, tigers and a sequined cape and shit. Like the high circle would let you, Mariposa said, rolling her eyes. They'd stop you before the triumvirate did. They hate non-witches stepping on their shit. Dude, I know, but if I could... Anyway, I cut in before it could turn into the argument it always did, and gestured to the large man. That's Andre. The muscle? Dante assumed. I couldn't blame him for the assumption. Andre was so tall that when he stood up straight, his head touched the ceiling and he was built like a powerlifter, with heavy arms and a body like a brick wall. When he shifted, he looked more like a grizzly than a wolf. Andre, I said, he wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm a Buddhist, actually, Andre chimed in. So, yeah, not even flies. Andre's our forger, I explained, and he's a goddamn artist. Right, Andre? And don't you forget it, Andre agreed, gesturing at me with a wooden spoon. He'd unpacked the bags onto the kitchen counters and jumped right into making what looked like pancakes. I'm also the medic, and I do most of the driving. And, yeah, a little heavy lifting when it's needed. I'm flexible. Plus, if we need something done and none of us have got the right skills for it, Andre always has at least one cousin who does that shit professionally, Domino added with a chuckle. If anyone's the muscle here, it's Evie. Fascinating, Dante said. I'm already aware of Ms. Evie's skills. Which leaves Mr. Domino. He looked at Domino, glancing pointedly at the black band on his wrist, which most people would have mistaken for a watch. Domino ran his tongue over his teeth and shoved his hands in his pockets. If you know what Evie can do, then you know what I can do, he said. Please, elaborate, Dante insisted. I would have stopped him. I knew how much Domino hated being seen without his glamour, and he couldn't exactly show off his powers with it on. But Domino just huffed and adjusted the black band on his wrist. His glamour melted away like it had never been, like how he'd looked before had just been a trick of the light. He had no horns or tail like Whisper, or any of the wilder Fae traits I'd seen in some changelings. But he was a marvel to look at. His skin had a texture like marble, and swirls of black and white rolled across it like ink dropped in milk. Every strand of his hair flickered with bands of black and white. Only his eyes, red as coals, broke the monochrome. As we watched, the random Rorschach patterns in his skin grew still and took more recognizable shapes. Color bloomed across him slowly. Even his clothing melted into the pattern. Soon, it was difficult to tell where his skin ended and the wall behind him began. If we hadn't already known he was there, it would have been hard to spot him at all. Then the color washed out all at once, and Domino was back. He fixed his glamour before he spoke. There, happy? Very impressive, Dante said, leaning back. And you can do this too, Evie. Not as well as Domino, I confirmed, shrugging. But, yeah, I thought you knew, though. Knowing and seeing with your own eyes are two different things, Dante replied. All I've seen you do is put a man's head through a tile counter. Well, you're not going to see me camouflage anytime soon, I said, looking away. That shit's exhausting. I don't do it unless I have to. Fair enough, Dante agreed. But there is one other talent you possess, correct? Impressive as Miss Mariposa's lockpicking may be, it wasn't she that broke the magical security over Lord Faro's treasure room. I bit the inside of my cheek and stood up, putting more space between me and Dante. I didn't know how he knew about that, but I sure as hell didn't like it. Yeah, I confirmed. I can nullify some magic when I touch it, but it's unreliable and weird about what it will and won't work on, which is part of what got us into trouble at Faro's, so I wouldn't rely on it. Oh, I never would, Dante said, standing up and straightening his jacket. Well then, I suppose it's my turn. I am Dante of House Belial, and as I told Mr. Domino earlier this week, I intend to hire you, and in particular Ms. Evie, to steal an artifact of significant value. He took a folder from his jacket and laid it on the card table. The crew, save Andre, who was busy with pancakes, crowded closer to see. He opened it up to spread out a collection of blueprints and specifications for Grace Cathedral. From the opening ceremonies of the Tournament of 5 Races, tonight. Fuck that, Tripp said with a loud laugh. Come on, Tripp, Domino said, leaning on the table. Nah, man, Tripp said, waving his hands at the whole thing dismissively. Maybe if we had a couple months to prepare, but tonight, not a chance in hell. He's got a point, Mariposa said, pulling one of the schematics closer. It's not enough time. For something like this, I'd want 2 weeks of prep at least. Figuring out security specs, doing test runs, getting the right gear. I can provide any gear or details you require, Dante added. He stood a little apart from us, near the sofa, though he didn't sit down. As for test runs, well, I'm confident in your ability to get it right the first time. What are we even after? I asked. You still haven't told us specifically what we're stealing. Dante stepped closer, drawing a glossy photo out of his jacket and laying it in front of us. I heard breath catch around the table. We all recognized what was in the photo from the agonizing hours of our childhood spent learning magical history, while the human kids were enjoying summer. A sheet of parchment, kept magically pristine despite its great age. Elaborate hand-painted illumination surrounded a dense block of handwritten script, signed with 5 red wax seals, each one stamped with the sigil of an ancient royal house. This is what I want you to steal, he said as we stared. The Treaty of 5 Races. I knew it. I threw my hands up, backing away from the table. I knew you were fucking insane. You want us to break into Grace Cathedral, one of the primary seats of vampire power in the city, the day before the biggest party the Triumvirate has thrown in 30 goddamn years, and steal the magical Declaration of Independence? No, Dante said, clearing his throat. I want you to infiltrate the cathedral during the party, and steal the magical Geneva Convention. What he expected me to say to that? I don't know. I looked at Domino instead, gesturing wordlessly at Dante's obvious insanity, in hopes he would be a voice of reason. Domino ran a hand through his hair, making his glamour flicker again, casting his features briefly in stark monochrome. Okay, Nick Cage, he said with a sigh. I'm gonna need you to walk me through this. I'm assuming you've got some kind of plan. I have more than a plan, Dante replied. I have an invitation. He produced an embossed cream envelope from his jacket with a flourish. He must have had some kind of Magitech pocket in there to keep so much shit in it without ruining the perfectly tailored silhouette. One of you will be attending the event as the guest of Lord Huron of House Dianthus, he explained. His lordship wishes to have his host in attendance, but escorting livestock to a formal event would be an unspeakable breach of etiquette, and presumably quite the insult to his lordship's wife. Yeah, I bet, Domino muttered sarcastically while sounds of disgust circled the table. Even Anton paused making pancakes to shake his head. I just ignored the flinch of revulsion and hoped he'd move the conversation along quickly. Something about being reminded of the hosts in the context of fancy party social faux pas made it worse. Fuck vampires, honestly. Wait, hold up, Trip cut in. What's a host? Dude, do you live under a rock? Mariposa gave Trip a baffled look. Cut him some slack, Anton said. The leeches don't exactly advertise that shit. Hosts are the vampire's food supply, I provided. Humans they keep like farm animals. What, like in stables? Trip's lip curled in fascinated disgust. Maybe. Nobody's allowed to see the farms. Don't be ridiculous, Dante said impaciently, rolling his eyes. You tell him then, I said, crossing my arms. You're the expert here. What are the human farms like, Dante? Dante sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. They're called enclaves, first of all, he said. And while they are admittedly distasteful, they're a necessary evil. They provide the vampire community a steady supply of blood and new vampires without putting the secrecy of our kind at risk. The enclaves made it possible for the triumvirate to outlaw hunting mundane humans, for all but a select few. They also encourage vampires to remain part of the courts, where they're manageable and subject to the triumvirate's laws. Yeah, but you're literally keeping people on farms, Trip pointed out. You called them livestock. A crass pejorative which I used to illustrate the attitudes of the aristocracy towards bringing such a person to an event of this caliber, Dante countered. Despite some vampires' less than egalitarian views towards hosts, they are not livestock and the enclaves are not farms. They're more like villages, which the hosts are allowed to roam freely, socializing and organizing their own communities. All the hosts' needs are provided free of charge, some quite lavishly depending on the wealth of the elder who owns them. They have private homes, education, entertainment, and only the finest food and medical care to ensure they live long, healthy lives and produce high-quality plasma. In return, they are only asked to donate blood once every 4 to 6 weeks. And if they're pretty enough, they can get sold at auction, Mariposa added with false cheer. Dante huffed. Particularly attractive or talented hosts may be given the opportunity to impress the court at large. If they catch someone's eye, and that person is of high enough standing in the court, the vampire may take them as a companion. You mean buy them, I corrected. There is a fee, Dante reluctantly conceded. Compensation for the blood no longer being produced for the court. Slavery, Trip concluded. You're talking about slavery. I'm talking about the necessities of vampiric existence, Dante said with clear exasperation. A vampire who takes a host is expected to eventually turn them and become responsible for their introduction to the court. Expected, but not required, I pointed out. They can also just dump them back at the enclave or kill them when they're bored. Return them to the enclave, yes, Dante said sharply, but never kill. Killing a host or any mundane human is strictly forbidden and punishable by death or exile from the court. The triumvirate does not tolerate wanton murder that might reveal the entire community. And furthermore, while we may not be legally required to turn our hosts, any man who didn't would be ostracized at court, which can carry a death sentence of its own, I remind you. Court politics are a deadly business. That must be so hard for you, I said, dripping sarcasm. Poor baby. Mariposa agreed with an exaggerated pout. Whisper mimed crying behind her. Can we please return to the matter at hand? Dante asked, his expression carefully neutral. Go for it, man, Trip said, shaking his head. I'm still processing the necessities of vampiric existence. Dante cleared his throat and continued. I graciously offered to arrange for Lord Huron's host to attend as part of my entourage, escorted by a member of my security detail. Unfortunately, Lord Huron himself will encounter some car trouble and be unable to attend, and thus won't notice that his host has had a sudden total change of identity. And who exactly is going to be playing the host? I asked, a pit in my stomach. I was already pretty sure I knew exactly who he was planning to stick with that shitty job. "Why, you, of course," he said, confirming my fears. "No," I said flatly. "No chance in hell am I pretending to be some leech's pet blood bag." Dante looked like he'd expected this and just found it tedious. "May I remind you Lord Huron will not be present?" he said. "You will not be expected to fulfill any of a host's traditional duties, I assure you. For all intents and purposes, you will simply be another guest." As if. A host in a room full of vampires was no more a guest than a lobster in the tank of a seafood restaurant. Except people didn't usually hit on the lobsters before eating them. "I don't care," I said through my teeth, crossing my arms. "Do I look like the kind of person who does fancy parties? Get someone else to do it." "With all due respect, no one else can," Dante replied. "The arrangement specifies a female host. The most cursory background check would reveal Miss Mariposa graduated from an occult school, and the lovely Miss Whisper's glamour would give her away in an instant." "I'll do it," Tripp volunteered, grinning. "I look great in heels." "I'm certain you do," Dante said. "But your arrest record disqualifies you, I'm afraid." Damn. "Furthermore," Dante went on, "whoever plays the part of the host will also be the one retrieving the treaty from its case and sneaking it back out through the party. Miss Evie is not only the only one capable of playing the role of host, she is also the only one with the necessary powers to disrupt the magical security around the treaty's case and remove it safely. So that was why he insisted on dragging me into this bullshit. Son of a blood-sucking bitch." "What do you say, Eva?" Domino asked, looking at me with that concerned expression on his face. I hated that look. It always felt like he was seeing right through me. "If you're not down for it, we'll figure something else out." "We don't have time." Dante started to protest, but Domino cut him off. "I don't know how you usually operate," he said, "but we don't force people to do shit they don't want to do around here. You want her to walk into a room full of vampires and pretend to be an edible party favor, she better goddamn well be doing it because she chose to." "It's fine," I said, despite the sour taste in my mouth. "I'll do it." "You sure?" he asked, giving me that look again. "I said it's fine," I repeated, trying not to snap at him. "Dante's right. We don't have time. Let's just get on with it." Domino didn't look comfortable, but he didn't argue any further. Dante cleared his throat and continued. "The rest of you will find you've just been employed as members of the catering and wait staff. The IDs and security badges will be ready by this evening, as will your uniforms. I would have had them prepared for this meeting, but I wanted to be certain of your skill sets before I decided your roles in the plan. You three will be waiters," he said, gesturing to Tripp, Mariposa, and Whisper. "Mr. Domino will be driving the catering van. Mr. Anton will be posing as a sous chef. I do hope you can cook more than pancakes." "Oh, I think I'll muddle through," Anton said with a chuckle, not looking up from the stove. "Anton's daddy was a line cook," Domino explained. "Growing up, he spent more time in restaurant kitchens than at school." "My pop worked in some of the finest restaurants in the city," Anton said proudly, "till they hired some fancy celebrity head chef. Turned out to be a racist-ass vampire who thought wolves were only fit for washing dishes. Pop wouldn't let them demote him without a fight, so the bloodsucker blackballed him. Only place that would hire him after that was a Waffle House in Hunter's Point. C'est la vie." He shrugged, flipping another pancake. "At any rate," Dante went on, "you need only cook well enough to not be thrown out of the kitchen. Your job will primarily be to secure our exit once we have the treaty, and to keep an eye on this." This turned out to be a slim, unremarkable black case that might have been a fancy clutch. "What is it?" I asked, reaching for it. Dante pointedly held it out of my reach. Before I could decide whether to risk punching him, Mariposa smoothly snatched it out of his hand without even leaving her spot by the wall. I could feel the barest tingle of her power, there and gone in an instant, as it wrapped around the object and yanked it through the air towards her. Dante frowned but didn't object as she turned it over in her hands curiously. "It's enchanted," she said, raising an eyebrow as Whisper leaned over her shoulder to look as well. "You can barely tell. They either used a really small demon or this is some very pro work." "It's most definitely the latter." Dante held out his hand expectantly, and Mariposa returned the case, sticking out her tongue at him. "This is how we'll be removing the treaty from the premises. The magical security net over the cathedral won't allow any artifact to be taken through it, and it would attract too much attention to bring the entire net down. This case will instead cloak the treaty's magical signature. Neither the security net, nor anyone attempting to scry for the treaty specifically, will be able to see it while it's in that case. The guests' belongings will be scanned and searched as they enter, but the caterer's equipment will be under far less scrutiny. Mr. Anton will bring the case in along with the other tools, then pass it off to one of our waiters at the right moment, who will bring it to Miss Evie in the main hall." He pointed out the route between the kitchens and where the party would be held on a floor plan. Mrs. Mariposa and Whisper will slip away approximately 15 minutes before the opening ceremonies begin, while Mr. Tripp remains in the ballroom to cover their absence. They will proceed down into the crypt where a maintenance crew will have conveniently left a certain panel exposed, from which you can disable the security around the treaty's case. Once the ceremony begins and the guests are distracted, Miss Evie will make an excuse to leave her escort and meet Mr. Tripp by the Chapel of Grace, here where the treaty is displayed. Mr. Tripp will keep watch and direct any guests away from the area, while our lovely Miss Evie deals with the final security measures around the case and retrieves the treaty. By this time, Mr. Domino should have the van waiting just outside the kitchens, and Mariposa and Whisper should already have joined him. Once the treaty is secured in the case, Tripp and Evie will hurry to the kitchens as directly as possible, where Anton will be waiting to ensure the way out remains clear. You make your exit, bring the treaty to me at the agreed-upon location, and we all become very, very rich before sunrise. "You already have a buyer lined up?" Domino assumed. "Of course," Dante scoffed. "I would hardly attempt to steal something like this if I didn't. Payment is half up front, remainder on delivery. I can have the money in your accounts within the hour, assuming we're all agreed on the plan." Domino looked around the table expectantly. "Last chance to back out, guys. Speak now or forever hold your peace." Mariposa looked at Whisper, who shrugged. "Looks solid enough to me," Mariposa said. "I guess we're in." "I'm in," Andre added from the stove. "Man, I don't know," Tripp said. "Still sounds crazy as shit to me. But I'm in if you guys are." All eyes turned to me, and I pretended to study the schematic on the table so I wouldn't have to meet their stares. "Your call, Evie," Domino said. "Can't do it without you." I thought about calling it all off for a minute. Maybe I could figure something else out. Finally leave San Francisco, move east maybe, somewhere the rent's cheaper. I'd find a way to get Aaron to college one way or another. Or not. But at least we'd stay afloat, stay together. That should matter more than clinging to the city I was born in, or some fancy school, or proving some asshole principal wrong. It should, but it didn't. Fuck it. I already said I was in. "All right," Domino said, straightening up. "Sign the checks, Mr. Cage. Let's do this." "Perfect timing," Andre said, nudging past him to set 2 big platters of pancakes on the table. "Breakfast is ready." I spooned a pile of blueberries onto a pancake and drenched my plate with maple syrup. Domino handed me a cup of strong black coffee. Dante ran everyone through a more detailed version of the plan, including the technical details of how Mariposa and Whisper would disable the security. But as I finished my first stack of pancakes, Dante checked the time and, like something out of Mary Poppins, pulled a long black umbrella out of the apparently infinite pocket in his stylish blazer. "I believe you all can take it from here," he said, using the end of the umbrella to cautiously peek around the blackout curtains at the town car, with the heavily tinted windows idling just outside the trailer. Text me if you have any other questions. Otherwise, Miss Evie and I will see you this evening. Wait, what? I stared, confused, as he offered me his free hand. Am I going somewhere? I should think that would be obvious, he replied, shaking open the umbrella, its canopy complete with foot-long drapes. We need to get you fitted for a dress. Chapter 6. As my mom used to say, in for a penny, in for a huge pain in the ass. He dragged me up towards Union Square, but drove past the tourist-swamped branded boutiques. He'd given the faceless driver up front no more instruction than go, but the man wordlessly navigated the side streets and crowds of the downtown area towards an unknown but apparently pretty obscure location. I watched through the tinted windows, keeping track of where we were in case this turned bad and I needed to get out. We passed near south of Market just briefly enough for me to glimpse the troll barrier. A string of bells in all shapes and sizes hung over the street, tied near the Fae space transformers on the power lines. The barrier circled almost all of Soma and cut through part of the Tenderloin and the Mission. It wasn't an official blockade, and every once in a while the vampire elders would make a show of taking sections of it down. But it was always back up within a day. A reminder to all trolls from their neighbors. This far, but no further. Finally, we pulled into a street just off the financial district. Narrow but clean and clearly wealthy. There were few people about, and the businesses were discreet and mostly boring investment and banking shit. Not something that would attract a lot of Monday activity. The hair on my arms stood up as we approached a crisply painted line on the street, and then we crossed into Fae space. A heat mirage shimmer, and then the light shifted purple. Here we are, Dante said as the town car pulled over. He stepped out, umbrella over his arm, squinting in the light while he dug his shades out. The UV filtering built into Fae space meant vampires, trolls, and light-sensitive Fae could operate during the daytime. But apparently, that didn't make it any easier on their eyes. Outside the UV shielding of Fae space, that umbrella and his shades were all that stood between Dante and the world's worst sunburn. I almost wanted to see that, and not just because it would be satisfying to watch him get a little crispy. It would also be a good way to judge his age. The younger a vampire was, the longer they could tolerate direct sunlight. A freshly turned vampire could be out in the sun for an hour maybe before it killed them, though after 30 minutes they'd probably be in enough pain to be begging for death. An elder would have severe burns in minutes, and be dead in 15. Exposure was the most popular form of suicide among vampires that reached 100 years or so and realized they couldn't cut it. It was a slow, painful death, but apparently it was less shameful than poisoning yourself with silver or hawthorn. Still, it had to be direct, sustained exposure to kill. They could avoid the worst of it with umbrellas and hats and gloves, though I had to imagine keeping every inch of skin covered during the height of summer had to be damn uncomfortable. I slid out of the car after Dante and directly into a puddle of ambient magic. There was so much magic being thrown around here that the runoff washed across the street like an oil slick, swirls and spills of color splashing like shallow water around the ankles of pedestrians. That just tended to happen in places the Fae hung out a lot. They bled magic like stuck pigs. I shook the living color off my shoes and hurried to the sidewalk. I'd never been to this part of town. Driven past it, maybe, but I didn't have the money for an area like this, and I wasn't stupid enough to go poking around in a place that was so clearly vampire territory without a good reason. The town car drove off without us, and Dante guided me down the street, winding through the mild, midday crowd. The people on the street were almost exclusively vampires and more Fae than I'd ever seen in one place. The occasional witch stuck out only because they were the only ones not impeccably dressed and ageless, or 7 feet tall and glittering like an ad for the latest holographic highlighter. The only wolves were uniformed security. There were no trolls or goblins in sight. The fine old brick buildings played host to a parade of gleaming storefronts, exclusive boutiques, and trendy little cafes. Every spare inch of wall bristled with magical architectural detail and abstract art installations. The vampiric tendency for Gothic maximalism clashed and mingled with the Fae's Art Nouveau meets the new weird thing. Baroque frescoes crawled up the corners of buildings and joined into impossibly delicate twisting arches like tangled tree branches over the street. The walls crawled with spiraling runic carvings that pulsed with circuitry. Stone gargoyles with dynamic, modernist bodies like something sculpted by Beth Kavanagh loomed from the building edges, and I sidestepped to avoid the clear water spilling from their thorny mouths. Nearly knocked a guy over trying to avoid getting soaked before I realized the water was disappearing before it hit the ground in a scatter of rainbows. It dissipated the same way on the heads and shoulders of the people passing, including the pissed-off guy I'd bumped into. I braced for a fight, but Dante put a hand on my shoulder and the guy moved on, double time. I shrugged Dante's hand off, annoyed as I was embarrassed. The scent of magic, copper, and ozone made my nose itch. Fae-tech LED screens in Baroque frames equipped with spidery metal limbs jockeyed for prime positions on the sides of the buildings or on the arches and power lines over the street like bulky neon pigeons, blasting advertisements for designer blood additives in luxury cars. One selling a weight loss blood supplement followed us for several yards, trying to dance its way in front of me until I threatened it with Dante's umbrella. "Finally," Dante said as we approached a boutique that communicated a kind of haute couture fussiness, so loudly I was tempted to cover my ears and run. "Christ," I muttered, eyeing the magical signage above the front window, which was so stylized and dripping with so many magical effects that I couldn't actually read the name of the store. The dresses on display were nice, I guess, if you were into that kind of 80s fantasy puffy taffeta thing. Couldn't I just get something at Macy's or whatever? "We're not going clubbing, Evie." Dante gave me a critical look as he opened the door for me. "The triumvirate themselves will be in attendance. If you show up in something you bought off a clearance rack, they won't let you through the doors." "Admit it," I said, stopping in front of the door to meet his eye. "You're just enjoying torturing me. It isn't enough to make me go to this damn party. You have to make me play dress-up with fairies, too." I saw a smile briefly touch the corners of his mouth before he managed to hide it. "You did threaten me with a taser," he pointed out, which was, I guess, fair. Also, I would avoid using that word. Lady Amaryllis is the most well-respected dressmaker in the city, and I'm paying her a frankly outrageous amount to do this last minute, so I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't offend her. "I make no promises," I replied, but I let him usher me inside despite my reservations. Lady Amaryllis turned out to be a summer court fae who looked like a cross between an orchid mantis and Meryl Streep's character from The Devil Wears Prada. She spoke exclusively in the court tongue and hung around the back, sipping champagne and waving her pearly, segmented limbs at her swarm of identical and identically harried assistants as they forced me in and out of what felt like about 1,000 different dresses. None of which Dante saw, since he stayed just long enough to say something to Amaryllis, which made her laugh, probably suggestions for how to make this even worse for me, and hand her a small package wrapped in brown paper. She took it with the air of someone politely receiving an underwhelming birthday gift. But when she handed it to one of her assistants, they hurried it off towards the back while holding it carefully away from their body, like it was both indescribably precious and also potentially explosive. Then Dante bolted like he couldn't get out of there fast enough, despite me shouting curses after him, abandoning me to the claws of a hive of pincushion-wielding pixies. He returned an hour and a half later, by which point I'd run out of energy to fight, and was basically letting the Fae puppet me around like a living mannequin. They had at last settled on a dress, and had been busily pinning and measuring and adjusting for what felt like forever. I shrugged them off as I saw Dante and picked up the heavy skirt as I tried to figure out how to get down from the mirrored dais they'd been posing me on. Finally! As relieved as I was that this ordeal, or at least this part of it, was nearly over, I was almost more pleased just to have someone in the room who spoke my language. Being happy to see a vampire for any reason was a new and uncomfortable experience. "Where the hell have you been?" Dante had been looking down as he entered, several shopping bags over one arm, a coffee in his hand, tucking his sunglasses into his breast pocket with the other, so I got to see the surprised expression on his face as he finally saw me. I'd been braced for insults. I probably looked like a clown in all that fabric. But he just stared, eyes wide. "Errands," he answered vaguely. Then he blinked, cleared his throat, and composed himself. The surprise vanished under his usual polished, aloof smile. "I see Lady Amaryllis's reputation was not undeserved, though this is surprisingly understated for one of her designs." Understated wasn't how I would have described it. It was massive for one thing, with a full ball gown skirt which I doubted would fit through most doors. The skirt was made of scarlet satin gathered in a million dramatic pleats beneath the darker burgundy of the bodice. The sweetheart neckline flowed into off-the-shoulder sleeves, which draped into an almost cape of artfully layered loose fabric. There was an indulgent part of me that really wanted to twirl around in it like a princess. The more practical part of me was trying to imagine stealing anything in a tent like this. I threatened to start ripping things off if she put me in anything beaded, bowed, sequined, or appliqued, I explained, casting a dirty look back at Amaryllis, who hissed at me in return. "This is still ridiculous, but at least I don't look like someone set a bunch of preschoolers loose with the glitter glue." I saw another one of his blink-and-you'll-miss-it genuine smiles before he handed me the iced coffee he was holding. "You brought me coffee?" I asked, puzzled by the unexpected gesture. He shrugged dismissively. "The cafe got my order wrong, and I imagine you could use the caffeine. We still have much to do after all." I was getting better at telling when he was lying, or at least learning to expect everything he said to be bullshit. I tried the coffee, which was excellent. "I picked up a few other things as well," Damien went on quickly. "If you'll let the lady finish taking measurements for the alterations, I'll show you." I rolled my eyes, but the coffee had placated me more than I'd like to admit. I let myself be herded back onto the dais and sipped it as he unpacked the shopping bags. "Christ," I whispered, as he laid out a score of plush velvet boxes full of glittering jewelry. "You realize that's enough to buy me out of debt right there?" "Nonsense," he said, not looking at me as he removed a necklace heavy with rubies set in filigreed gold. "This is only what a patron of Lord Huron's status would be expected to provide for his host. We wouldn't want anyone to assume he's lost interest in you." Lady Amaryllis's assistants moved wordlessly out of his way as he stepped onto the dais. I held stiffly still as he put the necklace on me, the metal cool against my skin, a little too aware of the brush of his fingers against the back of my neck. "There," he said, stepping back as he adjusted the chain. "At this rate, you'll outshine all the elders in their finery. I was worried you would attract too much attention, but I must admit I expected it to be for rather a different reason." "Are you trying to flatter me now?" I asked sarcastically. "Never. I don't believe in it. Flattery is the clumsy tool of the desperate and underprepared." He turned away with a flippant gesture, then waved to Amaryllis, striding off the platform towards her. "Amy, you glittering goddess, you have outdone yourself. Will your genius never cease? Your shell looks phenomenal today. Is that a fresh molt?" He cornered the Fae under a hail of compliments, then switched to the court's language as he interrogated her about, from what I could decipher of the handful of words I understood, the color of the fabric. Finally, I was allowed to take the stupid dress off, for a couple of hours at least, and Dante led me back out into the street. "We're a bit behind schedule," he said with a disapproving hum. "I need to have my own suit adjusted. Perhaps I can get makeup to join us at the hairdresser." Whoa, wait. No, I said quickly. I played along with the dress thing, but that's where I draw the line. Dante wrinkled his nose, staring at me in baffled confusion. At getting your hair done? Why? I don't like people handling my hair, I said, feeling my skin heat with embarrassment. Or touching my face. I just can't do that, all right? You cannot attend this party without your hair and makeup done, Dante said plainly. I'm afraid I have to insist. I bit the inside of my cheek, looking for an alternative, or at least a way to explain. What the fuck was I supposed to say? I wasn't lying about not being comfortable with people touching my face and hair. Anyone being that close tended to make me start throwing punches instinctively. But there was a bit more to it than that. My parents took me to a face-based salon once when I was a kid. Told the beautician I was a witch. But it turns out, little-known fact, beauty spells have to be really specifically calibrated. If major variables like, the person's species are off, they backfire horribly. Long story short, all my hair fell out the day before the start of 3rd grade. Not an experience I'd like to repeat. But I couldn't tell Dante that, even if he'd probably already figured that I was a changeling. How about a compromise? I said instead. I have a friend who's a hairdresser. Let me call her and see if she can fit me in. I doubt your friend is as good as the incredibly exclusive salon I have booked, Dante said pointedly. I said nothing, just crossed my arms and adopted the most stubborn posture possible. He sighed. Fine. I suppose it's better than nothing. As long as she doesn't work at a cheap Clips in the mall. That first day of 3rd grade, when I showed up with no hair, that's when I met Judith. I was a tomboy kid, and at 9 I was already starting to get shit for it. Judith was the other side of the coin. She was too girly. All rainbows and frills and frothing excitement about unicorns. She got even more shit for it than I did. Kids are little assholes to one another, and not doing gender right seems to be one of the first things they learn to torment each other about. But that first day, she loaned me a scarf and promised to bring me a wig from her costume trunk, and I broke the nose of a kid who tore up her Lisa Frank binder. From then on, we were sworn to defend one another to the death, and that was before we saw each other at the other side after-school program and realized we were both magic, which still didn't mean I was thrilled about having to get a makeover. You seriously haven't let me do your hair since middle school, Judith said, scrunching my curls up against my head thoughtfully as she deliberated how to style it. I watched her in the mirror, still as chubby and freckly as she'd been in school, with thin, fine red hair that she'd always bemoaned, too flat and straight for the proper princess hair she wanted. I half thought she'd gone into hairstyling just looking for a way to change it. I guess she'd never found a solution that suited her, but she had the healthiest, longest hair I'd ever seen. It was nearly waist length now when it was loose, though she kept it pinned up at work. It's not like I'm doing anything that deserves a fancy hairdo, I replied with a shrug. I don't have time for dating or going out. Think I'm going to put that much effort in for Dwayne at the bodega? The drive-through line at the burger place? I don't even shave my legs for those assholes. You know you don't always have to have a reason, Judith pointed out, leaning over my shoulder. Sometimes it's just fun. I sat in her chair in the dinky independent salon where she worked. It was a small, local place. Not a cheap Clips in the mall, but maybe one rung up. Judith had been working there since graduation while she studied for her certification in mundane cosmetology as well as beauty magic. For you, maybe, I said, rolling my eyes. So what's the occasion? Judith asked, reaching for one of the books of example hairstyles near her bench. Must be big to finally get you in my chair again. Did you finally get a date? God, no! I scoffed. It's a work thing. A work thing that requires you to get your hair done? Judith paused, raising an eyebrow. Did you get a new job since I saw you last month? Sort of, I muttered, looking away. "You're not working for Domino again, are you?" Judith asked in a concerned whisper. "No," I answered quickly. Not technically a lie. I was working for Dante. Domino was just also working for him. It's just, I'm just going to… Fuck it. Fine, it's a date. Happy? Judith squealed and hugged me. "Yes, finally! Who is it? What are they like? Tell me everything." It's kind of a blind date," I said, scrambling for an explanation. "Someone I work with set it up. His cousin has an invitation to this party and needed a date, and I would never have agreed, but the party is kind of a big deal, so…" "What's the party?" Judith asked, frowning. I winced in anticipation before I spoke. "The opening ceremonies of the tournament?" "Holy shit, Evie!" Judith said so loudly that the other stylists paused what they were doing to look at her. She smiled apologetically, then repeated herself at a more subdued volume. "Holy shit! Like the actual opening ceremonies gala, the one they put on TV." I nodded, feeling the first flutter of actual nerves at the thought. "This changes everything," Judith declared, dropping the book she'd been holding and digging out another, much slimmer and clearly less frequently used one. "Why did you come here in a t-shirt? We need to get you a button-up ASAP. I think I can borrow one from Angie. What are you wearing? What's the neckline like? Details, Eve. Quick. This is going to take all afternoon." Seriously? My hopes of having some time to chill out before I had to risk my life flew out the window. Judith went to work in a fervor of hairspray and beauty magic. As she washed and dried my hair, she measured its precise length and looked up star positions and weather conditions on her phone. She'd explained it to me once when we were younger, after I'd confided in her about being a changeling during the wee hours of a middle school sleepover. "The secret to magic is how everything's connected," she said. "Everything is always pushing on everything else. Whenever you're doing a spell on something, you gotta look at all the stuff that's pushing on it. Messing with all of those is what causes the change you want. You gotta look at all the stuff the thing you're putting a spell on pushes on too, or you can cause way more changes than you meant to. The really good witches, the high circle and the wizards at the university, they can remember all the influences on something just by looking at it." Changelings apparently made this extra difficult. A spell that worked on a vampire would generally work on another vampire, assuming the other influences were right. But no two changelings were alike, so casting anything on them was a total crapshoot. Of course, this is Judith we're talking about, so once she learned to cast her first beauty spell, she practically made it her life's mission to figure out how to get them to work on me. Eventually, through lots of trial and error, she'd stumbled on something that worked most of the time, and didn't collapse too catastrophically when it didn't. She made it look deceptively easy, running her fingers through my hair to create sheeny and flawless curls, pinning sections up with a gesture, adjusting coil and color with a thout. A quick glance around the room made it obvious how much faster and more fluidly she worked than any of the other beauticians in the room. "You can do so much better than this place," I said, but Judith just rolled her eyes. We'd had this conversation too many times. "Not with my grade, I can't," she said. "The magic grading system is bullshit. You know it, I know it, they all know it." Judith sighed, gesturing with the heavy, wide-toothed comb she was using as a wand. "Seems like the only ones who don't know it are the ones in charge of hiring people. As soon as they see that number on my application, I've got no chance. I'm lucky they even hired me here. I'm the lowest graded witch on staff. But not the lowest in the building. I was, technically, a non-airy grade witch. Witch was what my parents had put on all the papers when I was a kid, but since I hadn't gone to a cult school, I'd never registered or been graded. Non-airy was the lowest grade that could be given under normal circumstances, denary being reserved for those who couldn't do magic at all. To be graded non-airy, a witch either had to be so hopelessly inept at magic that they could barely outcast a human, or they had refused to be graded. And to most witches, the only reason to refuse being graded and registered was because you were so bad at magic you'd have been graded non-airy anyway, so they just slapped that number on anyone who didn't show up for the test. I didn't particularly care, except for when it got in the way of my ability to get jobs at any business run by a witch. But the system screwed over Judith too, and that made me want to flip tables and set fires. She'd talked endlessly about going to the High Circle University when we were kids, but she'd been graded only a rank above me, octonary, and been barred from entry. "You're better than anyone here," I griped. "Yeah, well, the final practical test for magical registration is biased as hell towards evocation, and I can't make a fireball to save my life," Judith replied with a dismissive gesture and a little laugh. Maybe if they'd had a few questions about repairing heat damage to 4A-type natural hair or matching magical concealment spells to combination skin tones, I would have been graded higher. As it is, I'm just grateful this place was willing to give me a chance. Eventually, I'll save up enough to open my own salon, and then my grade won't matter. "It's still bullshit," I muttered. "It just pisses me off." Occult schools tended to focus on memorization, rote, and lecture style. Judith was naturally gifted, so she didn't need to memorize all the extra information most witches relied on. Unfortunately, she had a panic attack during the standardized testing, and she never got the chance to show what she was capable of. "Yeah, me too," Judith said with a chipper smile and a shrug, pulling out a plastic tackle box full of hair accessories. "But what can you do? It's not up to us." "Just one more thing." "Now hold still," Judith demanded, digging through the box and pulling out a bag. "I'm almost finished." She decided on this fancy half-up, half-down thing that she said complemented the neckline of the dress or whatever. The top layer was all carefully arranged curls, magically frozen in place, pinned back into a deceptively casual-looking knot. Under that, the rest of my hair fell loose around my shoulders in heavy, sweeping curls. It was probably less formal than Dante would have preferred, but I appreciated the slightly wild look to it. As a final touch, Judith arranged a coronet of delicate silk flowers, their petals almost translucent, nested among the curls like they'd grown there. With a gesture, she changed their color, from pearly white to a deep burgundy, finally to a dramatic red that was just a shade closer to orange than scarlet. In that color, they seemed less like petals than tongues of flame. "There. I hope I match the color of the dress right. It's so hard to tell from cell phone pictures." "It's perfect," I assured her. "You did amazing." "Why, yes, I did," Judith said proudly. "Now, on to makeup." The torture was never ending. Chapter 7. I was Judith's last appointment for the day, so once she was done with my hair, we went back to her apartment for the final stage of my big, stupid makeover. Halfway through, my dress arrived, dropped at the door by a Fae delivery service about 30 seconds after my phone chimed with a text from Dante telling me to expect it. I didn't want to know how he got Judith's address. Judith feigned swooning when she saw me in it. "Evie, that's the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen," she said, circling me in stunned admiration. "Your date just gave you this? How loaded is this guy?" "Wait till you see the jewelry," I replied, indicating the boxes that had been packed underneath the gown. "Oh, this is enchanted," Judith cooed, dropping to her knees to examine the hem of the skirt. "That's crazy! Do you have any idea how hard it is to enchant silk?" "No idea at all, actually," I confessed. "I don't really follow fashion. Or witch stuff." Judith gave me an exasperated look. "They taught us about this in school. I know you were there. I sat right next to you." "Then you know I spent most of those classes asleep." "Enchantment was completely theoretical 50 years ago," she explained. "They've known how to access the demonic plane, even pull demons over, for thousands of years. But they just crumble on contact with this reality, and we still don't know why. Then, in the 1960s, a group of university wizards figured out they could bind the demons to certain rare metals in order to keep them on this plane. And someone else figured out you could etch spells into the metal and use the demon as a permanent power source, essentially making it possible to operate magic without a caster. It revolutionized the magical community, kicked off the Fae Magitech boom, the permanent glamour scandal. Evie, how could you not know this stuff? I knew about all the stuff at the end, I said, crossing my arms. Anyway, Judith rolled her eyes. Enchanting silk is crazy hard, and this dress probably costs more than my apartment. Can I turn it on? Depends, I said, eyeing the gown warily. Can you tell what it's supposed to do? Judith squinted at the fabric for a moment, twisting it in her hands. Looks kind of like the same spells I use for hair color. I think that's an ombre mod. That line looks like the refraction setup I use for glitter, but the conditions are so precise I can't tell what half of them are for. But it's just a beauty spell, right? Nothing that'll make me blow up or turn blue or something? Why would your date send you a dress enchanted to make you turn blue? I could only shrug in the face of Judith's baffled expression. I wouldn't have put it past Dante to build in something like that, just to torture me. But I couldn't explain that to Judith. Let's just turn it on and see what happens, she said finally, and I watched, tense in anticipation of disaster, as she closed her eyes and reached out with her powers to touch the enchantment. She barely had to brush against it before the enchantment lit up. Once it was active, even I could feel it buzzing against my skin like an electric charge in the air. A ripple of light ran through the dress where Judith touched it, and everywhere it passed, it left glowing. The entire gown seemed to smolder like a banked ember, casting a subtle candlelight glow across my skin. The shadow of every pleat and artfully draped fold seemed to hide a glimpse of the deep red heart of a blazing furnace. It was at once subtle and spectacular. It could have easily been too much and come across as cheap and cheesy, but it had been applied with clear skill, barely noticeable except when I moved, and the swing of the full skirt revealed the flicker heat of molten gold. Evie, Judith said, breathless, I know you haven't met this guy yet, but I think you need to marry him. Let's not go that far, I said, a bit stunned myself, swishing the skirt to watch the color grow more intense, like molten metal growing hotter as I fanned the flames. Think of the money, Evie, Judith replied, then gasped. Think of the wedding! My phone chimed again, and I patted myself down for it in a daze before remembering I'd left my phone on the table. Judith handed it to me, and I cursed as I saw the text waiting for me. My date's on his way here, I told Judith, picking up my skirt and hurrying back to the seat where she'd been working on my makeup. We gotta wrap this up pronto. Say no more, Judith assured me, swooping in with a makeup brush. When I was painted to her satisfaction, I put on the jewelry Dante had sent along, which almost made Judith cry. The final touch was a slim, black clutch purse, made to exactly match the enchanted case I would swap it for later. I'm not sure your phone is going to fit in that, Judith said as she handed to me. Doesn't need to, I said with a grin. The dress has pockets. Seriously? We were interrupted by the chime of the doorbell, which had Judith leaping to her feet. Oh shit, showtime! Do I look all right? I asked, feeling a sudden spike of self-conscious panic. The pulsing glow of the enchanted dress suddenly seemed garish and stupid. What am I doing? I probably look like a burning oil tanker. I never should have let them talk me into this. I'm so stupid. Evie, the door. Fuck, right! Judith unlocked the front door while I smoothed my skirts, already mentally going through the checklist of wardrobe malfunctions and makeup disasters I was probably displaying. How can you be getting ready for something all day and still feel like it snuck up on you? Then Judith opened the door, and all at once my feelings rocketed from self-conscious anxiety to shock, and then barreled on past that towards embarrassed anxiety. You! standing in the doorway, golden hair gleaming in the setting sun, in full evening dress complete with a fucking tailcoat, and yet somehow still looking like he could herd cattle at a moment's notice, was Detective Ryan Carpenter. Because of course it was him. I should have guessed Dante would set me up with the one hot guy who saw me immediately post werewolf assault. That was just the kind of week I was having. "Miss Barr," he said, looking equally caught off guard. His accent was more pronounced when he was surprised. "You know each other?" Judith asked, standing between us holding the door. It took me a second to gather enough focus to answer coherently, since most of my brain power was bouncing between intense embarrassment and the desire to break Dante's nose. "This is Detective Carpenter, the one who took my statement after the thing at Harvey's the other night," I explained, my jaw tight. "The one you said looked like if the state of Kentucky designed a romance novel cover," Judith replied in a poor excuse for a stage whisper, her eyes wide. Ryan gave me a look, part pity, part amusement, that made me want to punch one or both of them and run. "Yes," I said through my teeth. "That one." Police detectives must get paid a lot better than I thought. Judith eyed Ryan critically. "Only when they're in the pocket of a vampire," I replied. Ryan frowned, then cleared his throat. "Sorry for the surprise, ladies," he said, inclining his head first to Judith and then me. "If it makes you feel any better, Dante didn't tell me either. I was half expecting he'd set me up with a troll, if I'm honest." "Sorry to let you down," I said with a dry shrug. "You'll just have to make do with me." His smile crinkled the corners of his eyes charmingly. I felt my anger dissolving rapidly. It wasn't possible to stay pissed at a person who looked so much like the human equivalent of a golden retriever. "I think I'll survive the disappointment," he said. "Are you all set to get going? We're running a bit late." I checked myself quickly, making sure I had the clutch and my phone. I'd already texted Aaron to let him know I was going to be working tonight. There was nothing else I could think of that needed to be done, much as I wanted some reason to put off having to do this. "I'm good," I told him, turning to Judith. "I'll text you from the party and when I get home." "Just text me a string of emojis if you need me to come pick you up, babe," Judith replied, and snapped Ryan's picture with her own phone. "Got his picture for the police in case you disappear." "He is police, so you're probably better off going to the media first." "Good point." "Guess I'd better scratch serial murder off the agenda for tonight," Ryan put in, amused. "Oh, almost forgot. This is for you." He handed Judith an envelope, and her eyes widened at the wad of cash inside. "This is double my monthly salary," she murmured, her eyes watering. "The one nice thing about vampires," Ryan shrugged. "They tend to overpay." I hugged Judith, then took Ryan's arm as I stepped through the door, if only because between the heels and the huge skirt navigating steps and small ledges was kind of a problem. "Bye, Evie," Judith said, waving. "Have a good time." When the detective's back was turned, she gestured aggressively at her ring finger, raising her eyebrows for emphasis. I studiously ignored her. Dante's town car was waiting for us, but Ryan had apparently sent the driver home. He opened the car door for me and, to my embarrassment, helped stuff the excess fabric of my skirt in after me so that it wouldn't get caught in the door when he closed it. We drove in silence then, a policy I was happy to adopt and maintain throughout this whole ordeal if possible. Unfortunately, Detective Carpenter had other ideas. "I'm not in any vampire's pocket, you know," he said. When I only gave him an unimpressed look, he continued, defensive. "Not all cops are on the take." I couldn't stop myself from scoffing. "Right, and not all vampires burn in the sun." "I happen to be proud of what I do," he said, jaw set in stubborn defiance. "Good, honest police work. I'm not pretending there aren't any cops out there playing private army for the count, but I'm not one of them." The fact that you think that means anything is actually kind of sad." He looked taken aback for a moment, flustered. "If anything, you're the one working for a vampire," he said, almost stumbling over the words. "Me?" I'd been slouching in the seat, but I sat up now, mouth open in angry shock. I probably didn't have any right to be so offended, considering I kind of was working for Dante at this point. "I don't even know the guy, all right?" Ryan insisted. "I only tracked him down last night because of his involvement in the incident at the bodega." "How'd that work out for you?" I asked, arms crossed over my chest. He shrugged, mouth twisted in an annoyed frown that he directed at the road instead of me. He was a typical vampire about the whole thing, of course. Wouldn't give a statement or anything. But then he starts talking about how this friend of his needs an escort to a party and favors greasing the wheels of society, or some such bull. And I agree to it because I need the damn paperwork signed, and now here you are, his friend who needed a favor, in a glitzy-ass get-up I'm assuming he bought you, claiming that I'm the one working for him. If I'm in his pocket, you must be riding in the waistband of his fancy silk underpants, if you'll pardon the expression. "I will pardon nothing," I said with a snort. I wanted to stay angry, but I was too busy trying not to laugh at this uptight cowboy saying fancy silk underpants. "All right, fine, whatever. I'm the vampire shill, and you're pure as the driven snow. Happy?" "No," he declared after a moment's frustrated deliberation. But then he settled back into his seat, unable to think of what else to say. Silence lingered for another long moment. I caught him glancing at me several times before he spoke. "So, why does Dante want you at this party with me anyway?" At least Dante had the good sense not to try and bring the one semi-uncorrupt cop in the city in on this. I scrambled for a reason for a minute before remembering I already had one. "He's just doing a favor for a lord in his court. The lord wants me there to, serve him," I said, uncomfortable even thinking about it. "But bringing me as his +1 would be embarrassing or some shit. So you're my cover." "Oh." A complex series of emotions crossed Ryan's face before settling on a kind of hesitant pity. "Then, you're his host." "Yeah," I confirmed, choosing to look out at the passing buildings rather than at him. The word was bitter and hard to say. I felt like I needed a shower for even pretending. "You don't seem like you're from an enclave," Ryan said after a beat, his voice soft and tense at the same time, like he wanted to be gentle, but it wasn't enough to cover his discomfort. "I'm not," I said, choosing the easier lie. I leaned against the window, keeping my eyes averted. Lord Huron prefers his meat wild. It was unusual, but not unheard of for a vampire to take a mundane human as a host, though they had to have powerful connections in the courts to get it approved. They usually targeted artists and other successful types with talents the vampire community wanted preserved when the host was eventually turned. When they decided to amuse themselves with some no-name Mundy with nothing to offer the courts, rather than being rewarded with eternal life, the host probably had a mind wipe in their future, or a one-way trip to an enclave. "I'm sorry," Ryan said awkwardly. I just shrugged. I heard him clear his throat, shift awkwardly in his seat. He tried to change the subject. "You look nice." "It's just the dress," I said dismissively. "A goblin would look nice in this get-up." "That'd have to be some goblin," Ryan countered and chuckled. "Seriously, you look great." I tried to act like I was blowing him off, but it's hard to completely ignore a guy who looks like that complimenting you. "You're a wolf, right?" I asked. "What do you think?" he shot back, echoing what I'd said at the department. But it made more sense for him. There weren't many other side cops who weren't wolves. The vampires put a lot of effort into recruiting wolves into police or private security. Yeah. I rolled my eyes. "So where's your pack from?" "Santa Fe." "What made the pack move out here?" "Nothing," he said, and smiled at my confused expression. They didn't move. Just me. You don't have pack here? I asked, because I had to be misunderstanding. No, not really. The rest of my unit, maybe. It's not the same, but it's close enough. Well, that was unusual. What made you leave? I asked, then realized the answer was probably personal and backpedaled. I mean, if you want to tell me or whatever, I don't care. He shrugged like it was no big deal. Needed a change, but I wanted to stay close to the magical community. Other side presence is pretty thin on the ground everywhere else in the country, unless you want to move to New York or Miami. I can't stand the cold, so New York was out. And everybody magical in Miami ends up in Hawk to the Mouse working at a theme park. So San Francisco was my only option, really. That was true. Magical folk were a fraction of a percentage of the population, and we tended to congregate. Outside major cities, our presence dropped to just isolated pockets, small settlements of just 2 or 3 families, usually gathered around some landmark of magical importance. But I also knew Santa Fe had a decently sized community, at least big enough for a face-based shopping district. And wolves just didn't up and leave their packs for no reason. Living alone isn't that unusual, he said, seeing my incredulous look. Especially since the housing initiative, a lot more wolves are going packless. Pack living just isn't practical anymore. We had to adapt eventually. I just nodded and didn't press it. Whatever his reasons were must have been serious and personal for him to be bullshitting like that. The conversation dwindled awkwardly into silence again. He cleared his throat. So, he said, you live with your brother, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, I confirmed. Why? You got to interrogate me about my family, he said. Now it's my turn. Is it just you and your brother, or are your folks around? Just us, I answered stiffly. And if I were you, I'd drop it at that and ask me about something else. He frowned at my sudden prickliness and, like I'd expected, didn't take my advice. Why? I cut him off before he could finish the question. They're dead, I said bluntly, and I'd rather not talk about it. I tried not to see the immediate guilt and pity in his expression. Nothing pissed me off more than the pity. Well, I sure put my foot in it there, didn't I? He said with an awkward chuckle. In your defense, I said, forcing myself to sound casual. Dead parents isn't exactly something anyone expects to have to avoid during casual conversation. You're far from the first person to step on that particular landmine. Still, he ran a hand through his hair, mussing the fashionably messy hairstyle Dante had probably made him spend an hour in a stylist's chair to perfect. What do you say we just rewind and pretend that never happened? Sounds good to me, I said immediately. As long as the conversation moved to something else, or preferably to comfortable silence, I'd be happy. You like music? He asked after a moment with an air of desperation that almost made me laugh. That's what you're going with? I asked. You sure you don't want to talk about the weather? I'm doing my best here, he said with a helpless laugh. Yeah, I confirmed, if only because I felt bad for the guy. I like music, classic rock, indie stuff, goblin metal when I'm in the right mood. Goblin metal? He gave me a look from the corner of his eye, grinning. It's really great when you're pissed off and just want to throw things and break shit, I said, returning the smile. I'm pretty sure that's how the goblins record it. The lyrics can be surprisingly deep, okay? I said while he shook his head, laughing under his breath. What about you? Please don't say country. Classic country, he said with careful emphasis. Modern stadium country is written by New York music executives based on a shallow stereotype for sale to middle-class Midwesterners who like to pretend to be rednecks. Amen. I propped my elbow on the window and my chin on my hand. So we're really doing this? Small talk. unless you want to get in depth about the politics behind the evolution of modern country. I could say a thing or two about the Dixie Chicks. I'm just saying, this conversation is already 2 strikes down. Maybe we should pitch a few underhanded before we end up benched. Nice baseball metaphor. Thank you. I love baseball. I'm more of a hockey fan. Never saw the point of baseball. Well, I grew up in a football town. Being into baseball was just a way to be rebellious. Now that I understand, you were a rebellious kid? I grimaced, watching the traffic crawl past through the window. Rebellious would be an understatement, I said finally. I'm sure you weren't that bad, Ryan said, trying to play it off. I was a fuck up, I countered, looking him in the eye. Major league. In your defense, I don't think I've ever met a teenager who wasn't a fuck up of some variety. Being stupid little shits is just part of growing up. I had a shot at a full-ride athletic scholarship, and instead I decided to get arrested for petty theft, underage drinking, and shooting bottle rockets at parked cars from the roof of the Dollar Theater. All at once? Ryan asked. Or were those separate instances? All at once. Stole the bottle rockets. Not the booze? No, I paid for the booze. But I stole the cash I paid for it with. Wow. Like I said, Major League. Ryan nodded thoughtfully, processing this. What did you play? He asked after a moment. Pardon? The athletic scholarship. What was your sport? Oh, track and field. Primarily hurdles, long jump, and pole vault. But it was my long-distance running that got me noticed for the scholarship. Really? He said, looking genuinely surprised. Somehow I was imagining something more aggressive. Hand me a javelin sometime. I'll show you aggressive, I said, laughing. I'll shot put your ass into next week. I decided not to mention that I'd tried out for girls' basketball first and broken someone's arm before deciding contact sports were a bad idea. Being a changeling gave me a leg up in track, too. I was effortlessly faster and stronger than most of my teammates, but at least I couldn't hurt anyone. Having finally discovered a topic in which neither of us had so many buried landmines, we talked sports for the rest of the drive. He complained about the police department's lackluster team. I bitched about finding decent places to run that worked with my schedule. Despite the awkward start, he made conversation easy, easier than it was with almost anyone but Judith. For a minute, I almost forgot my anger and the desperate thing I was about to do. And, just for the length of a drive, I could almost see how we might have been friends. More even, if it weren't for the fact that, though Ryan didn't know it, we were on 2 very different sides. Chapter 8. The sun had been nearly down when he picked me up, and as we approached Nob Hill, it was dark enough for vampires to be on the street without the protection of coats and hats and parasols to shield them from the direct sunlight. Grace Cathedral glittered in the darkness, lit up in full splendor for whatever mundane event was being held to cover the activity of the opening ceremonies. The Fae space border was a good distance away from the cathedral itself. I felt us drive through it like a shiver over my skin, and in the soft purple light of the other side, the true cathedral was all the more splendid. Though its French Gothic architecture made it seem ancient, the oldest parts of Grace Cathedral had been built in the 1920s. Most of it had been finished in the 60s, or at least that was true of the mundane cathedral. The vampires had been building in that spot since probably the 1700s, using Fae magic and witchcraft to hide it before the invention of Fae space. They influenced the building of the mundane cathedral later to better hide what had become the seat of vampire government in the Americas. The mundane cathedral was a close match to the part of the true cathedral it overlapped, but in Fae space, it was only a small part of a much grander building. A palace sprawled behind the cathedral, a forest of Gothic towers and domes, home to the vampiric government and the triumvirate themselves. All those towers were dripping in magical decoration, but I doubted most of the guests would be allowed any deeper in than the main transept. I'd been doing a good job of ignoring my nerves so far, but as Detective Carpenter helped me out of the car at the valet stand, I felt my stomach twisting again. Why couldn't Dante have just let me break in through a window? The stress must have shown on my face, because Ryan took my arm to help me up the steps and patted my hand reassuringly. "You know," he said, "I am supposed to be your escort tonight. Look out for you and all that. If you need help with anything, you've only got to ask, even if it's about this Lord Huron." I shot him a look, not sure whether I should laugh. On the one hand, it was nice of him to offer. On the other, even if that was what I was worried about, there was hardly anything a police detective could do about a vampire lord. Titled vampires could do anything they liked to their hosts except kill them. And if Lord Huron murdered me, it'd be a bit late for Ryan's well-intentioned but useless intervention. Besides, with what I was planning tonight, I couldn't exactly have a police detective following me around. "I'll be fine," I told him. "Seriously, you should just enjoy the party. I don't need any looking after." "All right," he said, backing off. "But the offer stands. Just let me know." We were a bit early, but there were already other couples, mostly vampires and fae, dressed to the nines as they ascended the cathedral steps. San Francisco's only magical news network had a reporter standing out front, streaming live on the other net. I avoided the camera's gaze, the butterflies in my stomach feeling more like a knife in my gut. I didn't like that anyone here was going to see my face. The last thing I needed was for it to be all over the other net, too. The golden doors of the cathedral stood partly open so that the guests could still see the shining bronze work panels, masterfully sculpted relief images of Adam and Eve, David and Goliath, Solomon and Sheba. Beyond them, a small line waited in front of a check-in desk. "Did you know those aren't the replicas?" "What?" I'd barely noticed Ryan speaking, too busy nervously eyeing the security flanking the desk, and couldn't make sense of the statement. He gestured to the doors. "The Ghiberti doors." When I looked at him blankly, he explained. "The doors, the originals anyway, were made by a human, Lorenzo Ghiberti, back in the 1400s, for a cathedral in Florence. Then during World War II, they were taken down and hidden to keep the Nazis from stealing them. While they were in hiding, someone took casts and made replicas of them, which were bought by Grace Cathedral." "Vampires love their religious imagery," I said dryly, looking at the door more closely. It was beautiful now that I gave it more than a passing glance, though I'm surprised they'd care about something made by a human. Vampires are weird about art. They can talk shit about humans all day, but for some reason, art is always the exception. It's like people who complain on and on about Indian cab drivers, then decorate their apartments with Buddha heads and statues of Ganesh. There's a willful disconnect. "Say no more," I replied. I knew the type. "But these aren't the replicas? Don't tell me the vampires snatched the originals." Ryan laughed. "Nah, they'd never dare. Nominally, the triumvirate rules all vampire kind, but the European courts basically operate autonomously, and they have a lot of power in Italy. They'd start a war for that kind of insult." "So they're not the originals, but they're not the replicas either," I asked, confused. "In the 90s, they decided the replicas were getting too weathered and needed to be protected," Ryan explained. "So they made replicas of the replicas. These doors, and the version in the mundane cathedral, are copies of copies. One of them is a copy of a copy of a copy, though I'm not sure if the mundane doors or the magic ones came first." "Huh, weird," I said, thrown off by the unexpected trivia. "How do you know?" "I used to come here all the time," he explained. "The mundane version, anyway. Take the audio tour and wander around." "Around the Vampire White House?" I asked, baffled. "Why?" He just shrugged. "Why not? It's a beautiful building, peaceful. I used to walk the labyrinths, look at the art. I think I've only ever been here on school trips, I muttered as the line brought us closer to the check-in desk. You wouldn't catch me dead here normally, not even in mundane space. Too many vampires. Even outside of Fae space, vampires were in and out of the cathedral all day. It was the seat of their government, and thus of all magical government. You wouldn't find more vampires anywhere else in the city. Fair, Ryan admitted with a chuckle. But not the sentiment I'd expect from someone in your, career. I nearly choked and was fortunately spared having to answer by reaching check-in. I gave the woman with the clipboard the invitations and the fake ID Dante had given me, being careful to angle it away from Ryan so he wouldn't notice I wasn't using my real name. The security guards gave us a perfunctory sweep, glanced inside my bag, now empty except for the lipstick Judith had loaned me, red as my dress, in case I needed a touch-up during the night, and waved us through. It felt like my heart stopped beating until we were past them. Inside, the cathedral was even more spectacular. The rose window had been magically illuminated and spilled color across the shining tile of the floors. The great pillars and archways seemed to stretch into infinite dark vaults of an impossible ceiling where stars glittered. Above the central aisle, an art installation made of thousands of paper birds given magical life soared serenely towards the ceiling in a flock so dense it seemed to form a path you could walk on. Apparently that was the intention, as the couple ahead of us tested it cautiously at first, then rushed up it like they were afraid it would give out if they slowed down. Couldn't blame for that, to be honest. But the birds were deceptively solid. The couple, laughing, vanished into the infinite dark of the ceiling, probably to a hidden dance floor. Cute idea, I said, not meaning it. Want to try it? Ryan suggested. He smiled, revealing dimples, and I had to stop myself from agreeing immediately. He was cute as hell, and fun. I could easily lose the whole night just enjoying the party with him. God knew it had been a long time since I'd enjoyed myself. But I had work to do. I needed to check in with the others, and the sooner I ditched Ryan, the easier it would be to avoid him when the time came to get down to business. I considered it for a minute, sorely tempted, but I shook my head. No thanks. I'm not a fan of heights. Besides, I need to find Lord Huron. If Ryan could tell I was lying, he didn't show it. He reluctantly released my arm, stepping back with an awkward little shuffle. I'll see you later then, he said stiffly. When you aren't busy with him. Yeah, maybe, I said evasively, not wanting to make promises, but also suddenly reluctant to be here alone. I shook off the feeling and forced a smile. Later, detective. With a small wave, I turned to make my way through the hall, leaving him behind. Though the evening was just beginning, the hall was already full of people in beautiful clothes. The women wore spectacular dresses that made mine seem plain by comparison, and many of the vampire men had chosen elaborate historical formal wear instead of the expected white tie, with the favored theme seeming to be French Baroque, though I also saw elaborate cultural traditional outfits on some of the presumably older vampires. The Fae, never to be outdone or restrained by a dress code, were moving modern art pieces regardless of gender or court affiliation. Few wore glamour, which made it difficult to tell where fashion ended and their bodies began. When they weren't making the effort to look like humans, Fae were anything but. Summer court Fae tended towards the insectoid, all glittering wings and iridescent carapaces, accented by copious amounts of greenery, fruit, and flowers. Winter Fae were more bestial, with a penchant for the dead or dying, thick fur parting around bare black ice mummy faces, white lichen growing over heavy hooves, rodent skulls strung between their antlers. I nearly bumped into one who bristled with 6-inch thorns, most of them decorated with impaled songbirds which, kept alive by some magic, twitched and cried in weird synchronization. I would have been as skewered as those birds if I hadn't caught myself. As if the Fae weren't already dangerous enough. There were more winter Fae than I'd expected given how close we were to midsummer. The Wild Court was, of course, not in attendance. They didn't even come into the city if they could help it. I made my way as casually as I could towards the catering tables in the north transept. As I passed the stained glass windows, I glanced up to see they had been enchanted as well. Gone were the saints and angels, replaced by a vast dragon. As I neared the buffet table, I spotted Trip, Mariposa, and Whisper almost immediately, dressed almost as nicely as the guests in the sleek matching uniforms of the catering staff. There was a small army of help attending the handful of tables, which were carefully separated according to the dietary needs of the guests. You didn't want a witch to accidentally grab a glass of plasma-spiked wine and make themselves sick. And the Fae tended to like their food a little more raw or fermented than anyone else would be comfortable with. Trip, in dark shades to avoid inadvertently using his powers on anyone, traded jokes with a vampire guest while he served them fancy blood-based canapes. Mariposa was filling champagne flutes, while Whisper leaned against the table near her, trying to sign one-handed, since the other was occupied by a drinks tray. I caught their eye, but didn't go over, waiting for Mariposa to finish arranging glasses on her tray and come to me. "Everything good so far?" I asked quietly as she offered me a glass of champagne, which I accepted. "So far," she confirmed. "We've got more than an hour to kill before the ceremony starts, though. Plenty of time for something to go wrong." She slipped me the case while she spoke, swapping it smoothly for my clutch. "There's an earpiece in the bag," she whispered. "Mundi tech, not magic, so there shouldn't be anyone listening in. Stay off the line until things get rolling anyway. No reason to take any chances." "We've got this," I assured her as I took the case, despite not being particularly confident myself. "Enjoy the party in the meantime," she muttered, starting to move away. "I've got to spend the next hour serving champagne and finger sandwiches to a bunch of rich vampire bastards." I felt bad for her, but I know she wouldn't have wanted to trade places even if she could. She was serving food, but as a host, I'd basically put myself on the menu. I could already feel the eyes on me, tracking me through the room. "Do me a favor and keep them well fed," I said under my breath. "I really don't want any of them deciding I'd make a convenient snack." "No worries," Mariposa said, offering me a secret smile. "If any of them try anything, we've got your back. I'll kick all their asses." "Don't," I warned her. "I don't want you breaking your cover just because some bloodsucker got a little handsy with me. That'll just get us all killed." "Fine," she said, rolling her eyes. "But if you need me, just shout." "Thank you, and same," I said, turning away from her with my champagne. "Now get back to work before someone notices us talking." As she moved on, I found a discreet spot near a column where I could dig the tiny earpiece out of the case and slip it in. It was very easy to miss or dismiss as a hearing aid if it was spotted, but I made sure my hair covered it anyway, just in case. I turned it on, but the line was silent, as Mari had suggested it would be. Still, it was reassuring to know they'd be able to hear me if I needed help. I couldn't hang around the buffet all night, but as I moved back into the crowd, I felt more aware than ever of just how alone I was. I didn't know anyone here. I didn't want to know anyone here. I had an hour and a half before I could do what I came here to do, and nothing to do until then but wander around alone in my stupid, uncomfortable heels, avoiding Ryan and hoping no one tried to take a bite out of me. It was going to be a long evening. A small orchestra was performing in the choir area behind the altar. Pretty but uninteresting classical pieces for milling around and socializing too. I assumed there'd be better dance music later, but somehow I didn't think I was going to be hearing any top hits tonight. Maybe if some of the Fae got bored enough. I idled by the orchestra for a while, wandered around looking at the art, but the longer I fucked around, the more stares I noticed from the other guests. I shouldn't have been surprised. Anyone looking at me could tell I wasn't Fae or a vampire. There were very few guests here that weren't one or the other. The witches in attendance were presumably of the absurdly wealthy, well-known variety. And then there was me, unknown, wandering around by myself in a dress that glowed like fire every time I moved. Maybe I should have stuck with Ryan. There weren't many wolves here either, but like him, they all had the unmistakable, straight-backed alert look of security personnel. Standing next to him, I might have looked less out of place. As it was, I stuck out, which is the last thing you want when you're planning to steal something. I fought the urge to camouflage myself. I shouldn't have let Dante rush us into this. If we thought about it for more than a minute, this would have been obvious. I froze for a moment as I caught someone staring at me again and found myself staring back. He was unmistakably a vampire, though he must have been older when he was turned. Even through that timeless quality all vampires had, there was a look of maturity to him, something authoritative and severe. His skin was dark bronze, and his long black hair curled at the shoulders of his perfectly tailored suit. He had a thick beard, the ends squared off in a way that seemed incongruously modern against his face. He was handsome, absolutely, but in a way that for some reason reminded me of the paintings on the sides of ancient Greek vases or on the walls of pyramids. Bronze Age beautiful. I'd never met a vampire who struck me so immediately as something anachronistic is the word, I think, out of its proper time. There was something kind of off about any vampire. But this guy seemed actively at odds with the century around him. Time itself seemed uncomfortable around him. And he was staring at me, intent, unblinking, not even pretending he wasn't. My mouth was suddenly too dry and I wished I'd made my champagne last longer. Before I could try to make myself look busy or make a run for the bathrooms, he started walking towards me. He didn't hurry, but he didn't stop staring either. I felt frozen, but even if I could have bolted, I had a feeling he would have followed me at this same casual pace, patient and inevitable. And I didn't want to find out what would happen if he caught up to me somewhere with no people around. He stopped a foot or two away from me. "Good evening," he said, easy and conversational. His voice had a soft, distant quality to it. "Are you enjoying the party?" "Yeah," I said, too stiff and starting to sweat under my fancy dress. "I mean, yes. It's, really nice. Love the stained glass." I nodded absently towards the windows, and he smiled, just barely. He still hadn't looked away from me once. "Have you had a chance to look at them properly?" Not yet, but I'll probably get around to it before the night is over." "You shouldn't wait. They really are a marvel." "Right," I agreed, sensing an out. "I'll go look at them now." "I don't believe we've met," he said. I had started to turn, but his voice froze my feet to the floor again, afraid to turn my back to him. "Are you here with someone?" "Lord Huron," I said quickly, not meeting his eye. "Of House Belial." "Is Lord Huron in attendance?" he asked, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer. "I haven't seen him." "He's not here yet," I said, though every part of me was screaming that it was a bad idea to admit I was alone. "Car trouble. We came separately." "Ah." He finally took his eyes off me, nodding, and I wasn't certain whether to be relieved or worried. "I see. I did hear rumors that Lord Huron was planning to bring his host tonight. It's a bit of a scandal." Something about his bearing changed. All at once he seemed less overwhelming. Though he'd kept a respectful distance, it had still seemed like he was looming over me. Now he seemed more relaxed, his smile almost charming. Though he'd apparently turned off whatever strange intimidation he'd been working, I was no less on edge, especially not as he leaned closer to brush a strand of hair away from my throat. "The rumors did not mention you would be so lovely. I can see why Lord Huron was willing to risk having you attend him here. A shame he isn't here to show you off as he wanted." I bit the inside of my cheek. willing my heart to stop beating so fast. Normally, if a guy had made a pass at me like that, I'd have been fighting the urge to deck him, or at least call him out for it. But the anger I usually had to fight so hard to control just wasn't there. My hands were cold and my face was hot, and I felt like a cornered animal. I'd never been faced with fight or flight, and not chosen fight. But for the first time, it was an effort not to run. The enchantment on my dress was brightening, pulsing, and I realized belatedly that it was keeping time with my racing heartbeat. I'd naively believed the color of my dress and its enchantment was meant to resemble fire. I felt a horrified pit in my stomach as I realized the color was blood. The enchantment was broadcasting my frightened heartbeat to a room full of hungry vampires. The recognition of my own stupidity hit me like a gut punch. I'd been dressed as a host. What was I expecting? Lady Amaryllis couldn't have been less subtle if she'd had me posing on a silver platter with an apple in my mouth. Feeling too young and in over my head was a sensation I'd become familiar with since my parents died, but it had never been quite this terrifying, or felt this much like drowning. "Since Lord Huron isn't here to escort you," he said, his hand on my shoulder, "perhaps you would allow me the honor of keeping you company this evening. I don't believe your lord would begrudge me a dance or two." My stomach clenched as I searched for a way to tell him no, my heart hammering in my throat and echoed in the flicker of light from my dress. Someone like this wasn't going to take no for an answer. I could deal with pushy guys. I had to do it all the time. Loudly telling them to fuck off in a tone that implied failure would result in grievous bodily harm worked on most of them. But just the idea of saying no to this guy made me feel shaken and helpless. "I'm not really much of a dancer," I said, the excuse as weak as my voice. "Then we will not dance," the vampire replied. I was certain he could see the way my heartbeat spiked, reflected in the pulse of color from my dress. I wondered if he had convinced himself it was excitement, or if he was enjoying my fear. His hand on my shoulder was like iron, steering me away from the crowd off into the shadowed aisle behind the pillars. I was too afraid to dig in my heels and fight him, but I don't think I could have, even if I'd tried. My strength seemed to have vanished, swallowed up by the miasma of fear that followed the stranger. It must have been some kind of magic. Older vampires developed strange powers, and this one was very old. The fear he caused pressed down on me like a weight on my shoulders. The fact that it was unnatural made it no less all-consuming. I was keenly aware that he could kill me and I wouldn't be able to fight, or even call for help. But he didn't kill me, at least not yet. He led me below the stained glass windows instead, and we stood looking up at them. The windows depicted the creation of the world and the 5 races by Tiamat. Every race had at least one version of the Tiamat myth, if not several variations on it. But this was the vampire's preferred version, the one that cast vampires as the favored firstborn, divinely appointed to rule over everything else. "Lovely, aren't they?" the vampire said. "We commissioned them specifically for this event." "They're great," I said evasively, feeling sweat run down my back, itching beneath the heavy corset built into the bodice. "Tell me the truth." The command caught me off guard. It was considered impolite to go around using compulsion willy-nilly, and I was pretty sure it was inexcusably rude to compel someone else's pet human. But more than that, I was shocked by the sheer weight behind the order. I'd been compelled a few times before, mostly young vampires at the bodega trying to get me to let them leave without paying, whose compulsion was so weak I could shrug it off without even trying. Once or twice I'd felt it from older vampires, but though the compulsion had been stronger, I'd still been able to resist it as long as I saw it coming. Compulsion was usually only dangerous if you weren't expecting it. You'd obey without ever realizing it wasn't your decision. But this order hit me like a freight train, like it had knocked the wind out of my lungs. It seized me like a giant fist, slamming shutters down on all my other thoughts and worries. I felt like if I didn't obey it immediately, I would die, or at least have one hell of a panic attack. There wasn't time to think about resisting it. Obeying was as instinctive and instantaneous as pulling your hand out of a fire, as gasping for breath while drowning. "They're awful," I blurted, my skin feeling blotched with hot and cold. "Grandstanding vampire supremacist bullshit, and you put them up there specifically to piss people off and rub it in their faces that you're going to win this tournament like you always do." The vampire laughed. His hand was still on my shoulder, cold and heavy, and I struggled to catch my breath. "Delightful," he said. "Has Lord Huron told you of our history then?" "Some," I said, and hoped he wouldn't compel me for the truth again. Usually a second compulsion would be much weaker than the first, but the first had been so strong that now I wasn't sure what to expect. But the vampire seemed to just want an excuse to talk. "In the beginning, there was only chaos," he said, gesturing to the first window in the series, where a dragon lay curled in a figure 8, surrounded by darkness, digging teeth into its own tail. Until a piece of that chaos began to want, and became something else. Tiamat, the great dragon. So vast was the nothing, and so great her desire that she bit off pieces of herself to make the world. Her flesh became the land, and her blood became an ocean. She kept tearing off parts of herself until the world was big enough, and she was small enough to stand in it. In the upper half of the same window, the darkness became the waves of the ocean, and a woman stood on the shore, her arms wide, ribbons of red running down from them into the sea. Whenever the vampires depicted Tiamat, it was almost always as a beautiful, fair-skinned woman, which was a far cry from the bloody, chewed-up dragon I always imagined when I heard this story. The next window had cribbed a little from The Birth of Venus. A man, as fair and beautiful as the woman, stood framed by a wave of foaming water, reaching out to the woman, who stood in front of her own wave. The first time fresh water met salt water, they created Abzu, who became Tiamat's husband, the vampire went on, and together they gave birth to all the magical races. Sure enough, the next window featured Tiamat and Abzu at the top, looking down fondly on their children, one arm around each other, the other extended, enclosing either side of the image. In the center stood 5 figures in a pyramid, each one meant to represent one of the 5 races. The one that was supposed to be a vampire stood at the top, handsome and smiling and closest to the gods. Below him was a green-skinned elf, presumably intended to represent the Fae, looking sly and jealous, who stood next to a figure with a wand and a hooked nose, who it didn't take a lot of effort to guess was a witch. On the bottom tier stood a vaguely wolf-like monster, a snarling troll, and a goblin, teeth and claws bared. Not a flattering depiction, but at least they'd bothered to include the goblin at all. Most of the time they were ignored. I had a feeling their inclusion had more to do with balancing the composition than an attempt to be egalitarian. "We are all of us born of Tiamat," the vampire said, looking up at the window with the same fond, paternalistic look on the faces of Tiamat and her husband. Then he chuckled, patting my shoulder. "Well, not you, of course. Humans she made separately, to serve and feed her children. Look, there she is, shaping you out of the mud." He tugged me down a little further to see the next window, a triptych. One of the panels did indeed show a huge Tiamat dragging her fingers through the earth, 1,000 tiny, identical faceless humans popping out of the soil like exposed earthworms. The other 2 depicted her and Abzu teaching their children magic and helping them build great cities. I wanted to say something sarcastic, maybe ask if Tiamat had made all the great apes out of dirt, or just the genus Homo. Were Neanderthals just an early test build then? But I was still too afraid to speak, too aware of the inescapable grip he still had on my shoulder. "But of course, what's a creation myth without a fall?" the vampire said, pulling me onto the next window. "We must have our original sin. And like Uranus and Kronos, Ea and Apsu, Fafnir and Hreidmar, ours was to murder our father. None of the windows had been understated, but the death of Abzu was particularly florid, like something by Goya. The Fae and the witch restrained the noble vampire. The troll and the goblin held Abzu down, the goblin's fingers in the god's hair, dragging him backwards in an agonized curve, while the wolf tore his throat out, white teeth bright against the dark wine color of the blood. Seeking to steal his power for their own, Tiamat's children plotted to murder Abzu. But they gained nothing, and their mother's wrath cost them everything. For his failure to control that which had been given him to rule over, the firstborn was cursed to never again show his face to the sun. Having destroyed the god of order, the Fae were bound to a law they could never disobey, and the witches, who once knew all magic by nature and could cast it as easily as breathing, were stripped of all magical knowledge, forced to relearn it by rote and ritual. For their part, the trolls were banished beneath the earth, where they grew twisted and ugly and forgot the shape of their mother, and the wolf, for striking the killing blow, was stricken with a madness that made them little more than animals when the moon rose, the same madness that afflicted their alphas even generations later and necessitated their purging. If I hadn't been so afraid, I might have rolled my eyes. I sincerely doubted the mythical curse of Tiamat had anything to do with the vampire's decision to exterminate and outlaw werewolf alphas. There were only 2 windows left. One showed Tiamat smiting her children, weeping as she cast them into darkness. The last showed her wading back into the sea. Unable to bear the sight of her children or the world she'd given them, Tiamat returned to the depths of the ocean to mourn, leaving one last curse as she went. Since they had cooperated to kill her husband, they would never be allowed to unite again. They would war with one another from that day to the end of days. Well, I suppose we've disproven that part of the myth at least. Haven't we? He looked at me expectantly, apparently wanting my input again. I was tempted to just nod and agree with him, but remembering the command from earlier, I decided to be honest. Hardly. He smiled, his sharp teeth shining, which sent a cold shudder through me. Quite, he agreed. Anyone who thinks the fighting stopped with the treaty is a fool. He leaned closer to me, and I tensed like an animal in the grip of a predator. "Do you know what's more foolish still?" he asked in a playful whisper. "Thinking it ever should have stopped to begin with." He laughed, uncomfortably close, then suddenly paused, a strange expression on his face. "What an interesting scent," he said thoughtfully, his grip on my shoulder growing tighter. "Hold still." The compulsion seized me, making it impossible to even breathe as he leaned in so close to me that I could feel the warmth of his body mere inches from mine. I wanted to run. I would have given anything under the sun for the ability to move my legs, my arms, to shove him away and bolt. But all I could do was stand, frozen, feeling the heat of his breath on my throat. Someone in the crowd saved me by calling the man's name. "Alulim, cease flirting and come drink with me, you miserable corpse." The vampire pulled away from me immediately, his expression sour, and turned to look at who had called him. The oldest vampire I'd ever seen was grinning at Alulim with sharp white teeth. He must have been in his 70s when he was turned, at least. His black skin was lined with wrinkles, his stark white hair braided and shaped into 5 large wedges. Instead of the black tie jacket and waistcoat, he wore an embroidered black and gold caftan. "Excuse me," Alulim said under his breath. "I must go deal with a buffoon. We will have to dance some other time." I felt like I'd been holding my breath since he'd approached me, and didn't release it until he turned away to deal with the old man, who winked at me as soon as Alulim wasn't looking. I made a mental note to thank that guy if I ever saw him again. At the moment, I just wanted to get as far away from Alulim as possible. Shaking like a leaf and still feeling that aura of fear like a tire around my neck, I ran for the south transept, where things were quieter and I might be able to just hide until the ceremony started. Chapter 9. In a secluded corner beyond the southern exit was the Chapel of Grace. It was the oldest part of the cathedral and also where the artifacts were supposed to be displayed, including the treaty. It was also mostly deserted at the moment, which was all that mattered to me. I found an empty corner near the door and braced myself against the wall, forcing myself to take deep breaths, trying to fight back to tears stinging my eyes. I was not going to fucking cry here, not over some asshole leech. God, I could still feel his breath on my neck, and I scrubbed at it furiously to try and make the sensation go away. I stood there until my pulse returned to normal, and my dress stopped throbbing like a huge, horrible heart. Finally, enough of the fear eased away for my anger to come back. I was almost as embarrassed as I was angry, ashamed of my own weakness. I wanted to punch that son of a bitch so hard he shit molars. I wanted to leave, call this whole thing off and bail. Nothing was worth the risk of running into him again. Evie. I jumped at the sound of my name, then realized it was coming from the wireless two-way radio in my ear. Domino, I whispered back. Aren't we supposed to be keeping this line clear until the ceremony starts? I'm just doing last checks, he replied, making sure everything works. I heard, it sounded like you had some trouble there. You all right? I'm fine, I said quickly. I really didn't want to talk about what had just happened, not over a damn walkie-talkie while we were in the middle of a job. You sure? Domino asked again. If you need me to come in there and bust some heads, just say the word. I can be there in 30 seconds. I'm fine, I repeated. It was just a creepy bloodsucker. What else is new? Do you want to pull the emergency chute? He asked. It's not too late to just back out of this. I'm not backing out of anything, I said, a little too loudly. I'm going to scope out the target right now. Domino was quiet for a few seconds, probably considering overruling me, but he let it go. All right, he said finally. Be careful. Talk to you when the show starts. I took one last deep breath to steady my nerves, then headed into the Chapel of Grace. I'd told Domino I was scoping out the target, so I might as well actually do it. Only a few guests were milling about, looking at the display cases. The music was more muted, and I felt my heart settle as I browsed the displays. Tapestries bearing accounts of the First Great Occult War, the crown jewels of a vampire who had very briefly been a major European monarch, the stolen Da Vinci pages that described his extensive magical research, all beyond priceless, and none more so than the humble document that took pride of place at the far end of the chapel, the Treaty of 5 Races. I moved closer to look down at it, just a simple sheaf of parchment lying under the glass of its heavy wooden case. The script was meticulously hand-drawn and illuminated, the words familiar. They'd made us memorize it in my magical history class. We, the children of Tiamat, 5 races alike in power and grace, equal under the Mother, here set aside our swords and bind ourselves with the highest magic, to peace and to one another in new fraternity, in the name of the Mother, and for the sake of the survival of all our kind. Here do 5 nations, sovereign and united, declare in one voice an end to the callous fratricide which has haunted our peoples since our first days. We forsake all grievance and put aside every past hatred, swearing by the highest powers an oath to never again raise a campaign of war against one another. For the service of justice in defiance of tyranny, to further the freedoms of all peoples, to pursue mutual good and shared prosperity, let us be no longer 5 nations divided, but resolve to become one mighty kingdom, blessed in the Mother's sight, the unified magical peoples of the world. It looked just the same as it had in my history book as a kid, but somehow it seemed so much bigger now, maybe because I was planning to steal it. I suddenly kind of wanted to throw up. I was distracted by the sound of heavy footsteps. A troll shuffled carefully into the chapel, and the other two people looking at the artifacts exchanged a scornful look and exited. The troll ignored them, focused on the display cases. He was big, even for a troll, and moved cautiously. His suit strained at the seams. It wasn't unusual for trolls to hit 7 feet. This guy must have been pushing 8. His biceps were bigger than my head. The smooth stone surface of his skin was dark slate, with a green translucence where the light hit it, and flecks of glittering mica. He had a big, broad nose and a heavy underbite that made his already impressive tusks seem even longer. His hair, and the fur that touched the backs of his hands and tipped the end of his tail, was black with the same dark jade depths as his skin, long and sleek. It was pulled back for the event, but already trying to escape and fall into his face. "Is that what I think it is?" a shrill voice asked in a tone of mild horror. I'd missed the tiny figure of a goblin in the troll's shadow. She was maybe 4 foot nothing, and might have been mistaken for a human child from the back, till you noticed the blue cast to her skin and the bat-like ears. Her curtain of white blonde hair nearly touched the floor as she stood on her toes to see into the display case. Her eyes seemed to take up most of her face, massive and tawny. They were both looking at a case I'd passed by, containing what looked like a big chunk of stone, rough and broken except for one heavily engraved surface. "I think it is," the troll answered in a slow, uneasy rumble. "Gross," the goblin said with a shudder. "Why would they put that on display? Who was it? Does it say?" Like most goblins, she didn't have much of a nose to speak of, just 2 slits that were practically invisible when closed. Her mouth was equally ambiguous until it opened, at which point you realized it was as broad as her face and full of tiny, incredibly sharp teeth. Her dress looked like it had been stolen from a child's doll, all pink and bows, which she'd accessorized with as much costume jewelry as she could manage. She glittered and jangled with every movement. "The thing is in English. I can't read it," the troll said, tapping the little plaque that described the artifact. A lot of trolls couldn't read English, from what I'd heard. Their traditional schools only taught Trollish, and though most picked up spoken English just by growing up around it, few learned written English. Apparently, the fact that written Trollish had a unique alphabet and very different grammar made learning to read in English uniquely difficult. The goblin strained to read it herself, but couldn't reach. "I could lift you," the troll offered. "Don't you dare," the goblin snapped. "Half these assholes already think I'm your kid or your pet without you carrying me around on top of it. Ask her to read it." She pointed at me, and the troll's head turned in my direction. I flinched as he caught me staring. He had surprisingly beautiful eyes, deep and dark brown, like a deer, wide with surprise. He looked away quickly, flustered. The goblin made an exasperated noise. "Hey!" the goblin called out, while the troll gestured frantically for her to stop. "Can you read this thing for me?" "You don't have to," the troll stammered quickly, holding up a hand to ward me off. "It's fine." "No, I don't mind," I said, caught off guard and curious. "Really, it's cool. I'm not busy." "See, Flint?" the goblin said. "She says it's fine. Now move over so she can see it already, you big baby." He shuffled aside as I moved closer to lean over the plaque and grimaced as I realized why the goblin had been so disgusted. Jeez," I muttered. I glanced up at him, hesitating, then took a deep breath. The thing says it's a piece of Harold the Blue, mediator of a troll-fae conflict in the 1st century, recovered after his execution by shattering at the hands of the summer general Threadfern. I could see a kind of weariness settle on both of them as they heard that. What I'd taken for a chunk of stone was the remains of a person. Trolls turn to stone in sunlight. They returned to normal when the sun went down, but in the meantime, they were vulnerable to shattering. It wasn't easy to shatter a troll, but if you could break them down into small enough pieces, they wouldn't be able to change back when the sun went down. Execution, the goblin scoffed. That's a funny way to say murdered in cold blood. At least they remembered his name, Flint said, touching the edge of the case lightly. They usually just say unknown troll. Probably a passive-aggressive thing, the goblin suggested. Remind the Fae guests about that time they got embarrassed by a troll. Vampires love that kind of petty bullshit. Damn straight, I muttered, remembering the stained glass windows again. Aidi Opal used to tell us stories about Harold the Blue, Flint said almost sadly. He glanced at me again, then quickly away, tugging on the collar of his suit. He was a hero, did all kinds of great things. I've never even heard of him, I admitted, feeling awkward and weirdly guilty to be standing next to the remains of a murdered troll hero. I guess it's not a story anyone but trolls like to hear, he said, and shrugged his broad, heavy shoulders. That's because no one wants to hear troll stories, the goblin said, leaning against Flint's leg with her arms crossed. All troll stories suck. Too many sad endings. I checked the time quickly, but I still had a while before the ceremony began. I needed to avoid drawing any more attention, and frankly, I was more comfortable around these two than the pack of vampires out there. The other net liked to blow up about trolls being dangerous, but most of the ones I'd met were passive to a fault. Goblins were violent as hell, but they were also tiny. I could punt her across the room like a football if I had to. I've got time to kill, I said. If you wanted to tell the story, I'd like to hear it. The troll looked at me, blinking slowly in surprise. He had very long eyelashes. Seriously? The goblin asked for him. I'm here by myself, I said with a shrug. And I'm not about to spend the night talking to a bunch of stuck-up vampires. It's this, or wander around in a stupor till I offend someone and get thrown out. Hear that? The goblin said with a snort. We're better than nothing. First time for everything, Flint replied with a small, awkward laugh. I don't know, though. I'm not very good at telling stories or talking in general. I won't judge, I said with a shrug. Flint still looked uncertain, but the goblin gave him a little push, and he looked back at the piece of troll sitting in the display case, gathering his thoughts. Harold was a hero who went on many adventures, he said, with the tone of someone reciting something memorized. But eventually he grew tired, and he went to the burrow at Valkalami to spend his last years as an Issei, raising children and telling stories. I knew enough about trolls to sort of understand most of that. Trolls by nature were solitary and wandered all over huge territories. They usually only came together once or twice a year at special burrows. Children weren't raised by their parents, but in groups by elders who had finished wandering. Aiti and Issa were the trollish equivalent of mom and dad. But then, the summer court came, Flint continued, shoulders sinking a little. They wanted Valkulami. Who knows why? They didn't say. They just attacked and destroyed anyone who fought them. Sounds about right for Fae, I said, bitter and sympathetic. Half the occult war's history I knew started with the Fae arbitrarily deciding they wanted something and killing anyone who tried to stop them. But going after a troll burrow was cruel and pointless even for the Fae. Trolls held those burrows sacred, and I wasn't 100% certain on the biology of it, but I was pretty sure they needed those burrows to reproduce. They would die rather than give them up. They were either after the magic or the metal, the goblin said, rolling her eyes. Everybody knows troll burrows that have been in use for at least a couple hundred years accumulate a ton of raw magic, and the stone ends up super rich in rare minerals and ore. Why do you think goblins hang out with them? It ain't for their sparkling wit. Thanks, Dee, Flint said, giving her a look. What? It's true, Dee said, unrepentant. I heard about that, though I didn't know the specifics of how it worked. Something about their natural magic just enriched the earth around them. Farms and gardens near troll burrows supposedly did phenomenal, though you'd never want to raise animals there. In places where trolls still lived in the traditional way, they were notorious for snatching livestock. Anyway, Flint went on, Harold refused to leave. He sat down in front of the entrance to the cave where the children were hiding, and he was so big he blocked it completely. And then he wouldn't move. Even when the sun came up, he stayed and let it turn him to stone. In the evening, when he was flesh and bone again, still he wouldn't move. I'm guessing the Fae didn't appreciate that, I assumed. Flipped their shit, probably, Dee said, laughing. You ever see someone tell a summer Fae no? They throw tantrums like you wouldn't believe. Red in the face, screaming, throwing themselves on the ground, the whole shebang. And then they kill you horribly, of course. But man, what a riot. There were probably some tantrums, Flint agreed, scratching a patch of moss on his neck, expression a bit flustered. Fae law said they couldn't attack Harold if he didn't offend them or make himself a threat. They were technically in his home, so they couldn't hurt him without a reason. Fae are usually really good at getting around that kind of thing. They couldn't attack him outright, but they could do all kinds of things to make him miserable. Send awful bugs to crawl on him, give him terrible nightmares, dance around him with bells on for 3 days without stopping. I grimaced sympathetically. For a troll, there was nothing worse than bells. But Harold just sat there and took it all, Flint went on, a small, proud smile on his face. For 40 days, he didn't move no matter what they did to him, until summer was starting to fade and the summer court was getting weaker. Soon they'd have to leave to go fight the winter court for the changing seasons. So finally they gave up. General Threadfern had been the one trying hardest to move Harold, so he was, really upset. But he sat down with Harold to negotiate. It would have been better if he stuck with the bells, Dee said, shaking her head. I nodded in agreement. The first thing every magical kid learned, right after "don't do magic in public, dumbass," was never to make deals with the Fae. They're masters of bargaining, and they will always, always find a way to twist it so they can fuck you over. Frankly, we're all lucky that Fae law is incompatible with human law, or they would be some of the most terrifying attorneys on the planet. Harold knew the Fae would try to trick him, Flint confirmed. But he had to try, and he was one of the greatest mediators of his age. If anyone could have done it, it was him. He came close, too. Flint sighed. Let me guess, I said, already seeing where this was heading. The general cheated. Don't they always? Dee said with a snort. That's the problem with trolls. Mediation only works if both people are actually interested in a compromise. You dinguses will sit down with anyone in good faith and then act surprised when they rob you blind. We believe in fairness, Flint said, blunt jaw jutting forward stubbornly. There's nothing wrong with that. Dee just shook her head and patted his knee, which was as high as she could reach. Of course not. Too bad the world is run by people who think playing fair is for pussies. I gave Flint a sympathetic look, but I agreed with Dee. Trolls didn't have much of a social hierarchy or organized government, being naturally solitary. Mediators were the closest thing they had to community leaders. They only came together once or twice a year at the burrow, and fights were common since none of them had any real practice at getting along with others, which made someone who could de-escalate those fights very valuable. For city trolls, forced to live together instead of on the rambling territories they were made for, mediators were even more important. And their philosophy of talking everything out worked really well for solving issues between trolls. But it had only resulted in them getting their shit kicked in when they tried to apply it to relations with the other races. So, what happened? I asked, looking at the chunk of stone again with new discomfort. How'd the general beat Harold? Well, for 3 days he tried to trap Harold in a deal, Flint went on. But Harold was old and smart and didn't fall for it. He knew any deal he accepted would backfire, so he just refused to accept anything. He just kept negotiating. He figured eventually the Fae would have to put the talk on hold and leave for the winter. And when next spring came around, he would plant himself there again and stall them till summer ended. Forever, if he had to. But General Threadfern wasn't as patient as Harold, and hated Harold for stopping him like this so long. So he went to the nearest human town dressed as a rich merchant. He told the humans he'd made his fortune selling the stone mined from Valkalami, and that if they beat him at cards, he'd give them 3 fine hammers and a map that would lead them right to it. The next morning, just as the sun was turning Harold to stone again, he saw the humans coming through the trees, Fae hammers in hand. The humans broke him down into rubble and sold him. They say most of him went to a wall that still stands around the town, which has never fallen no matter how the seasons beat at it. "What did I tell you about troll stories?" Dee said, shaking her head. "Always a sad ending. Now goblins know how to tell a good story. If it doesn't end in a bloody revenge murder, the story isn't done yet." "I mean, there is sort of a happy ending," Flint said, tusks jutting out as he frowned stubbornly. Because Harold held the door so long, the elders and children were able to escape. If the Fae had chased them out, they never would have found shelter before the sun rose. Young trolls can't survive turning to stone when they're that small. Their bodies can't handle the strain. But because of Harold, the elders were able to tunnel all the way to Sala, where there was another burrow to take them in. He couldn't save Valkalami, but he saved his people, and that's what matters. "It's a good story," I said. "Sad as shit, but good. Thanks." "Thank you for listening," Flint said, still looking at me a bit warily. "I'm Evie," I said, holding my hand out to shake. "Don't take this the wrong way, but what are you two doing here?" Flint shook my hand very carefully, his own hand practically swallowing mine. His skin was cool and had the satiny texture of polished stone. I'm Flint," he said. "This is Dee." "That's Delight of Diamonds Dazzle, daughter of most infinite luster and shine as uncountable as the stars, son of dark sky full of diamonds who dug the vaults eternal, of the line of gems deep, first foreman of the mines victorious, architect of the great aqueduct, hero of the summer flood, to you," Dee interrupted. "Pleased to meet you," I said flatly. I shook her hand too, her tiny claws digging into my palm. "We're here for the ceremony," Flint explained. As you know, champions." "Oh, shit," I said, momentarily thrown. "Seriously? Yeah, you think they'd let us in here if they didn't have to?" Dee laughed derisively. "We've been getting dirty looks all night. It's fantastic." "You're the first person who's talked to us that didn't assume we were here to clean or something," Flint added with a grim look. "A few people just told us to leave flat out." "Joke's on them," Dee said scornfully. "We don't want to be at this bullshit party either, but we have to take part in the ceremony if we want to be champions, and I've worked too damn hard to lose this on a technicality." "The trolls and goblins haven't been represented in the last 4 tournaments," Flint said. "The champions are usually, persuaded to back down before now." "Or straight up killed," Dee confirmed. "We haven't seen any assassins yet, but I'm not letting my guard down." "Jeez," I muttered. "Is that actually allowed?" They both gave me a long, weary look. "Right. Stupid question." "What about you?" Flint asked. "You're not a vampire or a fae. Unless I'm wrong." "No, you're right," I said quickly. "I'm just here for a work thing. The sooner this is over, the better." "Well, you're welcome to hang out with us," Flint said, stumbling over the words a bit. "As long as your work thing isn't murdering us anyway," Dee added. "Dee!" "What? She's got an assassin-y look going on." "Anyone who could assassinate people while wearing a dress this big could not be stopped," I countered. "Like, you'd already be dead, Just saying. Good point. Chapter 10. I followed Dee and Flint out of the chapel and back towards the main transept. We lingered near one of the arches as Dee pointed out a tall, lean Fae in an outfit that looked more like exercise gear than formal wear. They wore a sleek bodysuit, the silver material hidden under a series of interlocking hard plates in shades of white and pearl pink that seemed to follow the contours of their muscles. Their face was half obscured by a helmet that matched the suit. The rose-colored glass of the faceplate came to a point like a beak over their nose. That's the Fae champion, Dee explained. Summer court, obviously. It's probably unfair to the winter court that the tournament always happens at midsummer. Anyway, all I know is that they've got some crazy magitech, cutting-edge stuff that hasn't been seen outside the Fae realm before. They always have cutting-edge shit, I replied. It hasn't won them the tournament in, 500 years? Unless they figure out how to keep the witches from nullifying it all immediately, they're going to have to change their strategy eventually. Speaking of which, there's the witches' champion. Dee pointed to an older man who was staring up at the stained glass. His suit was jet black, cuffs to collar, though it otherwise fit the white tie requirements. His sharp black goatee was shot through with white, and he carried a slim black cane that I had a feeling could probably serve as a magical focus in a pinch. Big shot wizard, name of Bart something. Rothbart, Flint provided. Right, Mothfart, Dee said, waving him off. Apparently they've had him locked up at the university since he was a kid training him. Only witch in a generation to score primary grade in his first evaluation. And apparently the witches are leaning hardcore into enchantment for this. My friend Judith was saying they're only just figuring enchantment out, I said thoughtfully. Like, it was only invented 50 years ago. Yeah, and it nearly won them the last tournament, Dee replied. I've seen the video. Their champion that year was clanking around in basically enchanted plate armor, barely able to see what she was doing, and she still took out the wolf champ. Would have taken out the Fae too, but he landed a lucky hit that damaged the spell engraving on her armor, caused some kind of energy feedback loop. Don't ask me, I'm not a wizard. Basically cooked her alive. Jesus. I recoiled from the mental image. And they still want to use it? It's come a long way in 30 years, Dee said with a shrug. And it's not like it needs to be safe. They just have to make sure that if it blows up, it takes out one of the other champions and not their guy. Fair, I guess. Oh, look over there. I'll give you 3 guesses who that is. She pointed towards the doors, where what I hesitated to call a man was just stepping into the room. He was nearly as tall as Flint, and grotesquely muscled to the degree that I wasn't certain how he was moving. Stiff gray fur grew in sparse patches on the blotchy red skin of his arms and his broad, square face, and his eyes were canine yellow. His suit, though well-made, could barely contain him. I'm going to say the werewolf champion and hope I'm wrong, I answered. Christ, he looks like the end of a PSA about steroid use. He looks like a bad CG monster from video game movie adaptation. He's like an overwrought caricature of an 80s action hero. He looks like he was drawn by an edgy 15-year-old boy, Dee confirmed. Exactly, like a Frank Miller comic book protagonist. Like both his first and last names are Brick. Like Dolph Lundgren had a baby with an Abrams tank. Like if the word slab were a guy. How long are you guys going to do that? Flint asked, trying not to laugh. Wait, one more, I replied. Like a disaster at a nuclear-powered meat-packing plant caused a pile of raw beef to gain sentience and converge into an unholy, shambling meat monstrosity. Aw, that one just makes me feel bad, Dee replied. Like he just needs guidance and affection to teach him compassion and humanity and shit. Poor meat monster, I agreed, my voice breaking as I fought back giggles. As soon as Dee started snickering, I gave up, leaning on the arch beside me for support as we both cracked up. All jokes aside, Dee said when we could breathe. That guy is terrifying. The vampires bred him in a lab or something. Apparently, he's the closest thing to an alpha that's been seen since the last wolf rebellion. Wait, the vampires made him? I asked, confused. I mean, I was wondering how the hell the wolves managed to find a guy like that, but... The vampires always sponsor the wolf champion, Dee said. For the same reason they build the wolf arena. They've ground the mutts down so far they can't do it on their own. Doing it for them gives them, 1, a chance to reassert their control, and 2, basically a second entry in the tournament. It's half the reason they keep winning. The wolf champion spends the whole tournament defending the vampire champion, and then surrenders when there's no one else left. They never try to win? They would never make it to the tournament if the vampires didn't know they were completely brainwashed. Even if one did try, the vampires probably put some kind of instant kill button in there. I know I would. The huge wolf made his way across the room, the crowd parting naturally ahead of him. I spotted where he was heading after a moment. A woman stood waiting for him near the altar, smiling with flawless red lips as he approached. She had the timeless face of a vampire, skin like marble and long auburn hair, curled elaborately beneath a broad feathered hat. Her dress had the classic ball gown silhouette, but clean modern lines, with minimal seams and no lace or patterns or frills. It was a deep, dark royal blue, except for a panel which draped from the small of her back over the bell of the full skirt to trail behind her, which was richly embroidered in the bright jewel tones of a peacock's tail. I don't figure I need to introduce her, Dee said as I stared and I shook my head. Even I recognized the Lady Montefiore when I saw her. Other side didn't have a lot of celebrities, but if we had any, then she was at the top of the list. This is, what, her 5th tournament as the vampire champion? I asked, watching her take the arm of the monstrous wolf and steer him towards the orchestra. I didn't care about the previous tournaments any more than I cared about this one, but I had seen videos and heard stories about her previous victories. She wasn't just strong, she was dazzlingly graceful, blisteringly intelligent. Every other week, the gossip blogs on the Othernet published articles about her, usually about her famously tumultuous love life, or the endless expeditions she organized hunting down more artifacts for her supposedly enormous private collection of magical relics. You know how much vampires hate change, Dee replied. And hey, if it ain't broke. You know she's technically an elder, but she refuses to lead a court, says it would get in the way of training for the tournament. She's incredible, I said. And yeah, I'll admit, I was a little starstruck. Lady Montefiore was a gorgeous, terrifying woman. I blinked to get my thoughts straight, turning my attention back to Dee and Flint. And you're going to fight her. Don't remind me, Flint said uneasily. We can handle her, Dee said with more confidence than was probably wise. I've got a plan. This is the year shit finally changes. I looked to Flint, trying to judge how full of it Dee was, but Flint stood by her. Don't underestimate Dee, he said. She wasn't making up all those titles earlier. She really is a genius. The gear she's making us. Dee kicked Flint in the shin. Surprise is the only advantage we've got, my guy, she said. Don't go giving it away. Like I said, I've got a plan. I'll see it online when you guys compete, I said, reaching out to snag a fresh glass of champagne from a passing waiter. I wasn't even going to watch, but now I've met you and shit, I feel like I kind of have to cheer you on. Hell yeah, you do, Dee said with a loud laugh. Forget TV, you better be in the stands. I started to say I wouldn't be able to afford seats in the arena, but hell, if this job worked out, I probably could. At least for all but the finale. No amount of money would ever make them let me or any other changeling into the Fae realm where the last round of the tournament was traditionally held. Fair warning, Dee added. You're going to be sitting with every troll and goblin in the city. I'm getting free tickets for every sewer-dwelling son of a bitch I can. Are we allowed to do that? Flint asked. If they won't even comp you free tickets, I replied. Then what's even the point of being a champion? Evie. I looked up as someone said my name in time to see Detective Ryan notice Flint and Dee standing next to me. He'd had a hand up to wave, a smile on his face, both of which dropped slowly, clearly confused. Detective, I replied, raising my glass in greeting, trying not to look like I was cursing internally. How's it going? Fine, he said, still looking at Flint. Did you find your fella, Lord What's-His-Cape? Nah, he hasn't show up yet. Car trouble. I found these guys instead, I said, gesturing to my new friends and quickly moving the topic away from my alibi. This is Delight of Diamonds Dazzle of the line of Gems Deep, architect of the Great Aqueduct and hero of the Summer Flood, I said, indicating Dee. Goblins were very proud of their titles. Messing them up was unbelievably rude, and so was introducing someone without them. I'd made an effort to remember at least the main ones, which she seemed to appreciate judging by her grin. And this is Flint. Dee curtsied elaborately and winked at me. Flint just waved. They're champions, I explained. Pretty rad, right? Oh. Understanding cleared the wary confusion from Ryan's face. Right. I don't know why It's a pleasure to meet you. Detective Ryan Carpenter. Yeah, I remember you, Dee said, shaking his hand. You're stationed in the mission, right? I think you arrested me once. Well, no need to apologize, Dee said quickly, as Ryan started to stammer. Nicest arrest I've ever had, and more or less justified for once. Some uppity witch bitches were trying to get Flint thrown out of a bar for being intimidating or some shit, and I'd had a few too many Long Island iced teas, so I smashed a bottle and threatened to glass them. You know how it is. Ryan, to his credit, only paused for a moment, expression stoic. You know, he said, I think I remember that now. Weren't you trying to cut someone's hair off? Dee laughed. Yeah, I sure was. Broken beer bottles are not great at cutting hair, let me tell you. It's a goblin honor thing, Flint explained quietly, looking deeply embarrassed. I think I still have the one decent lock I managed to cut off, Dee said, baring her teeth in a thoughtful grimace as she tried to remember. Not that it makes much of a trophy. Dry and dull and full of split ends. What is it with humanoids refusing to condition properly? I should introduce you to my friend Judith, I said, grinning. She was lecturing me about conditioner earlier this morning. She wouldn't have really hurt them, Flint was telling Ryan, flustered. I mean, besides cutting their hair, we'd just come from a funeral and we were both on edge. It's fine, Ryan assured him. Really? If you're going to be arrested, Dee said, the mission is the place to do it, honestly. They keep the cops nice because of all the drunk tourists they have to arrest, and they're too busy to pay you special attention. I got arrested over in Cow Hollow once, barely survived. Much nicer facilities, mind you. I've only been arrested in Soma, I replied. And once in Twin Peaks. Turns out they don't appreciate drunk high schoolers stumbling around at 3 a.m. looking for Laura Palmer. I thought that show was set in Washington. Drunk in high school, Evie was not aware there was more than one Twin Peaks. The arresting officer was nice enough to show me the Wikipedia page on his phone when I sobered up a little, though. I've decided you and I definitely need to get drunk together. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, Flint added, looking like he was already more or less resigned to it. I need someone fun to drink with, Dee insisted, prodding Flint in the knee. If you have more than two, you start crying. No, I don't. What about that time in Lola's last month? One of those commercials with the sad animals came on the TV. That's not my fault. Everyone cries at those. And last time, at Tish's birthday party? I started thinking about the sad animals again. The orchestra finished another tepid classical piece and moved into something a bit faster. The center of the room had gradually cleared out for dancers, beautiful dresses sweeping across the floor in the steps of some kind of formal dance. Ryan cleared his throat and offered me his hand. Since you're still waiting on your date, feel like a dance, just to pass the time. I deliberated, for a moment scrambling for an excuse. But I did still have time to kill, and he was cute. I could afford to indulge myself for one dance. Hopefully, it wouldn't make it too difficult to get away from him once things got rolling. All right, I said, giving in. One dance. And if Lord Huron throws a fit, it's not my fault. Deal. Flint and Dee were still arguing about Flint's sad drunk status, only pausing for a moment to say they'd catch me later as Ryan pulled me out onto the dance floor. Just so you know, I said, looking at the other gracefully twirling couples around us. I don't know shit about ballroom dancing. Don't worry, Ryan said with a small laugh. I don't either. Damn, we're really in trouble here, aren't we? I think I remember the basic waltz they taught us at the church dance back in high school. It's better than nothing. Break it down for me. He took my hands and put one on his arm, holding the other. His hand on my waist was warm, even through my dress. Not sure how to do this when I can't see your feet, he muttered, looking down between us at my ocean of skirts. I could barely see his feet past all the fabric, let alone mine. Just give it your best shot, I said with a shrug. All right. He took a deep breath, fixed his posture. So when I step forward on this foot, you move back. Or else you'll step on my toes. Makes sense. Then I step to the left like this. Just mirror me. Then you step forward with your left, and I move back. Then we go right, and end up back where we started. Simple, right? Yeah, we're doomed, I said with a chuckle. Let's just go for it. I'll figure it out. After a few bruised toes, I got the hang of it. It wasn't much to look at, but at least we were sort of dancing and not just shuffling awkwardly in place like two teenagers at prom. Want to try a spin? Ryan asked. Why not? He stepped back, raising the hand holding mine, and I tried not to feel too silly as I spun beneath it. My dress did twirl just as nice as I'd hoped it would, so there was that. I barely missed a step as he pulled me closer again, and we returned to our limping waltz. You know, I think I might actually be all right at this, I said. Maybe I'll look up a class at the rec center tomorrow and learn how to do it without staring at your feet. Not a bad idea, Ryan agreed, smiling at me. I might look up a class myself. I mean, obviously I'm already a master of the church dance waltz, but I could stand to refresh my skills. I laughed and almost stepped on his foot again. We've only got, 30 years to practice? I said. By the next tournament, we'll both be world class. We'll meet up here again and knock all these vampires' socks off. Why wait 30 years? Ryan said, squeezing my hand. I could take you dancing next weekend if you want. It took me a second to realize what he was suggesting. I looked down, pretending to be watching his feet. It doesn't have to be dancing, he tried again, laughing awkwardly. We could start with dinner and a movie, work our way up to dancing, whatever sounds like more fun to you. Hell. Why did he have to be so cute? I couldn't make date plans with a police detective while I was in the middle of a heist. I wasn't that stupid. And I'd stopped dating for a reason. The first time I'd nearly set fire to my bed while Domino was asleep in it, I'd decided being that close to anyone was a bad idea. Hell, I'd known it was a bad idea before that. Anyone I spent that much time with would figure out I was a changeling. And if things went bad, they could use that information to ruin my life, and Aaron's on top of it. I'm sorry, I said, still looking at our feet. With work and taking care of my brother and everything else, I just don't have time. Yeah, no, it's fine. I understand, he said quickly, disappointment there and gone on his face. He hid it well. You don't need to explain. Just thought I'd regret not asking." He cleared his throat, our dancing getting worse as we held ourselves stiffly away from each other. "I've just got a lot on my plate right now," I said reluctantly. It was almost worse that he was being gracious about it. The guy was too good for me, frankly. "Don't worry about it," he said with an embarrassed but sincere smile. "I like you, Evie, but I've only known you for like half a day at this point. I think I'll live." I laughed a little, shaking my head. "You sure? I can't have guys pining to death over me. It sets a bad example for my brother." "Lord Huron probably wouldn't like it either," he added. "Right," I said, clearing my throat. I'd forgotten my cover for a minute. "Yeah, can't imagine he'd be into that." Ryan looked into my eyes, wearing a little half-smile that kind of broke my heart. He really was a great guy. "You're not a host, are you?" I did step on his foot that time, but he just winced and kept going. "What do you mean?" I asked to buy time, trying to think of excuses. Ryan sighed, wistful expression turning serious. "When I took your statement at the station, you gave me a pretty exhaustive list of all the jobs you work," he said. "Professional vampire escort wasn't one of the jobs you mentioned. Besides, if Lord Huron was spending the kind of money on you that someone must have spent on that dress, I sincerely doubt you'd still be working the night shift at a bodega in the Tenderloin." "So the detective title isn't just for show, then?" I said with a strained laugh, trying to figure out just what the fuck I was going to say. Over Ryan's shoulder, I saw Mariposa and Whisper through the crowd, moving casually along the wall towards the stairs down into the crypt. If they were on the move, that meant there was only about 5 minutes left before the ceremony began. Almost on cue, my earpiece buzzed. "Places, people," Domino said in my ear. "Show's about to start." "Already on our way backstage," Mariposa replied. "It's obvious Dante has you over a barrel with something," Ryan said, his expression concerned, pulling my attention back to the situation at hand. "Whatever it is, I can help. Just tell me what's going on." "I need to go to the bathroom," I said, pulling away from him. "Evie." He caught my hand, imploring, but didn't fight me when I pulled it away from him. "I'll be back in a minute," I lied, and hurried away through the crowd, my face burning. God, I was stupid. Not here for an hour, and I'd tipped off the actual police that something was going on. No, this was Dante's fault for deciding to make Ryan my escort, and I was going to punch him in the dick next time I saw him. I did my best to shake it off. I needed to focus. I was a goddamn professional, and it was almost time for work. Chapter 11. As time drew near, people who had been out in the courtyard or the upper dance floor made their way back into the main transept, gathering near the sanctuary altar. As the room grew more packed, I carefully picked my way towards the Chapel of Grace again. "Curtains rising," Domino said in my ear. "I'm all set in the lighting booth. How's it looking backstage?" By lighting booth, I assumed he meant the van, which Dante had equipped with a surveillance setup so that Domino could watch the security feeds and direct us as we worked. "Found what we were looking for," Mari replied, presumably referring to the open panel that hid the wires to the mundane security on the case. "Just waiting on some extras to clear out." "Need me to run crowd control?" Tripp chimed in. "No, we got it. You in position?" "Just waiting on our leading lady." "I'm on my way," I whispered as I ducked around a column to get around a group of people loitering in the middle of the walkway. "That just leaves catering," Domino said. "All good, chef?" "No problems here," Anton answered cheerfully. "Just me, a couple of sous chefs, and a metric ton of tiny cakes. Oh, and they let me prop the back door open so I can take as many smoke breaks as I need." Which was code for our way out being secure, of course. Good to hear. "Remember when we used to just pick the locks on Rich Mundy's vacation houses and pawn their electronics?" I muttered. "When did we start talking in code and shit? It can't all be bottle rockets in the movie theater parking lot, Trip replied, a grin in his voice. Ladies and gentlemen. A female voice cut through the chatter of the crowd as the orchestra died down, and my earpiece went quiet as well, listening. Esteemed ancients and elders, great lords and ladies of the summer and winter courts, wizards of the high circle, and all our honored guests, the triumvirate would like to welcome you to Grace Cathedral. A cheer answered her, and I glanced towards the altar as I passed it, curious. I'd never seen the triumvirate before. There weren't any photographs of them for obvious reasons, and they were rarely out in public. A beautiful Chinese woman stood at the altar, resplendent in a dark green qipao. She'd be Lady Xia then, I assumed. She'd joined the triumvirate a few years before I was born, replacing an ancient whose name I'd forgotten. She was pretty well liked from what little I knew of vampire politics. Strong focus on economics, apparently, for whatever that was worth. Triumvirate members were hardly chosen based on their platforms. I wasn't really sure how they were chosen, except that they had to be an ancient, and there were only about 100 of those on the planet. Only vampires who had been turned at least 2,000 years ago, around the end of the Holocene, could be called ancient. Lady Xia was said to be around 4,000. You could see it in her face. Like the man I'd met earlier, she seemed visibly in conflict with time itself. We are delighted to have all of you here tonight, Lady Xia said, continuing her speech. To celebrate, not just the beginning of the tournament of 5 races, but the renewal of the most important moment in the history of all our kind. The anniversary of the first tournament and the signing of the treaty, which marked the end of the last great occult war and the beginning of a new era of peace and cooperation between all the magical races. I was so unsettled by the strange aura of age she had that I almost missed the other 2 triumvir as they stepped forward to stand beside her. Then I realized I recognized them. To her left stood the old man in the black and gold caftan. I'd only ever heard him referred to as grandfather, and that title made a lot more sense now. And on her right was the man grandfather had called Alulim, who I knew better as the Sumerian. I felt my heart stop in my chest for the second time that night. Jesus H. Christ. The Sumerian had hit on me at a party. I'd almost been eaten by the oldest living vampire on Earth, considered by some to be the progenitor of the whole vampire species, though I'd heard he denied that. I might have started laughing if I'd been able to breathe. Talk about a taste for younger women. The son of a bitch was 6,000 years older than me. I had no clue what a bullet I'd dodged there. I was going to send grandfather the biggest, nicest gift basket after this. Can you send immortal heads of state gift baskets? Fuck it. I'd find out. The importance of the treaty in this tournament can never be understated, the Sumerian said, taking over for Lady Xia. His voice was clear and authoritative, unlike the soft tone of menace he'd used with me. 6,000 years ago when I was reborn, the first occult war was already on the horizon. Over the centuries, I watched it continue, rarely pausing for more than a few decades at a time. 2 races would declare peace, only to start a war with 2 others. It seemed to me that the conflict was inevitable as the sunrise, and that as long as I lived, I would still die before I saw it end. A low whistle caught my attention, and I tore my eyes from the altar to see Trip waving to me from the south transept. I hurried towards him, embarrassed. All good? I asked him in a low murmur as we headed into the chapel. There were a couple making out in here, but I convinced them to take it to the bathrooms, Trip said quietly. You should have the place to yourself. I nodded and left him standing by the entrance to the Chapel of Grace, keeping watch as the Sumerian's speech continued, clear even from here. Then came the last great occult war, when all 5 races turned on one another at once, and it seemed nothing but total extinction would bring an end to the fighting. Little did I know then that 5 rare individuals, heroes of their kind, were already meeting in secret, laying the groundwork for what would become the Treaty of Five Races. After what can only be described as the greatest diplomatic endeavor in history, the war was finally ended, and peace restored. I made my way directly to the case, sweeping the room quickly for a sign of any stragglers. But, as Tripp had assured me, it was safely empty. And there was the treaty in its display case. I swallowed, my throat tight with sudden nerves. "Hey, this set doesn't look quite ready," I said quietly, noticing the sensor lights were still on inside the case. "Has Backstage finished working on it yet?" "Somebody missed their cue," Domino said. "Mari, what's happening?" "Sorry," Mariposa replied, sounding out of breath. "Those extras would not leave. Drunk vampires are the worst. Practically had to carry them upstairs." "Just hurry," I said, wandering idly over to the next display and trying not to look suspicious, while also keeping my back to the security cameras. I waited for a few seconds that felt like ages, tapping my foot restlessly while outside the Sumerian continued his speech about the treaty. "It was decided," Lady Sia picked up again, "that once every 30 years, a great tournament would be held. 5 champions would be chosen, one from each race, to compete in 5 events, culminating in a final glorious battle for total victory. For the winner, a bounty of treasures wagered by his competitors. And more importantly, for the winner's race, the greatest prize of all, the crown. The leader of the victorious race will occupy the highest seat on a ruling council composed of the leaders of all 5 races and have the deciding vote on all matters the council addresses for the next 30 years until the tournament arrives to challenge them again." "How's it coming?" I hissed when I couldn't stand it any longer. "This shit takes time," Mariposa said defensively. "I'm not just cutting a wire here." I waited another few seconds, glancing back at Tripp in the doorway. I made a wordless expression of exasperated impatience, and he shrugged at me helplessly. Lady Gia was extolling the virtues of inter-community cooperation at length. I heard a quiet curse over the radio. "Having a little trouble remembering my lines," Mari said, voice thick with embarrassment. "Anybody have the script on hand?" Tripp mimed dying slowly, and I tried not to let my sigh be too audible. "I didn't have time to practice this, remember?" Mariposa added. "I told you we needed more prep time. If I'd been able to drill this for a week like I wanted to..." "Chef, take a smoke break," Domino said. "I've got a copy of the script you can run down to Marie." "There's no time," I reminded them. "When the speech ends, there will be people all over this place. Can't you just yank all the wires out?" "If I wanted to set off every alarm in the building, sure." Mari's voice was heavy with scorn. "What do you think I'm doing, hot-wiring a Honda?" "Obviously not," Tripp whispered. "I've seen you jack a Civic in under a minute." "Well, this ain't a Civic. This shit isn't even BMW. Which I've seen you jack in under 3. If you think it's so easy, Tripp, how about you come down here and do it yourself?" "Can you handle this or not?" Domino interrupted impatiently. "If we need to back out, you need to tell me now." "I've got this, I've got it. I just need to..." The lights overhead flickered, and my heart jumped into my throat. "Mari?" I whispered into the radio. "Mariposa?" "Backstage," Domino said sharply. "Status." No one answered. "The sensors on the case are down," I said, glancing at the treaty and noticing the lights inside it had not come back on after the flicker. "Cameras are down too," Domino reported. "But that's going to have caught someone's attention. We need to move. Go ahead with Act 2, leading lady. Chef, get down there and check on our stagehands." "Finally," I muttered. I was worried for Mariposa, but all of us were screwed if we didn't get this done, and fast. I slid to my knees in front of the treaty's case and opened the black clutch Dante had provided. In addition to carrying the treaty out, it had also snuck my tools in. I pulled out a pair of gloves and a small set of tools about the size of my phone. Time to get to work. I ran my fingers over the case, feeling for the magical security measures and examining the mundane ones at the same time. The proximity and heat sensors and the silent alarm were all disabled as far as I could tell. I could pick the physical lock easily. The magical security was more difficult, but I'd made my name with Diego's crew because I knew how to deal with that. I was better than any non-witch I knew at recognizing security spells. For any other kind of spell, I could maybe tell you what it was in a general sense, like a beauty spell, but I had no idea what it was supposed to do specifically. But if it was one of the spells they regularly slapped onto safes and vaults and locks, I could tell you what the caster had for breakfast. The case had a magical silent alarm and a couple of aggressive deterrent spells that would have had about the same effect on the person who set them off as sticking a fork in an electrical socket. I almost missed a final spell, a little surveillance charm that would record the magical signature of whoever tripped it and send it back to the caster. We couldn't have that. Tonight, Grandfather spoke for the first time in the other room. We gathered to remember the signing of the treaty, and to declare our intentions to honor it for another 30 years. As on the night the first tournament was announced, the chosen candidates for champion will present themselves, along with the prize their race intends to wager. For the next 3 days, any member of their race who wishes to challenge them for their position as champion may do so. If they withstand these challenges, they will join us here again at midnight on the 3rd day and declare themselves as champions for their kind. So let's get on with it already. I'm not getting any younger. I heard laughter follow and forced myself to take a deep breath. I really didn't need Grandpa rushing things out there, but the champions and their sponsors would have speeches as well, and the witches at least would drag things out forever like they always did. First, our own vampire champion, for the 4th tournament running, Lady Renee Montefiore. Applause, applause. Probably the loudest we'd hear that evening, since most of the guests were vampires. Thank you all, said a clear, feminine voice that I had to assume belonged to Renee. I am honored to once again represent my kind here in an event that has meant so much for the peace and prosperity of our kind. Incoming, Tripp whispered across the radio, a second before I heard laughter, loud and uncomfortably close. I ducked to hide behind a large display of the remains of the last wild-caught unicorn, still on my knees. A pair of drunk witches were making a beeline for the chapel, laughing together and spilling their champagne. How anyone manages to get drunk on champagne beats me. Frankly, I think a lot of that kind of drunk is fake, or at least psychosomatic. Like, oh, I'm a little tipsy. That means I get to act like an idiot and take no responsibility for my actions. Tripp stepped out to meet them, and I turned back to focusing on the case. Tripp could handle it, but I needed to hurry. Sorry, ladies, Tripp said, holding out a hand to stop them both. The chapel is off limits right now. Someone threw up in there. Psh, I don't care, one of the ladies said a scoff. I want to ride the unicorn. While that sounds like a terrific idea, Tripp replied, I would really advise against it. The guy who threw up was a vampire. Half-digested blood everywhere. You do not want to get that on your shoes, trust me. One girl made a face and a whiny sound, pouting and stomping like a petulant child. The other just lunged for it. Tripp caught her only for her friend to try and dart around the other side of him, giggling. He grabbed her too, managing to get an arm around both of them. Stop fucking around, Tripp, I said, just loud enough for him to hear me. He sighed. Fine, he said, taking off his shades. Ladies, if you could just look here for a moment. Over here, hun. That's it. I saw his powers take hold as soon as they met his eye, both of them going still and a little dazed. Now, if it's unicorns you're after, you can do better than some old bones in a museum. I hear they have a couple of the miniature ones across the street in the park. For the performances later on, you know. I could get you in to see them if you want." The girls were immediately all gushing excitement, never thinking to doubt him thanks to his influence over them. He led them towards the nearby exit, turning back to wink at me as he went. I rolled my eyes, focusing on the case. "I'm down a lookout," I reported. "Trip's distracting some drunks." "Keep going, double time," Domino ordered. "Chef, there's security heading your way. You need to head for the exit, pronto." "Moving as fast as I can," Anton puffed, strained, like he was carrying something heavy. My worry over what had happened to Mariposa and Whisper doubled. I struggled to block out the sound of Renee's speech in one ear and Domino giving Anton instructions to avoid security in the other. I couldn't afford to be freaking out right now. I needed to be completely focused to remove the security magic on the case without setting it off. The way I nullified magic was something I'd never really been able to explain to anyone else. I just kind of did it by instinct. I could even do it by accident sometimes. I'd touch something without thinking, and the spell would just fizzle out. It was harder when I was trying to do it on purpose. The way I visualized it was like finding a loose thread on a piece of fabric and pulling, slowly unraveling the whole thing. It was a better metaphor than it was an actual description of what I was doing. I'd tried to teach Judith how to do it once, and she'd never been able to wrap her head around it. To keep using the kind of inaccurate metaphor, she couldn't feel the fabric, much less find the loose thread. According to her, the way I was doing it didn't make sense. Spells weren't like sweaters. They were like a complicated electrical circuit, where if you disconnected something, the electricity didn't stop flowing. It just found a new path, resulting in a spell that did something completely different, or looped back on itself and overloaded, like the previous witch champion and her enchanted armor. She theorized that maybe what I was imagining as unraveling was actually me instinctively balancing and rebalancing the spell to keep it stable while I removed parts of it. But she also said that would involve a level of mental calculus that seemed frankly unlikely. So who knows? It's magic. It just works. I was already busily unraveling the silent alarm spell, my fingers working at nothing in the air as I visualized pulling the thread. I could dimly hear Renee finishing up her speech, but it was hard to focus on anything else when I was doing this. That was part of why I needed a lookout. Hopefully, Trip would be able to shake those girls and get back here soon. "Finally, I'm pleased to announce the Vampires' wager for this tournament," Renee said. "Traditionally, we've offered the winner's weight in gold, but this year I've decided to do something a bit different." There was a strange pause, and something inaudible, like she was facing away from the mic. I wasn't paying much attention, but the moment of tension was enough to make me pause, curious. "This year, in addition to the traditional wager, I will also offer to the winner my private library." There was an instant response from the crowd, a fluster of excited and concerned voices. "Forgive a lady for not disclosing her precise age," Renee said with faux modesty, speaking over the noise of the crowd. "But suffice it to say that my collection predates the Library of Alexandria. I have been maintaining it and adding to it for 2,000 years. It is no overstatement to say that it is quite literally priceless, and very dear to me, and I offer it freely to the one who can defeat me this year." She said nothing else, and I had a feeling she'd been hurried off the stage. There was no way the triumvirate had approved that. The ancients, and vampires in general, were crazy about information control. Why wouldn't they be? Living forever meant they could make sure the history books were written just the way they wanted, and in the end be the only ones who remembered how things had really happened. A private library, that old, was bound to be packed with books they'd banned, information they'd scrubbed from the record, history they'd arranged to have altered or forgotten. Not that it mattered. The vampires would win like they always did. Renee was basically just taking the opportunity to brag, but she probably hadn't won any brownie points with the triumvirate there. I finished unraveling the alarm spell and started on the deterrents as they introduced the Fae champion, who was going by the name Eve. Not their real name, obviously. Fae guarded their true names jealously. Apparently, knowing even part of their real name would give you control over them. At least I could count on a long speech. Summer Court Fae loved long, flowery declarations. "I'm honored to be competing in this tournament," said a flat, strangely accented voice. "I've trained very hard. We will be making the traditional wager, a boon from Her Majesty the Summer Queen." I paused, waiting for more, and received silence. That was it? What the hell, Eve? I bent over the case, unraveling faster. These fuckers were really going to make me rush, huh? Meanwhile, my radio had gone ominously silent. Had Anton made it out? I missed most of Witch Champion Magus Rothbart's speech, but it was nice and long at least. You can always count on academics to take any opportunity to lecture and run with it. He made the witch's wager, which was some kind of precious and powerful enchanted object, and was followed by the wolf champion. I was kind of surprised that guy could speak at all, but he actually sounded reasonably intelligent. Huh. Guess that's what I got for making assumptions. The wolves wagered a chunk of their ancestral territory, which didn't yet belong to the vampires. From what I understood, they always wagered that. Or rather, the vampires made them wager that. It was a convenient way to take control of the land without the hassle of having to pay for it or the paperwork and bad press of just seizing it. Flint and Dee were up next, giving their speech at the same time, ostensibly because trolls and goblins were classically considered the same race. When the treaty had been written, goblins had been considered just a smaller kind of troll. They were a secretive people who didn't have a lot of contact with anyone but trolls, so there were a lot of misconceptions, like thinking they were juvenile trolls, or some kind of subspecies. They'd eventually been acknowledged as a separate people, and, since when the treaty was written the term troll had included them, it was decided they had the right to sponsor a champion in the tournament. Like the werewolves and the vampires, the goblin champion traditionally allied with the troll champion. I imagine they would have to fight each other if they made it to the end with no one else left. But as far as I knew, that had never happened. I didn't figure Dee was the type to give a very long speech, but the announcer screwed up her titles during the introduction, so it was at least bound to be entertaining. "I'm almost finished," I said into my radio as the last of the security spells dissolved under my fingers. "I just need to pick the lock and we can get out of here." "We're so honored to be here," Flint said in the other room, his voice soft and sincere and too close to the mic. "It's been so long since the trolls have had an opportunity to compete and—" "Okay, first of all," Dee cut in, loud and annoyed. "You got my name wrong. It's Delight of Diamonds Dazzle, daughter of most infinite luster and shine as uncountable as the stars, son of dark sky, full of diamonds of the line of gems deep." I smiled as I slid my lockpick into the case while Dee rattled off at least 3 more generations of her family and 6 more titles than she'd given me. I really did like that goblin. With luck, I'd be done in time to catch the end of her speech on my way out of here. But I paused, realizing no one had acknowledged my message. "Guys?" I whispered. "Domino? Trip?" There was no answer. My throat suddenly dry, I worked faster. It was too late to bail. I needed to get this done and get out, fast. Once the speeches were done, there'd be fireworks and entertainment in the courtyard, but people would be wandering around again, and my chances of getting out of here unnoticed would get a lot slimmer. And if security had caught Domino and the others. I felt sick to my stomach, thinking about it. The lock clicked open, and I felt a rush of relief. Hard part done. Nothing left to do but get the hell out of Dodge. "Act 2 complete," I whispered, as I carefully lifted the lid of the display case, hoping the crew was listening. "Exit stage left. Whatever you're doing, drop it and let's get the fuck out." Then I heard footsteps on the tile, heading my way. The click of expensive shoes, 2 sets, not trip. I had maybe 15 seconds until they passed the corner and saw me. I sucked in a deep breath immediately and closed my eyes, spreading myself out as I had on the walk home the other night. I felt the edges of myself grow fuzzy and diffuse. I worried for a moment that it would clash with the enchantment on the dress, but I melted away, dress and all, just as 2 vampires wandered into the chapel. Honestly, who allowed those creatures to attend? One of the men said to the other. Let alone stand in front of the triumvirate? I could smell the sewer stink from halfway across the cathedral. Well, they couldn't exactly refuse them, said the other. Terms of the treaty and all. As long as the subhumanoids have a champion to sponsor, we can't just tell them no. You can hardly blame them for showing up. Stupid as they are, they can't be expected to notice they're being laughed at. If you want to be angry at someone, be angry at whoever failed to convince them to withdraw before the ceremony. It's the first time they've screwed that up in, 120 years? My lungs were burning. I needed to breathe, but I knew if I did, I'd be visible again. I could sneak breaths when it was dark enough, or if I was partially obscured, but these racist assholes were pottering around the exhibit, sipping plasma-spiked champagne a few feet away from me. If I flickered into sight for even a second, they would notice. The treaty's case was at the opposite end of the room from the door. The unicorn display filled the center of the room. The 2 vampires were over on the left side of the room near the chunk of Harold the Blue. I edged away from the case as silently as I could until I could get the unicorn in between me and them. In its limited shelter, I released my held breath and sucked in a new one as quickly as I could. The second man stiffened immediately, head turning in my direction. My heart jumped into my throat. Fucking vampires and their crazy-ass hearing. But his eyes passed over me without seeing anything. That'd be the witches, said the other man, distracting his companion again. Trolls have that pesky resistance to magic, you recall. But this year the witches were more occupied attempting to sabotage the wolf champion. Tired of them stealing second place, I'd imagine. Only because the vampires carry them to ensure themselves an easy win. At any rate, the witches failed to do anything to the wolf champion and shot themselves in the foot by allowing the subhumanoids to compete as well. Idiots. You know what's worse? High Circle Magus Trefoil had the nerve to complain that we'd slighted the witches by not attempting to sabotage them this year. Ugh, witches. Is there anything they won't try to turn into a ritual? I just told him, why bother? You're doing an excellent job of sabotaging yourself. I stole another breath while they were laughing, willing them to just fucking leave already. Instead, they wandered over to the right side of the room, directly in front of me, cutting off my exit while they wrinkled their noses at a set of old ceremonial werewolf war masks. I tried to creep backwards, only to realize one of the motherfuckers was standing on the hem of my dress. I knew that thing was going to screw me over sooner or later. God, is it still going? One said. I could still hear Dee talking in the other room. I was surprised they hadn't turned off the mic on her yet. Ugly as sin and doesn't know when to shut up. What a winning combination. And is it just me? Or is there something indecent about a creature like that wearing a dress that looks like it was made for a 4-year-old girl? It's their hands that get to me. Those creepy little fingers. I struggled as quietly as possible to pull my dress out from under the man's shoe, but I couldn't pull hard enough without him noticing. If I could get loose, I could maybe creep back around to the other side of the unicorn display and make it to the door, or at least find space to breathe. My lungs were on fire, my pulse throbbing in my head like a countdown. Why wouldn't these assholes just leave already? Their hands are about the only thing I like about them, the other said with a little chuckle that made my stomach turn. Surprisingly dexterous. Firm grip, too. Really, Redmond? I would never let one of those things put their hands on me. It's not as though they're good for anything else. Might as well get some use out of them. And the man that dares put himself anywhere near a goblin's mouth is either much braver or much more foolish than I. I was gonna be sick. I was going to reveal myself by throwing up on these assholes' shoes. I swear to God. I tugged harder on my skirt, and the one standing on it, Redmond, stumbled. "You all right there?" the other asked as Redmond steadied himself on a display case. He was still on my dress, but his back was to me, and for the second his friend was focused on him, I was able to steal another breath, putting off the end just a little longer. My head was swimming. Even if I could hold my breath, I wasn't going to be able to focus on holding the camouflage much longer. Yes, I'm fine." Redmond waved him off in annoyance. "A bit lightheaded. Which enclave supplied the drinks this evening? It's the best I've ever had." I would have rolled my eyes if I hadn't been distracted by my own panic. Drunk vampires were the worst. High-quality blood in enough quantity, especially if served in alcohol, could intoxicate vampires the way normal liquor never could, but it also tended to make them dumb and sloppy and all around even more annoying than normal. One of the Sumerians' own, I believe. And that reminds me, how is that project we discussed? Very promising. They've had a breakthrough at the lab. If they can replicate it, we'll be in mass production within a decade. Was it the mandrake after all? Of course! I knew it would be. I was just concentrating on holding my breath and my camouflage as long as I could by then, praying they'd fuck off before I passed out. I could hear Flint sheepishly announcing the troll's wager. Great. Maybe these sons of bitches would leave when the fireworks started. Where was Tripp? Where was Domino? This was not the right time for radio silence. Redmond leaned closer to the other vampire to speak in a hushed tone that I was unfortunately close enough to hear. "I tell you this in the strictest confidence," he said. "But I've already sampled the first success, and I'm entirely sold. I'm announcing the retirement of my enclave in Tuscany this weekend, going to bulldoze it all as soon as the livestock is cleared out and replace it with greenhouses." "The whole enclave?" his friend said, eyes wide. "But that enclave produces the highest quality hosts in the country. The breeding stock alone is worth millions. You'd retire them all?" "Without hesitation," Redmond said, then paused strangely, a hand to his head. Just think of the money I'll make on this new venture. If I can hold the monopoly, then all vampire kind, goodness, what does the Sumerian feed those hosts of his? I haven't felt like this since the burning of Rome." He staggered and braced himself on the display case again. "Maybe you should go and sit down," his friend said with a concerned frown. "You look a bit green." "Nonsense," Redmond said with a dismissive wave. He choked on his own words, and then on a wave of blood that bubbled past his lips. Not the clear plasma he'd been drinking in his champagne, but the thick black sludge that ran in his own veins. "Redmond!" his friend shouted in surprise, and Redmond stumbled backwards, directly into me. Chapter 12. The vampire's heel in my chest as he tripped backwards over me knocked the breath out of me in a rush. My camouflage vanished just as Redmond collapsed across my lap. I'd never seen a dead vampire before, but looking down at Redmond's staring eyes, watching the timelessness vanish from his face and leave it haggard with age, I was sure that's what I was seeing. His body withered rapidly, a high-speed mummification. He shrank to leather skin stretched over black bone, and then even that dried-out hide shriveled away into ash. As the dust of him settled into my skirt, I looked up at Redmond's friend, into his eyes. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other. And then I leapt forward, faster than I'd ever moved in my life. There was no one faster than a vampire, as far as I knew. They could move faster than the human eye could register. Maybe it was just because I'd caught him off guard, but it seemed like he moved in slow motion, turning to run, opening his mouth to shout. And then I was on him, like it was nothing, a hand over his mouth, an arm around his throat, I squeezed just a bit to hold him, to keep him quiet. I felt his windpipe crumple like a soda can, heard the crunch of bone. I dropped him almost as quickly as I'd grabbed him, horrified. He fell badly, gasping and flailing like a landed fish, sprawled on his back on the floor. His eyes were wide, staring up at me in abject horror as he struggled to breathe through his collapsed and ruined throat, mouth caught in a silent scream of confusion and fear. It wouldn't kill him. Only sunlight, silver, or hawthorn could kill a vampire. But healing would take months. And suddenly all I could imagine was being paralyzed and unable to breathe, unable to die, trapped in my own body and constantly suffocating. The sound of an alarm jolted me out of my shock. We were blown. Moving on instinct, I wrapped my skirt around my hand and slammed my fist into the glass of the closest display case, grabbing one of the wolf masks. If nothing else, I could at least keep my face off the cameras. The alarm and the sound of glass drew people from the party as I secured the mask. I heard a woman shriek, the small crowd of onlookers staring at the man on the floor, at the flakes of ash and cinder clinging to my skirt like stars, which was all that remained of Redmond. At me. I kicked off my heels and I ran at them. I was operating on pure adrenaline and panicked instinct, and luckily even vampires are still people when they're shocked and confused, inclined to just stand there in shock until told what to do. Vampires' bodies might be deadly fast, but their minds were often slow to react. I barreled through them and they scattered with more screams. The south exit was right outside the chapel. There was no time to run for the kitchens. I just had to hope Domino and the others had already made it out. I reached the south doors just in time to see 2 security wolves starting to close them. The building was going into lockdown. I skidded to a stop, scrambling for what to do next. The wolves shouted for me to stay where I was. Instead, I swore loudly and ran in the opposite direction. There was another exit across from the south doors, behind the buffet, but it was likely to also be guarded, and the width of the main transept, full of people, stood between me and it. But I had no other option except to stand there and be caught. I ran into the crowd instead, hoping the wooden wolf mask would be taken for some weird Fae fashion statement, and I could just get lost in the crush of people long enough to slip out the back. As I pushed into the mob, I struggled to catch my breath, still lightheaded from trying to stay cloaked so long. I couldn't camouflage again, not until I stopped seeing spots and could focus. And in a crowd like this, with so many people so close, it wouldn't do any good anyway. I needed to get out. If I could move through the crowd, maybe I could get to the kitchens, or just stay with them as they made for the doors as many already were, and let them carry me out with them. I looked behind myself, struggling to see through the narrow eye holes of the mask and the crowd around me, my stomach clenching as I saw the security guards who'd spotted me at the south doors, trying to push through the mass of people after me. I cursed, ready to move faster, but instead I slammed directly into someone. The vampire I'd crashed into stumbled and grabbed me by the shoulders. I saw the annoyance on his face shift into slow recognition as he processed the black blood and ash on my dress. I swung my arm into his chest horizontally, trying to knock him aside, but my strength seemed alien to me, out of my control. I felt his sternum give like pressing on a firm mattress. Then he stumbled backwards, slamming into someone behind him. Screams rose around me and spread rapidly through the crowd. No one knew what was happening. Most of them hadn't even seen me, but the effect was like shouting fire in a theater. For all the differences between vampires, fae, and witches, they all behaved pretty much the same as humans when part of a panicked mob. There was a stampede for the door, people shoving and falling. Those that had seen me hit the vampire, still on the ground clutching his chest, scrambled to get away from me, leaving me exposed. I heard a familiar voice shouting, and for a moment as I stood, alone in the middle of the mob, my eyes met Ryan's. He was trying to get control of the crowd, and for a moment there was no recognition in his face. I saw the moment he recognized my dress and his expression shifted, not to shock or anger, but just a kind of bitter disappointment and cold resolve. He moved swiftly towards me, and I froze. I didn't want to hurt him, and suddenly I didn't know if I'd be able to stop myself. Before he could reach me, one of the panicking partygoers let loose a wave of magic, lashing out at random. Ryan and I both saw it at the same time that we realized Ryan was squarely in its trajectory. He gathered himself to move, but I knew he wouldn't be fast enough. I moved without thinking, faster than should have been possible, faster than the arc of violent energy crackling through the air to stand between it and Ryan. I threw my arm up into its path and watched the magic unravel as it touched me, falling apart like it was made of cobwebs. I looked at Ryan, wondering if he could tell that I was just as shocked as he was under my mask. But that spell had been like a spark in a powder keg. Before either of us could react, more spells split the air, lightning and fire and lashes of force, as people tried to get to the doors and force them open despite the security guards barricading them. Magic burned the air and the screams grew more frantic. Another spell slammed into me and, though it melted on contact, it was still enough to send me stumbling backwards, separating me from Ryan. As the ozone smell of magic filled the air, I didn't try to find him again, just took advantage of the chaos to turn and run towards the altar and the north doors. Flint and Dee were still standing near the altar, both of them looking frightened and confused as I ran towards them. I couldn't know if they recognized me despite the mask, and I didn't have time to ask. Security was occupied by the panicked mob, but there were still 2 of them guarding the north door, keeping the guests from fleeing. They weren't going to let anyone leave until they caught whoever was responsible for the death of Elder Redmond, and right now that looked an awful lot like me. I needed to get out, and my options were getting slimmer all the time. Flint and Dee were with the people trying to leave through the north doors, Dee perched on Flint's shoulder to keep from being crushed. As I ran towards the door and the guards saw me, they shouted for me to stop, drawing their weapons. Flint turned towards me, but I couldn't know if he recognized me by my dress. I didn't stop, just put my head down and kept running. Not towards the doors, but towards the closest window. The guards moved to intercept me, and from the corner of my eye I saw Flint reach out and trip one of them. Guess he recognized me after all. The other made it between me and the window, gun raised, shouting at me to stop. But stopping wasn't an option. I lowered my head, squared my shoulders, and slammed into his midsection with all the power and momentum I had, and instead of stopping like I'd hit a brick wall like I reasonably should have, I knocked him off his feet and kept going, sending both of us crashing through the window behind him. The unfortunate security guy cushioned my landing and spared me from most of the glass. I rolled clear of him and back to my feet, quietly marveling at my own stamina. How the fuck was I still alive and moving? I winced, taking it back as I started running again, and felt a stabbing pain in my ribs. I'd hurt something going through that window, and lost my mask in the process. I needed to get clear fast. Unfortunately, the garden between the cathedral and the chapter house was also currently full of people, setting up for the performances that were to follow the ceremony, including the signing of a symbolic treaty by the champions that was the big finale. Which meant all the champions, save Flint and Dee, were standing there staring at me as I shook off stained glass fragments, as were the triumvirate themselves. I bolted for the nearest set of stairs. Guess I was going through the kitchens after all. The champions, unlike the rest of the people at this party, had spent their lives training to react quickly to these kinds of situations. The wolf champion started running towards me almost immediately, suit bursting into shreds as he shifted. Magus Rothbart raised his cane, the silver figure on the handle glowing as he channeled his power through it. The grass reached up to tangle around my feet, bringing me down hard on my jaw. My mouth filled with blood as I bit my tongue. I had no time to care as more grass tried to engulf me, and the wolf raced closer, shifting at a speed I'd never seen. In a single leap, he went from man to massive polar bear-sized mutant wolf, fur sparse on its grotesquely over-muscled shoulders. There's nothing quite like the primal fear of being unable to move while a gigantic wolf bounds towards you, jaws wide, teeth gleaming in deep red throat. Except I'd never done fear well. All the things that should have scared me tended to just piss me off. When I saw that wolf coming at me, I didn't feel fear. I felt rage. It boiled up in me, acidic as bile, hot and thick as lava, desperate and righteous and unstoppable. I'd spent so long trying to control my anger, afraid of what I could do to people. But I was about to die, so who cared? If I was going to die, I was going to take some fuckers with me. A distant part of me was thinking something was wrong. The anger was too intense, too sudden. But that part was drowned out by the roar of fury as rage rolled up behind my teeth. As the wolf bore down on me, I let it out and breathed fire. It scalded my lips and seared my eyelashes as it poured out of me like a furnace. Great gouts of red-orange flame, full of my rage and my hate, hit the oncoming wolf in the face like a fucking freight train. He wheeled away, making animal agony shrieks, his fur burning. But I couldn't stop. The fire kept coming, rolling over me. I couldn't even scream. It was burning off all my oxygen too fast. It was in me, in my mouth, my nose, my lungs, smoke and searing flame, all over me. The grass that was holding me scorched to ash, along with most of my dress, the scent of burning silk acrid in my nose. I was burning alive, but I felt no pain, just terrible anger. I got to my feet, a living pyre, my thoughts as consumed by rage as my body was consumed by fire. But I wasn't mindless. My anger had a target. In that distant part of myself, I couldn't understand the force of the hate I felt as I looked towards the triumvirate, Magus Rothbart's spells shattering on my burning skin. I'd always hated them in an abstract way, for the system they represented. But this felt personal, intense, and focused, and vengeful. I hated them with a force that felt too big for my body to contain, so it flowed out of me in burning fire. I wanted to watch them burn, watch their bones blacken, taste their blood on my teeth. Hate, hate, hate. And then, for a moment, my eyes locked with the Cimmerian's, and I saw hate just as powerful as my own reflected there. All at once, my anger withered. Fear rolled over me like a wave, dousing my flame. I stood in the grass, my skin unburnt, though my dress had been reduced to little but the blackened lining, terrified. I turned and ran. I heard gunshots, felt magic singe the air around me, but I kept going. Down the stairs, through the kitchens, no sign of Anton, out into the underground parking structure. It was dimly lit, the concrete cold on my bare feet. My dress was falling apart as I ran, sloughing off melted silk-like snakeskin. My thoughts were blank. You reach a point when you're afraid enough that the fear stops being specific. You aren't afraid of anything. It's just fear, written in all capitals on your brain, and you can't think of anything else. But fear kept my legs moving anyway, dodging cars and concrete pylons. Suddenly, the radio in my ear crackled to life. Can't wait any longer or they're going to block off the street. Just wait, goddammit. She's going to make it. Evie, come in. Domino, I gasped, and my legs nearly gave out as relief washed over me. I heard an instant clamor of relieved voices through the radio. Get outside. We're in the van, on Taylor Street. I was too stressed, too afraid, too exhausted and in pain to ask where he'd been. I just ran, making for the exit of the garage. I burst out into the cold night and saw the van idling just a few feet away. The back opened and Anton and Mariposa waved me towards them frantically. I stumbled towards them and let them drag me in, I collapsed in the back, breathing ragged, as they slammed the doors and shouted at Domino to drive. He pulled out smoothly, driving slow and calm. Cop cars sped past us, sirens screaming as we drove casually away. No one spoke until we left Fae space, the night shifting around us to mundane darkness. "Jesus fucking Christ, Evie!" Domino shouted from the front seat. "What the fuck happened? Are you hurt? Anton!" Anton reached for me, to check me for injuries, but I held up a hand to stop him. "I'm all right," I croaked. My voice was wrecked. I wasn't sure if it was from smoke inhalation or if my throat was just burned. "Where's Trip? What happened to you guys?" "Trip is fine. He called me like 15 minutes ago," Domino said impatiently. "He's at a goddamn bar with some drunk witches." "Mari?" I asked, twisting to look at her and regretting it as pain flared in my side. "The fucking panel zapped me," Mariposa explained, holding up her burned and bandaged hands with a grimace. "Whisper ate most of the charge, which is the only reason I'm alive. But it shorted out my comm and knocked me the fuck out. Anton and Whisper had to drag me out of there. And when security spotted us, they put a whammy on the communications," Domino continued. "They didn't come back on until we got out of range of whatever spell they used. Now what happened to you?" "An elder vampire died on top of me, and I set myself on fire in front of the triumvirate. That's what happened. But I was too tired, and my throat was too sore to shout the way I wanted to. I just shook my head." "We all made it out," Mariposa said, sitting down with her back to the passenger side seat where Whisper was riding. "That's all that matters. I knew there was something screwy with this job. We shouldn't have agreed to it." "There's no point in regrets, it's done," Anton said. "We'll just lay low. The covers Dante got us were good. No one's going to connect us to this." "Saw my face," I croaked, the pain in my throat bringing tears to my eyes. "He knows my name. Knows where I live." "Who does?" Domino asked, gripping the wheel with white knuckles. "Ryan. Dante's cop. The one I had to stop. My throat hurt too badly to keep going, but they got the idea. "Son of a bitch," Dante hissed, hitting the wheel. "Does anyone else smell smoke?" Mariposa said, sniffing the air. "Are you sure you're okay?" Anton asked, concerned. "You look burned, or at least your clothes do." "Not burned," I struggled to say, and wincing rolled onto my back. "Might have broken a rib, though." Anton didn't say any more, but leaned in to run his hands over my side, pressing very lightly to find the break. He knew when he found it by the god-awful sound I made. "Evie," he said quietly, "what the hell happened to you?" I craned my head to look at what he was staring at. It was a small, round hole in my dress, right where I'd broken my rib. There was something in the hole, glinting in the light, about the size of my thumbnail. As I watched, Anton reached in and pulled the thing out, revealing the unbroken, if very bruised, skin beneath it. He held the thing up to the light and I swallowed, sore throat stinging, as I realized it was a single, crumpled bullet. "I don't know," I answered honestly, feeling more shaken than ever. "The news is already hitting the other net," Mariposa said suddenly. She was looking at her phone and hadn't seen the bullet. "They're saying we murdered someone? Did you kill someone?" I shook my head quickly. "Not me," I said, my voice breaking. "Poisoned, died right on top of me." "Shit," Domino muttered. "I guess that explains why things went crazy so fast." "It gets worse," Mariposa replied, her voice getting quieter as she read the breaking news. "They're saying he was an elder." Horrified silence followed. "You're telling me we're going to get pinned for the murder of a goddamn elder, and we didn't even get away with the fucking treaty?" Domino said. "There's no amount of laying low that will fix this," Anton said in a low, worried voice. Killing an elder? They'll hunt us like dogs. So, if we had the thing, we'd at least have enough money to get out of the country, Domino growled. Fucking Dante. If I ever see that bloodsucker again, I'm going to stake that motherfucker to a tanning bed. I tried to speak, but my voice was gone, producing only squeaks. I patted what was left of my dress with shaking hands instead and, fumbling, pulled out the black case. Thank God for dresses with pockets, and that I'd convinced Dante to lend me the miniaturized Fae space tech that let him do his Mary Poppins infinite pocket thing. The case might have burned otherwise. Is that what I think it is? Mariposa asked as I opened the case. I answered by pulling it out and handing it to her. I'd grabbed it in the last seconds before Redmond and his friend had entered the chapel. We did it, Mariposa said, awed, holding the Treaty of 5 Races in her blistered, shaking hands. We stole the magical Declaration of Independence. Chapter 13. That's definitely cracked, Anton said, his fingers probing my side while I bit off bitter curses. But I don't think it's broken, which is good news. I can't do shit about broken bones. What's the point of magic if it can't fix broken bones? I complained. A quick pass of healing magic and a cough drop had restored my voice, though I sounded like I'd been smoking a pack a day for about 40 years. I ached all over, and I felt more tired than I'd ever felt in my life. But the fractured rib was the biggest thing on my mind at the moment. I'd barely noticed it when it happened, but ever since the adrenaline had stopped pumping, it had been growing steadily more and more painful, until every breath I took felt like getting stabbed. I wasn't ready to even think about the fact that it was the result of being shot at point-blank range. My powers had done some weird things tonight, but they'd all been powers I already knew I had. I'd never deflected bullets before. Then I remembered the incident at the bodega and wondered if that was true. I'd assumed the guy had just missed, but if he hadn't. Not even the wizards up at the university can do bones in one sitting, Anton pointed out. Nothing fixes bones but time, and I ain't no wizard to begin with. I'm a glorified first aid kit. I can decrease the inflammation, make sure it's set right, help with the pain. But you need a Monday hospital, X-rays and prescription anti-inflammatories and 2 months of rest. Can't do hospitals, I said, gritting my teeth as the stabbing pain threatened to bring me to tears. I was wary of hospitals to begin with. Being magic, especially a changeling, you never knew what was going to show up in tests, which made mundane medicine a non-option. As for non-mundane medicine, there were 3 options in Other Side. A free clinic in the Mission District, a couple of pricey private practices in South Beach and No Valley, and the wizards at the university that specialized in healing magic. The clinic was permanently over capacity. The private practices didn't see anyone without an appointment, and only vampires could afford house calls from meta-wizards. The first aid kit will have to be enough. Anton shook his head and sighed, laying his hands flat on my ribs. Hold still. This is going to hurt. Can't be worse than getting shot to begin with. A soft glow surrounded his hands, and an antiseptic scent mingled with the stale fast food smell of the air in the back of the van. Searing pain, like he'd just stuck a branding iron into my side, lanced through me. I screamed. The van swerved violently, and I tried instinctively to roll away. Mariposa shoved the treaty into Whisper's hands and dropped down next to me to hold me down so Anton could keep going. Christ, can you guys keep it down? Domino shouted from the front as the van straightened out. You want me to crash this thing? I was wrong, I howled. This is so much worse than being shot. Jesus, stop, stop! Almost done, Anton promised. Hang in there. Healing magic was one of those practices the witches dismissed as natural magic, i.e., magic done by anyone who wasn't a witch. Witches did academic magic, shit any witch could do if they had the power and knew the spell or ritual involved. Even vampires could learn some spells with enough time, Natural magic was pretty much impossible to learn if you didn't have the predisposition. You were just born knowing how to do it, or you weren't. Which drove witches crazy, especially since healing specialist witches were super rare. They could come up with spells to do pretty much the same thing as a troll's ability to accelerate plant growth, or a goblin's ability to pull raw ore out of stone. But nothing could replicate healing magic. So if you didn't like the idea of being healed by a werewolf, you were pretty much out of luck. Not all wolves could do it, but they were the only race that got healing magic with any kind of regularity. Apparently, it was supposed to supplement the accelerated healing all wolves had, which could occasionally cause serious issues, like healing bones in the wrong places or overbuilding scar tissue until it turned cancerous. "There," Anton said after a few agonizing minutes, sitting back as he caught his breath. "That should help for the time being. You need to seriously take it easy, though. Get yourself a shit ton of aspirin. Try not to get out of bed for anything less than life or death, and let me work on it once a day or so, and we'll have you back to full health in under a month." "Is it going to feel like that every time?" I croaked. "Possibly. Whatever. I'm so tired right now I could probably sleep for a month anyway. Let's just get paid so I can go to bed. We're heading to the rendezvous with Dante, right?" The pain was easing off as Anton had promised, and I decided to risk sitting up. The pain came stabbing back so fast I retched, my head spinning. Anton steadied me quickly and helped me lean against the wall, and gradually it eased off again. Still struggling to see straight, I gestured to Mariposa to give me back the treaty. "Hell no," Domino scoffed. "I'm taking us home." I breathed in too deeply in surprise and nearly passed out. Anton handed me 2 aspirin and a water bottle with a sympathetic expression. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I asked, throwing back the medicine. "Dante is waiting for us." Mariposa was trying to take the treaty back from Whisper, but Whisper was frowning at the document curiously. They signed at each other in a silent, urgent conversation. "Fuck Dante," Domino replied. "His bullshit plan nearly got us killed. That was probably what he wanted. I'm not going to give him another chance to fuck us over. We'll find our own buyer." "Dante already has a buyer," I pointed out, trying to control the anger rising in me. Even more than usual, I couldn't afford to get pissed off right now. Just breathing hurt enough as it was. "What are you going to do, post an ad on Craigslist? There's not exactly a huge market full of people willing to buy priceless, stolen historical artifacts. We'll figure something out." "I need that money tonight, Domino." "Hey," Mariposa interrupted our mounting argument. "Whisper says there's still magic on this thing." "What?" I snatched the treaty from her impatiently, running the tips of my fingers over the parchment. "It's just the preservation spells. A document this old would crumble on contact with the air without them." "No, under that," Mariposa insisted, translating Whisper's emphatic signing. "Deeper? Older?" "Older than the preservation spells?" "Did you miss some kind of security hex?" Domino asked, his voice rising. "No," I said sharply, swallowing the defensive doubt that tried to grip me. "I would recognize that. Just give me a minute." I ran my hand over the paper again, searching, and felt the pads of my fingers catch. Once, 2 times, a third. More still, scattered up and down the page, small and unobtrusive, nearly invisible under the heavy preservation spells, and like Whisper had said, old. Very old. "What is it?" Mariposa pushed. "I'm not sure," I admitted. "It's not security. I can tell you that much. It almost feels like beauty magic." Anton snorted. "Beauty magic? Someone did the treaty's makeup?" "Or gave it a makeover," I muttered, rubbing my fingers over one of the spells, trying to find a loose thread to pull. "It feels like a concealer spell." A moment of heavy silence followed as everyone processed the implications of that. "You're saying it's been altered?" Mariposa asked. Maybe, I replied, uncertain. I can't remove them, at least not right now. They're too old and set in, and whoever did it was really good. I wouldn't have noticed them at all if I wasn't looking for them. How did Whisper spot them? She says she heard them, Mariposa replied after conferring with Whisper for a moment. She says they're like, missing notes in a song? She paused as Whisper signed at her urgently, then tried again. No, not missing. Wrong. Like another voice cutting in, singing a completely different song. I thought you were deaf, Anton said, looking at Whisper in confusion. She rolled her iridescent eyes. She is, Mariposa answered for her. It's just magic she can hear. Apparently it sounds like music. It's probably just magic whiteout from when they were writing the thing. Domino cut in. They didn't exactly have erasers back then. Who cares if they covered up some typos with magic? It's still going to change our lives. You think of someone we can sell it to? I asked, as I carefully slipped the treaty back into the case and tucked it into my pocket again. Because I wasn't kidding about needing that money tonight. Forget money, Domino said, and I could see him grinning in the rearview mirror. It's gonna get us something better than money. Power. I really hope you mean it's going to be paying my electric bill, I said, a threat on the edge of my voice. Think about it, Domino argued. That treaty is the symbol the whole damn system is built on, and the vampires let it get stolen. They've had that thing since the last crusade. Nobody has served them a humiliation like that in a troll's age. They're gonna be desperate to get it back and cover this up. They'd do anything. Yeah, like hunt us to the ends of the earth, I pointed out. You're really going to try and hold the triumvirate hostage? No, don't be stupid, Domino snapped. We can't do shit with it ourselves. You think I don't know that? But we could give it to someone who can. Someone like the Summer Queen. What? Shut up and listen to me for a minute, Domino shouted as Anton and Mariposa jumped in with similar exclamations. With the tournament a couple of days away, that kind of political leverage could change everything. The vampires could finally lose. And we could be the reason they lose. If a pack of changelings hand Queen Titania the key to finally taking power back from the vampires, she'll have to admit we exist, that we're Fae just as much as she is. Shit, even if she doesn't, them being on top means people will have to treat us at least a little better. Either way, she'll owe us big time. And a boon from the Summer Queen is worth more than anything Dante could pay us. Jesus, Domino, do you hear yourself? I asked, rubbing the bridge of my nose as an exhaustion headache throbbed in time with the stabbing in my ribs. Pain had worn my patience very thin, and the thought of missing out on this payday after everything just because Domino couldn't let go of this fantasy made me want to scream. You seriously think you can bribe the Fae into treating us as equals? They won't even admit we exist. They won't be able to ignore a favor this big. They'll owe us. I laughed, clipped and harsh, and immediately regretted it as the motion made my pain worse. Right, of course. That's what was missing all these centuries, I said facetiously. We just never bout them a big enough present. Would you just shut up and listen? And I'm sure if we just ask very nicely and be on our best behavior, our parents will love us again, and we'll all live happily ever after in fairyland with Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. And your plan is so much better, Domino cut back, taking his eyes off the road to look back at me. He was so angry his glamour was shorting out, jumping in and out like a bad TV signal. You think that leech is going to keep his word? Even if he does, we just go back to living the same stupid shit. Nothing ever changes. They are never going to accept you. The shout exploded out of me in a rush of pain, accompanied by a burst of fire. Everyone jumped back, but it flared from my lips for only a second before I crumpled forward, holding my burning throat and aching ribs. Seconds ticked past. Domino looked back at the road, while the other three stared at me, tense. What do you even care? Domino said finally, his eyes on the road and his jaw set. "You're no changeling." I reeled like he'd hit me, my gut clenching and a wash of cold running through my veins. "Fuck you," I hissed, my throat hurting almost as much as my ribs. "Where the hell do you get off? I don't agree with you, so I'm not a changeling anymore. It's not a club, asshole." "When's the last time you met a changeling who could stop bullets?" Domino asked, and my mouth snapped shut. "Or breathe fire?" "That was—" I scrambled for an explanation, feeling suddenly lightheaded, drifting out to sea with no anchor. "I don't know how I did that, but that doesn't mean—" "Or all the other weird shit you do." Domino kept going. I could see the tense set of his shoulders, his white-knuckled grip on the wheel. "The magic resistance, the camouflage, the strength, the speed. You think none of us noticed? One or two of those things you could chalk up to changelings being weird, but all of them, with no visible Fae traits, no need to wear a glamour?" My hands were shaking as I looked at Anton, Mariposa, and Whisper, hoping to see confusion, disbelief, some sign that they thought Domino was losing it. My stomach sank as I instead saw them looking back at me with a kind of wary guilt, like Domino was only saying what they'd all been thinking. My heart was beating too fast, my mouth dry. He had to be wrong. There had to be an explanation. Because if I wasn't a changeling, then what am I, Domino? I asked, wishing for once that I sounded angry instead of just lost. If I'm not a changeling, then what the hell am I? Before he could answer, something slammed into the right side of the van like the wrath of God, and the world turned upside down. The end. Keep reading. Book 2, The Changeling Rebellion, is now available. Author's note. Thanks for reading The Vampire Deception. If you enjoyed this story, please make sure you leave a quick book review. I entertain many fantasies and prioritize the ones that readers support. You can also join my newsletter to get a few free books and prequels to my longer fantasy series. For more fantasy and sci-fi books by D.S. Murphy and his alter ego Drake Mason, join the VIP Readers group on Facebook or sign up to receive new release updates at urbanepics.com. What to read next? If you liked the style of The Vampire Deception, check out Reaper Witch, another supernatural urban fantasy, Prescient, a time travel dystopia, or Selfie, a technological thriller. If you're more interested in Gothic literature, read Taste of Vampire. And for Greek mythology, check out The Scarlet Thread,